Oscar goes to... Are they playing us off?
No. Anora.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the best of 2024. Everyone's saying, Dill, where's your top 10 video? Dill, where's your top 10? I don't do a top 10. I do Picture This and the Pickle Awards. So Pickle Awards is my opinions on all the movies of 2024, and Picture This is my opinion on all 10 of the Oscar nominees. So when you're all like, hey, Dylan, where's your video ranking all the nominees? This is our video, and not my video, our video, because I'm joined by Chadwick Webb. How's it going, Chad?
It's going great. It's been a long season, been a long, crazy season. But honestly, I feel like 2024 still had a lot of really great movies, and not all of them were recognized at the Oscars. So
yeah. But yeah, it's always funny every year. They're like, "Oh, are you gonna rank the nominees? Are you gonna like?" And I'm like, "You'll see." Like that's part of our show is ranking them. But I always like to save it for this because this is admittedly my favorite episode we do every year because we kind of dance around our opinions all year. It's always like, okay, I know if he likes something usually or doesn't like something, but we try not to go in depth. Unless it's like early on in the year where like Dune was coming out in March. It wasn't like we were like, oh, we'll wait for Picture This because that was a year from now. But like, usually we're good about trying to keep most of our opinions tight to the chest. So it's really cool to just kind of like let it out and finally be open and finally being able to say like, okay, this is what I think is most deserving, least deserving. But yeah, you said it best. It's such a tumultuous Oscar season this year. So to get such a straightforward night of like the best film of the year winning like the most awards of the night, like it just felt so weird considering the road we spent to get here, the journey and the destination, if you will, which we'll talk about one film. But yeah, like very, very long and tiring Oscar season. So this is really a great way to just kind of cap it and say, like, kind of have that exhale and just say, whew, we're done, and kind of get a little rest and be like, all right, we don't have to think about Oscar movies for like 8 more months,
yeah, I mean, honestly, like thinking about like this type of video, because normally we will start watching the movies for whatever year we're doing at the beginning of the month, and then maybe we'll do like middle of the month, like towards the end of the month kind of recording. So that's not that bad to like keep opinions on movies kind of, secret a little bit and then like let it out during the recording. But to do it for months a little bit, like, I mean, we'll talk about them somewhat, but like I try to like not to do that. And then also like, I don't usually even give these movies like star ratings generally because I don't want it to get spoiled. So,
right. Yeah, but naturally, just from like watching other people, like I've watched you on some podcasts, like doing Oscar predictions and stuff, and you'll just like fuse your own opinion in and like different like top 10 videos and stuff. So like we know generally what each other likes, but also the fun part, which I brought up earlier before we started podcasting, is like last year Zone of Interest was like my number 8 or 9 before I rewatched them, and then like when we did this podcast, it was my number 2. So like it really can show that like a rewatch can change sometimes the way we look at these movies, the different movies we put at the top, at the bottom, and see how things shift. Because there's a movie in particular that like we'll talk about that was low on my list, then it was high, and then it's low again. Like very interesting seeing some of these trajectories for sure.
I mean, not even just that. Sometimes they shift around during this conversation.
Right. Yeah. Sure. This also becomes a little bit of a Shark Tank pitch meeting where it's like, well, here, let me sell you on this.
It sometimes is. I mean, you'll convince me. Sometimes we'll have a great guest on and they'll convince me of something. Or maybe when they talk about it, like, I'll start to go like, oh, maybe it wasn't as good as I thought. Like, just like hearing someone else's perspective sometimes can go like, they're actually kind of right about that. So that's the fun of these types of shows.
Absolutely. Well, let us tell you, in case you've just been living under a rock like Patrick Starr the last like 5 months. But these are the nominees for Best Picture from this previous Oscars that we will be talking about tonight. We will be reviewing tonight. The Best Picture is the first alphabetically, but the 10 films we are talking about are Anora, The Brutalist, A Complete Unknown, Conclave, Dune Part 2, Emilia Pérez, I'm Still Here, Nickel Boys, The Substance, and Wicked, and I'm doing it based on how it's listed on the Academy site. So you're welcome, Chad. I did not put the part 1 there for Wicked, but you can put it whatever, you can call it whatever you want. But you know what? We're gonna have a great conversation about these 10 films. Some good, some bad, but all insightful. But Chad, in case people were living under a rock for 12 months, tell everyone what happened last year, 2024. Give us a little bit of a landscape to kind of set the scene for what was going on when these movies were coming out.
Totally. Okay, a little bit of history. The Nova Sea lander became the first commercial vehicle to land on the moon. The European Union passes the Artificial Intelligence Act to regulate AI. The UN estimates that a majority of Palestinian civilians killed were women and children. Vladimir Putin is reelected for a 5th term. Most of this isn't good, I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, I'm thumbs down. For all you audio listeners, I have my big old fat thumb pointed downward like Gladiator.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The UN Security Council passes a resolution to call for an immediate ceasefire. Oh wait, I didn't even get that, and I think that's the Palestinian
Yeah.
conflict. I did not finish that sentence. A ship crashes into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore near me, destroying the bridge. That was
Terrible.
a crazy thing to wake up to that morning.
Mhm.
Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 counts of crime in his hush money trial, which was the first time an American president has been found guilty of a crime, let alone 34 crimes.
Mhm.
Donald Trump has an attempt on his life by a shooter during a campaign rally.
Yep.
And
While we
then-
were seeing Illinois on Broadway.
Oh, I wrote in parentheses, Dylan and Chad remember where they were when this happened.
Yep.
Um,
I was literally on the train ride home and you guys were getting in your car. I'm like, wait, before you drive, I need to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. That was a crazy text to have. We did not know what was
Right.
going on. We didn't know
You're
if
like-
he survived or
Right. You're
you
like
know
pulling up
what.
the GPS. How do I get out of Hoboken? And I'm like, guys.
Yeah, fun story. Great show too, the Illinois. My favorite album. Biden drops out of the presidential race after a very poor debate performance.
I remember where I was there too. I was at the Yankees Rays game. All these events, I was somewhere very unique.
Yeah. The Summer Olympics are held in Paris. The World Health Organization declares monkeypox a public health emergency. The Summer Paralympics are also held in Paris. The Brazilian Supreme Court blocks the social media platform X due to rampant disinformation. Sounds about right. Hurricane Helene devastates Florida and surrounding areas. Donald Trump is elected for a 2nd term amongst many other right-wing leadership victories around the world. And then a bit of lighter news to end, sort of end, and then I got something else. Notre Dame Cathedral reopens after being damaged by a fire in 2019.
Something good.
That is something good. And then I just wanted to say, I wanted to leave it on a good note here, but honestly, I would be lying if I didn't stress that we have a tough time ahead. Leadership throughout the world is going to the right, and with that generally comes, in my opinion, very bad policies that affect the average person. I fear what might happen if we can't get through this and get more qualified progressive people in powerful positions. We talk about fun movie stuff and judge the Academy a lot, but we also care deeply about everyone watching, and we want to spread awareness. Please pay attention to what's going on around you in politics. We cannot afford to sit back, relax, and just know we are in good hands, because we're not. There are things you can do to hold your local politicians and even senators at the federal level accountable. Know that you are not alone.
Thank you for that, Chad. Yeah, Chad wanted to prepare that message for everyone just because it is a tough time. I mean, like, it's always hard going through an election year for anyone. I mean, obviously, even if your side wins, it's always a big change regardless. There's always something that comes about, that there's always some sort of divide. But yeah, this year, more than ever in my lifetime, is the biggest divide I've seen in terms of just the toxicity amongst human beings, especially with 2 huge wars going on, one in the Middle East, one in Ukraine. So it's very difficult. And we're still seeing it up to like this week. Just ramifications of everything. So we see it reflected in the Oscar speeches. We see it reflected in the winners of the awards themselves. Documentaries that don't have
Yeah.
distribution that usually wouldn't qualify for an Academy Award unless the director said, "Hey, I'm just gonna distribute it myself," and then it wins an Oscar for Best Documentary. Sometimes that happens because there are just some messages that need to be made. There are some urgent messages that need to be told, need to be said. And Chad, thank you for sharing, because I think you said it best, more eloquently than I ever could. So thank you.
I had to write it down so I could remember it.
Well, hey, you know what? Even if I had written something down, it would not have been as eloquent. Thank you, Chad.
Thanks.
Go to something. I mean, we're going to stay a little sadder because we have to talk about deaths, unfortunately, and there were a lot of really, really tough ones in 2024.
Oh yeah.
Thankfully, there's some ones that hit really hard the last few weeks that thankfully we don't have to talk about till next year. But just a really rough year in 2024 for deaths, and obviously some births. Maybe I don't even know, actually. Maybe not any births. I don't know actually how many notable births there might have been. But Chad, tell us about some deaths, births, and then tell us about some albums.
I always try to find something for births, even when
I'm very
we're doing
curious.
the year.
Yeah.
And every time I do like a new year, obviously it's someone who's not even a year old yet, or
Right.
might be actually now. But I just do like kind of like celebrity couple births, and then
Okay.
what was last year we did my son's birth, or not last
Yeah.
year but the year before.
Yeah.
We did my
That was a
son's,
notable.
but
Yeah. There's always like a royal baby or Baby Yoda or something born every year, whether it be a
Yeah.
fictional one or not.
So we have
baby from Immaculate. Happy birthday.
oh
Actually, birth and death, I guess.
yeah.
Sorry, the bad joke, but
So you got the first Omen, baby.
I tried to think of the first. Yeah, there you go, Damien. Happy birthday. Right, that's his name, Damien.
Yeah.
Yes, I just won horror trivia. All right, go ahead.
Births, we have Chris Pratt and Catherine Schwarzenegger's baby. We have Cameron Crowe and his partner's baby.
Okay.
Relevant to this Oscar season, we have John M. Chu and his partner's baby.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Margot Robbie and her partner's baby.
All right, look at that. That's great.
The births.
Great.
The death list, there was a lot. I don't have like a fully comprehensive list this time, so maybe you can help me. Like, your Pickle Awards.
I was gonna say, if you want to go watch Pickle Awards, I did some, but they also bleed into 2025 a little bit, so I don't know. I can help fill up any gaps. I have a list here that I wrote down for the Pickle Awards, so if I see you forget anything, I'll come in at the end and let you know any more names. But as if there couldn't be enough names, I don't want any names on this list, but sadly we have to pay our respects. Chad, take it away.
I just have a few. It's Alexei Navalny, Jimmy Carter, Olivia Hussey, Tony Todd, Quincy Jones, John Amos, Shannon Doherty, Richard Simmons, Shelley Duvall, Donald Sutherland. That's all I wrote down.
Yeah. Very sad. Yeah, I mean, I have a few other names. I don't know how many of these are 2025 or not, or 2024, but Bernard Hill, we covered the Lord of the Rings trilogy. We will cover Titanic. He was a face in both. Shamefully left out of the in memoriam at the Oscars. I talk about it in my Oscar video that I guess was posted a few days ago at the time you're seeing this. But Titanic and Lord of the Rings Return of the King are two of the most award-winning films at the Oscars, and you would think they would have time to put the king of Return of the King and the captain of the Titanic in the in memoriam, but they did not. Richard M. Sherman from the Sherman Brothers, musical duo behind Mary Poppins, amongst many other Disney films. Eleanor Coppola passed away, not necessarily as prolific a filmmaker as her husband Francis Ford, but a big influence in his life, and also a great documentarian who made an amazing documentary about Apocalypse Now, about her husband, that I have not seen, but I've heard great things about, and we will watch. I don't know if this was 25. Did you say Shelley Duvall?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that one, I don't know if you said Bob Newhart, Gina Rollins, James Earl Jones, Maggie Smith.
Nope.
Yeah, Dick Pope, who's has my favorite Oscar clip. I'm playing it because I have it in my clips. I love every single year.
And Richard Lenshowski for Ida. Dick Pope for Mr. Turner.
The infamous Dick Poop, aka Dick Pope, passed away. So that's also very sad. Yeah, you covered a lot of the other ones. Some are 2025, so like obviously like David Lynch and Gene Hackman, but we'll get to them next year, I'm sure. But yeah, you had a great list. I don't think I could add any more, and even if I do, you said so many great ones. So rest in peace to all of them. It was a very tough year. It's always a tough year. I think it gets even tougher every year because people that we grew up with are getting older. People our parents grew up with, like movie stars. You look at how many older stars are in their 80s, 90s, and it's like, oh, it's scary. So it's always sad, and even younger people too that we don't expect. So I mean, look at Matthew Perry last year. Never thought I would ever live to see that anytime soon. But alas, very, very sad.
And you had a major Buffy actor die recently, Michelle Trachtenberg, and that hit me really hard. So
yeah, very. Well, rest in peace. Some baseball legends also: Willie Mays, and Fernando Valenzuela, and Pete Rose.
Pete Rose, I was just about to say.
And oh my gosh, Ricky Henderson as well. Ricky Henderson.
Oh,
so,
right.
Yeah. So tough year. All right, Chad. Tell us about some albums though. Any cool albums of 2024? This is a great year for albums, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
Myself. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of young ladies making great albums.
Yes.
And I have a couple green ones here. I got Brat.
Oh, you have it. That's awesome.
Yeah, and it was my favorite, and it's since been usurped by another one, which I'll get to in a second. But I also have the Wicked soundtrack.
Oh, okay. Nice. Nice.
So
one that spoiled Adina and Kristen's cameos. Because the record came out a few days before the movie, and they're like, wait, why are they credited in one short day? Anyway, spoilers. I hate them.
There you go.
Yep. Any other albums?
Yeah, the one that's it's neck and neck. It's like Brat and then this were like my favorite albums from next year. It's Brat and GNX by Kendrick Lamar, which also inspired that brilliant halftime show that we got. That was the other. No, that was this year, 2025. So we'll talk about it next year.
Yeah, but it did influence also a great joke at the Oscars themselves when Conan was like, and now we're halfway through the show, we're gonna have Kendrick come out and call Drake a pedophile. I thought it was great. So
he has his lawyers on standby. So
yeah. And we said it too. We don't have lawyers on standby, but don't hate us.
And we were quoting a thing.
Yeah, none of our own personal opinion and bias. No, we love Kendrick though. Team Kendrick.
Not at all. Definitely love Kendrick. Only God Was Above Us by Vampire Weekend. Short and Sweet by Sabrina Carpenter. Cowboy Carter by Beyonce, which won Album of the Year. Wall of Eyes by The Smile. Jesse Volume 4 by Jacob Collier. The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess by Chappell Roan. Hit Me Hard and Soft by Billie Eilish. The Tortured Poets Department by Taylor Swift.
There you go. Great year for albums, pop albums especially, just so great. This is like actually one of the years where I'm like actually invested in the Grammys, which I never am. So I was a big fan. All right, Chad, let's talk a little bit about the movies that did not make it to the Oscar stage, because there are always a few big snubs. Chad always has a very comprehensive list. So I'm just going to list off the movies in my top 20 that I think could have been Best Picture worthy, and then I'll let you carry on with the rest, just because I know you're going to say a lot of them. But I have to rep Challengers, my favorite movie of 2024 still. I love it so much. I saw the TV Glow, probably one of the most important pieces of trans cinema ever, let alone in a year where trans cinema got 13 nominations. This one didn't get any. Very sad. Seed of the Sacred Fig gets nominated for International Feature, but not for Best Picture. But I would have Sing Sing, a Ghostlight, great double feature there. Hitman, really fun Linklater film. Trap, an amazing M. Night Shyamalan film, maybe my favorite. I don't know. Love Lies Bleeding, fantastic. A film called This Closeness. Movie was having a great year with obviously a film we'll talk about today. But This Closeness, one of my favorite screenplays of last year. Two great documentaries, Daughters and The Remarkable Life of Evelyn. Remarkable Life of Evelyn changed my life. Better Man, the best movie musical of the year, hands down for me. A Different Man, another great movie with man in the title. Gladiator 2, one of the best sequels in a recent memory from a studio. I will stand by that. And The People's Joker, another important piece of trans cinema that also got 0 nominations in a year where trans cinema got 13, and I would say a little bit better representation of that community. But that is my just little honorable mentions of films I really wanted to spotlight. But Chad, take it away with, I know you're going to have a great list of even more films that came out.
Yeah, totally. I think there's one that you really love that that you didn't mention, but we'll get to it.
Did I forget something? Oh, The Count of Monte Cristo. That's right. Duh. Count of Monte Cristo is in my top 10.
You might have. I don't know if it's in your top 10, but I'll let you know when we get there.
Okay.
So, and I kind of went through like chronological here. So,
Comes
at
to the
the
one you're thinking of, let me know. So maybe I forgot to put it because I'm looking at a 2024 list, but I might not have updated it since like I did like a last wave of watching before the Pickle Awards, so I didn't put Count of Monte Cristo in my top 10 yet, which is a top 10 film of the year. If you've seen it, you know why. But yeah, so there's gonna be some I probably missed, so let me know.
Yeah, no worries. We got The Beekeeper. We got the Mean Girls musical movie. We got Hundreds of Beavers. Love Lies Bleeding, you mentioned. The First Omen, Abigail, you mentioned Challengers. The Fall Guy, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Furiosa, Mad Max Saga. Hitman, Bad Boys Ride or Die, Inside Out 2. A Quiet Place Day 1. One Dylan absolutely loved, it's like Maxine,
Oh,
um, Sing Sing, Twisters, Oddity, Deadpool and Wolverine, Dee Dee, you mentioned Trap, Alien Romulus, The Killer, Beetlejuice, My Old Ass, A Different Man, I believe you did mention, Saturday Night, and this is the one that Megalopolis.
oh yeah, okay,
Um,
yeah. It's actually my number. Where is it? 29. So it was close there.
There
It
you
was
go.
it was close. It was close.
Which is one that like now I really want to see just because
Yeah.
of how crazy it seems to
Hey,
be. Everyone
a
saying,
Razzie winner for Best Director and a very rare time where the guy actually did it. He actually accepted it. Good for you, Francis Ford Coppola. I
but
respect that. I do.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to see it at this point. Hopefully,
Yeah,
it
we'll see.
resurfaces
I think
somewhere.
he will. I think he's got a plan to distribute it somehow.
Ooh,
Like,
okay,
maybe with a bottle of wine. You know, like you buy a bottle of Coppola wine, they throw in a Blu-ray of
interesting.
Megalopolis,
I'll do that. I'll buy
like
that.
forcing you to watch it.
Um,
Hey, I would do it. If you want to get to the cork, you have to watch the movie for a secret password, like like some weird Coppola shit like that.
So we also have Terrifier 3,
Mm,
Smile 2, Juror number 2, Blitz, Heretic, Gladiator 2, Carry On, September 5, Nosferatu, Better Man, Mufasa, and Sonic 3. And then for my best picture worthy, I have quite a few actually.
mm.
I said, I Saw the TV Glow, Ghost Light, Thelma, A Real Pain, Long Legs,
Hmm.
Strange Darling, Rebel Ridge, The Wild Robot, Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul, Memoir of a Snail, Flow. And I love the animated
I was about to say
category.
you're at
Didn't I
11,
tell
so
you?
I'm assuming you mean like they
Um,
could have been Best Picture nominees. Not that this would be your 10, right?
oh yeah. No,
Okay,
like I
because you're at
mean,
11 films right now. I'm like, you don't love these all more than some of these Best Picture
no,
films.
I'm
But okay,
saying
I
like
got you.
these are Best Picture worthy,
Okay,
not
I got you.
necessarily like this is my slate.
In a year where they can
And
nominate, like, okay, I got you. I got
Right. And then two other ones are documentaries, Will and Harper and Superman.
you.
I thought were all fantastic. I just want to like separate those from the others that,
It's tough. Yeah,
yeah, it's like these are the ones that I absolutely adored.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
In addition to the ones that were nominated that I may or may not have adored as well.
right. Yeah, like honestly, looking at, I mean, obviously my Pickle Awards are out there for people to see, but only two of these actual nominees made my 10. So that
Yeah.
just shows not that this was a weak year, but just that it was a strong year for especially genre cinema. Like a lot of great horror this year. One that did crack into the Best Picture 10, but like a lot of great horror, great sports films, some great like prison indie dramas, great movies from like very kind of offbeat, fun filmmakers like M. Night Shyamalan and Richard Linklater, Francis Ford Coppola. So like a really, really meaty year. A lot of people will say like, "Oh, it was a bad year for movies." I'm like, it could be a bad Oscar year maybe, but like it's still a great year if you look in the right places. And I think it's still a good Oscar year. Not my favorite, but like the ones that are high on my list, I really, really enjoy. So yeah, I don't think there's ever a bad year of cinema. I just think you have
Yeah,
to
I
look in the right
I
places.
honestly don't know how people generally like judge that.
Hmm.
It's like, some people I think are like there was no Oppenheimer. There was no, something that like shook the earth.
Yeah.
Like this
And
was the
even then, like
best.
I would take 10 9 out of 10s, then 1 10 out of 10. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Like,
that's a good point.
yeah, right. Like, because last year Oppenheimer was the only 10 out of 10 I gave all year. This year I gave 4. So like I think that
Wow.
goes to show, like this was just a really solid year. But I think those 4 are not even close to Oppenheimer in quality, even though they're all 10 out of 10s. But I'd
Mm.
rather 4 10 out of 10s in a year than 1, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
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 Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, 4 perfect movies out opposed to 1 is always good. So
Definitely.
Cool. All right. So yeah, we got to talk about, sorry, I forget what's next. We have to talk about the Oscars themselves. I did a whole like little breakdown review of the Oscars. Really not a lot of like notable like moments in terms of like the slap or the La La Land
Ooh.
Moonlight. Like nothing like that like broke the internet. I'd say the most popular moments were the best moments, were the good things, like the Cynthia Erivo, Ariana Grande, Patera opening. The two of them was fantastic, not just for Wicked, but singing a song from The Wiz and from Wizard of Oz and just being a celebration. I thought Conan was great. I thought the Dune sandworm playing chopsticks was like a brilliant bit. I just thought all the interactions with the different celebrities was tasteful while still holding some accountable. Like it really felt like a great portrait, like snapshot of this year without really trying to talk too much about the negative in the room. Obviously, we still got the little bit of a Trump dig with the whole Adam Sandler bit, making fun of him wearing an outfit that he didn't approve of, suit thing, which is obviously a reference to the Ukrainian president that happened literally days before. So I'm surprised they got that bit written so quickly. But Adam Sandler was great in that bit. So yeah, really great Oscars, I thought. I mean, Hulu effed it up, but they had the Oscars
Yeah.
scheduled till 10:30 and they ran late. I think part of that is to blame the show for not making sure it was under 10:30, but also Hulu. It's the Oscars; it's gonna run over, so you should have
Yeah.
had it prepared. But otherwise, like. I didn't think it was a bad night at all. I thought it was actually a really good ceremony, and obviously they spread the wealth a lot. Only 2 films of the 10 that are Best Picture nominated didn't get anything. 8 of them did. So that's like a really good year. A lot of spreading the wealth. Like a few years ago, like there were movies like Tar, Fablemans, Banshees got nothing. But this year, everything except for
Yeah.
Nickel Boys and Incomplete Unknown got something. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. As far as like the ceremony, just in general, like I
Yeah.
know that like some people had like issues with certain moments, and I think that's totally valid. Like
Mhm.
the in memoriam made a few mistakes. I know we were
Mhm.
like commenting on the music choice. There was also
Yeah.
like the idea of cutting like the curtain cutting Shelley Duvall's moment in half.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Um,
I took that as maybe they didn't get the camera angle correct, and because
maybe,
I think the curtains open and then the curtain closed again. Like I didn't take that as a bad thing, but I didn't even
but
know people were upset about that. Yeah.
there was also like, well, yeah, I've talked to a few people, but and they were like also like just kind of commenting on the notable people that weren't mentioned, but
Yeah.
also kind of like focusing because they gave like a huge shout out to like Quincy Jones,
Yeah.
which makes sense,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
then you don't do the same thing for David Lynch
Right.
or any of these other like big figures, so it just feels a little
Yeah.
uneven at
Yeah,
times.
it's definitely tough
So
also because like David Lynch was last month and Gene Hackman was last week. So like it's harder, because
true.
they've probably been rehearsing that musical number with Queen Latifah for a little longer, maybe. I don't know.
Mhm.
Also, I mean, yeah, it's tough because it's like Quincy Jones, but like also I
Right.
understand that David Lynch for some people is the Quincy Jones of their community.
Yeah. So I
So
mean,
it's tough.
it's not as a means to say that Quincy Jones doesn't deserve something like that,
Right.
but it's
Well,
just
and
like,
also the Grammys did a whole 20-minute montage for Quincy Jones as well. So it's also like,
yeah.
they did that already. Like we can do one for David Lynch or for they did a little. I mean, obviously Gene Hackman died like a few days before. Well, he was found dead a few days before the Oscars, so they didn't have much
Yeah.
time. They just had Morgan Freeman come out and say something. But even that was really cool. I thought, like, because Morgan Freeman doesn't
Yeah.
make public appearances anymore, so it was really nice. Yeah.
It was. Yeah, it definitely was. And that's why I'd say it's like it's not perfect.
Mhm.
It was done well, I think, just, everything all things considered.
Yeah.
Um
Cool.
but it is something to kind of like, if you're going to note any flaws, like that's one thing.
Mhm.
Um Adrian Brody basically hijacking the ceremony
Yeah.
to do
Yeah.
whatever he wanted
Yeah,
was a
I mean,
choice.
talk about
Um
anti-Semitism is not the worst way to like command your
True.
time. Like, I think it's okay to be like, hold on, can you like hold the music for a sec while I tell people that it's not bad to,
Yeah,
it's okay
but
to,
I mean, I do understand like the point though, where it's like, why I understand like the
why are you entitled to more time than everyone else?
above the line categories are seen as the most important,
Mhm.
but then like what like when Flow won or whatever,
It
like
was
you cut
Dune
off like the
for
third
sound.
man.
Yeah, so
Oh, you cut
sound.
off the third guy,
Yeah, because 2 of the guys
and
spoke and the 3rd guy was going up to speak, and then they cut the sound altogether and started
yeah,
playing the music. So, yeah, they've been doing that for years, and they need to commit to, like, either giving the people the platform to talk, maybe make it, like, a minute 30 per person in a group, and then if you're a single winner, you get like 2 minutes. That way, it's like, okay, if it's just you, you can have a full 2 minutes, but if it's like 3 people, you get like 3 minutes for the 3 of you, or something like that. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I guess because they don't want to spoil the surprise, so they don't want to let the winners know that
Very
they're
good point.
winners beforehand.
Mhm.
So it's not like they can go, okay, you're the winner. How many are in your party? Are you each
That's a
get
good
this
point.
amount of
Yeah,
time?
yeah, you're right. There's no way to tell.
So it's
Yeah.
hard to.
Yeah,
But
maybe
but
just schedule it till 11 and then don't worry about it. Because the problem is, if it was scheduled to 11, it
yeah,
would not be a problem. The problem is that it
yeah,
was scheduled till 10:30. They were trying to get rushed because they probably knew Hulu ends their broadcast at 10:30. After that, you're done. So that's why I don't even blame Hulu, because they were like, listen, you're paying us for this window, Oscars. We're gonna give you this window. American Idol's at 10:30. That's how it is. It's just the Oscars should have been like, we're gonna run over, or Hulu
yeah,
should have. Because Hulu, it's not Hulu's job to say, okay, we'll extend it earlier. It's the Oscars who have to be like, no, like make it 11, not 10:30.
yeah.
I don't
And
know.
that really affected me. I was watching
Right.
it on Hulu,
Right.
and
Before the biggest
luckily,
award of the night, too, which is actress, which was
I
the biggest
know.
50-50 coin flip. Yeah.
Luckily, you guys were telling me what was going on, and I was able to jump into a different stream with some friends who were watching it, and was able to see like Best Picture and stuff like that. But I got to see most of it. It was also the night that we decided to change my son's bed from a crib
To a
to
bed.
a big boy bed, and
Nice.
so it was a very special night for that as well. So I had to miss some stuff, but I was able to rewind a little bit and see some of the performances. I loved the
Mm.
Conan substance bit. I thought that was
Oh, yeah.
really, really
So good.
funny.
Yeah.
I
Again,
love
Conan was
the
so good. Conan was perfect. Yeah.
oh yeah. I love the Sandler bit that you mentioned. I can watch that a lot just because I just love watching Sandler do his bit
Right.
and scream and go Chalamet
Yeah.
and
Which
and
was
all that.
totally probably not part of the bit, and he just made it a part too. He
Just
probably
made-
saw him and was like, "All right, here I go," And I love
yeah,
that. I love that. You can kind of. It should be a fun celebration. That's always what the Oscars are. It's not. It is a
yeah,
competition, but it's really not. Especially once Anora won its third award. Like no one else was winning. They could just sit back and have fun. Like I think that's the point.
yeah.
Just sit back and have fun.
And if and it was fun to see a lot of the surprises. There was nothing that I was like too mad about.
No.
Like
The
like was
surprises were good surprises. Like Flow was a
yeah,
fun surprise, and like No Other Land actually winning despite a lot of people abstaining from voting because of it. Like that's cool. That's a cool surprise.
yeah. Even if you like predicted something else, you go, oh, all right, well, I'm fine with that because
No.
I actually like that movie.
Right. Yeah,
And
I
then
love it.
for me, this was kind of like I feel like the first year, and we'll get to it, but a movie that I actually really really liked ended up like doing a sweep. And
Wow.
I just haven't had that happen in a good while.
Right.
Because
I
even
mean,
like when Coda won, it
it
didn't
wasn't
do
a
a
sweep.
sweep.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah,
won. It won most of the awards it was up for, but yeah, like it
yeah,
wasn't up for a lot because it wasn't a technical movie either. It was mostly, and the thing is, Anora isn't either. It got one tech nomination and it won it, which was
right.
editing. But like, it's just because it swept almost above the line. It essentially did what Parasite did, which was like only winning a few awards here and there throughout the season. And then Oscar night just wins everything. It's like, whoa,
Yeah,
okay, like really
yeah,
really cool. And it was also Neon. It was also a Palme d'Or winner. Also placed top 3 at TIFF. There's only 2 movies ever who've placed top 3 at TIFF and won the Palme d'Or. It was Parasite and Anora. So if a film wins the Palme d'Or next
yeah,
year and also places top 3 at TIFF, I'm calling it. I'm saying that's it. That's done. It's done. I'm going
yeah,
by that stat. I'm sticking by it. Because TIFF is more of like the audience mentality and Cannes is more of like the prestige mentality. So if all the Cannes people give it best film and the TIFF people give it best film, that means it's loved by everyone. So
What did the Flana film win?
that won at TIFF, so it has to place top 3. So Life
Okay,
of Chuck was number 1, Emilia Pérez was number 2, Honor was number 3, and I believe Parasite was number 2 that year. So as long as you place top 3, because they only give out the top 3 at TIFF. If you place top 3 at TIFF and you win the Palme d'Or, you're basically guaranteed.
but
an
Life
Oscar
of
award.
Chuck didn't win the Palme d'Or.
Well, I mean, I guess they could still bring it to Cannes. It's not too late. It's just I think their release date is May, maybe, and the Cannes Film Festival's in like May or June, so they would either need to shift their release date or whatever. But I don't know. Either way, still cool. Still a cool stat. But we do have to quickly just go over the precursors, just because we always do. In terms of next one in, there were only 3 films that were really in contention, I think, on most people's ballads. Obviously, Real Pain was kind of the big snub that people were surprised didn't get into the 10, just because it had gotten the PGA, the AFI, the NBR, Golden Globe. It was up for screenplay. It was going to win supporting actor. So people were like, yeah, no, it's definitely getting in. And it didn't. I think Searchlight just put all their eggs in Bob Dylan's basket. Sing Sing got some major misses at like Golden Globes and Critics' Choice. So it actually got in at Critics' Choice. It missed at PGA was the other big one. So Sing Sing fell off, was probably year number 12 or 13, as well as like September 5, which like kind of emerged as a late contender for some reason. I don't really like that film, but like PGA, it got a nomination for, and it got a screenplay. So people were like, maybe it's going to get Best Picture. It was just kind of a pipe dream. But what did get into Best Picture are these 10. Oh, we have like a chart we can actually be on screen for because it's a long chart this year. But yeah, as we see, I'm Still Here, the little engine that could this year, where it got international nominations, but this is for Best Picture. It didn't get a single Best Picture nod at any of these industry awards, but still ended up getting that Oscar nod. So that is just a pure passion pick. Fernando Torres led that film to a nomination. As for Anora, I mean, it won PGA and Critics' Choice, which was huge. Conclave won BAFTA. We see Nickel Boys get snubbed at PGA and BAFTA, still make it in, which is cool. Brutalist picks up the Globe win. Emilia Pérez picks up the Globe win. Otherwise, that's kind of your season. It was the same kind of like 8 or 9 films, and then like that last like 10th slot ended up going to I'm Still Here over A Real Pain and Sing Sing in September 5. So that was a really cool surprise there. Anything to note in terms of the precursors? Anything else to add, Chad?
No, I don't really think so. I think you're covered that.
I'm just looking at I'm Still Here, and I'm still just amazed. Like, did not get in a single.
Yeah, I mean, that was like one of the biggest surprises like ever. I think it's just like what.
Yeah, so cool. But what was not a surprise, and why this episode is not a year of the upset, because it wasn't an upset, was the Best Picture of the Year, which is going to be how we start this conversation tonight. 36 minutes in. These episodes always run long, don't worry. Strap in. But we are starting with the Best Picture of the Year, Chad. Let's talk about Anora.
All right, it's the greatest day of our lives. Anora, directed by Sean Baker, written by Sean Baker, cinematography by edited by Sean Baker, cinematography by Drew Daniels, music by Matthew Aaron Smith.
Imagine starring Sean Baker.
It's not Billy Bob Thornton and Sling Blade.
No.
Starring Mikey Madison, Mark Edelstein.
You
Edelstein.
You got it.
Yura Borisov. Karen. I'm gonna have so much trouble this episode. Karen Karigulian. Vachi Tavmasyan. Alexei Serebryakov. Daria Ekamasova. Lindsay Normington and Michael Sergio. Synopsis. A sex worker falls for the son of a wealthy Russian oligarch who disapproves of their sudden marriage.
Yes. So, the movie deemed the stripper movie by so many dumb people, only to find out that there was so much nuance below the surface. Yes, it's a stripper movie, but there's so much more. And I think that's kind of where we begin, because we've never talked about Sean Baker on this podcast. It's his first Best Picture nomination, obviously, but always been someone who's really been good at representing, the counterculture of America in a really fascinating way, with Tangerine, the trans community, and with Red Rocket, porn stars, retired porn stars. And then what was Florida Project? Another, like kind of a sex worker and her daughter, single mother in poverty, Florida. And, I just think he does such a great job at like trying to just capture this piece of American culture that is just never highlighted in movies, let alone movies that are romantic comedies and screwball comedies. And, it's taking something that would normally just be like maybe a documentary or a really like slice of life indie kind of slow burn hangout movie, and like bringing some real heft to it to make it something just so unique and so tonally different than anything you've seen before, which I think is why ultimately it did resonate with so many people. That's my very brief thoughts right now of Anora, but like, I'm so glad a movie like this was able to really break out, because very rarely do we see a movie like this. It's just so many different things all in one. It's hard to know where to start with this one,
Yeah. Honestly, like for me, I would start with like the characters, because I think this is what the movie does like perfectly. I think this is how like all movies should be written, is where you just give so much to all your main characters, and it just feels like all the characters are real, like even down to the henchman guy who's just there for backup to kind of make sure like they can stop the couple from engaging in this false marriage thing
Mhm.
and stuff. I'm talking, of course, about Igor,
Right. Who ends up
who
being the heart of the piece in a way
yeah,
too. And that's why honestly I'm glad he got that nomination, but it's almost like for people who hadn't seen the film yet, knowing he had a nomination, you pay attention to that character differently than you would
yeah,
have otherwise. Like I think when
yeah,
you don't have any sort of like idea at all that this character is even important, he very much feels, and that's the beauty of how we saw it, because we saw it before
yeah,
everyone started awarding it things except for the Palme d'Or. So all we knew was that the movie was good and Mikey Madison was great, but you have this character, like you said with Igor, that like you just think is a nothing character, but as the film's going on, by the end you're like, wait, no, he was there the whole time, and he was such an effective part of the emotional core of this thing. And that's why, like,
yeah,
honestly, I think some people aren't digging it as much if they're going into it as like, why is this guy nominated? And then as it goes, they're like, oh, okay. Like they're almost looking for it, which is like, oh, the surprise.
yeah,
The fun of this movie is the surprise. Like I would hate anyone to go into this movie not knowing what happens after the 40-minute mark. Like I really think that's
yeah.
what the power of this movie is that you're like, oh, this is not what I thought it was at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like, uh, I went into it knowing that, like, well, Mikey Madison's probably going to be great. I've heard that she's really great in the movie, and which is surprising on its face. Not that she's not a great actress, but to see her pivot from Scream to
Right.
that,
And Once
like,
Upon a Time in
whoa, like,
Hollywood, where she's like these bit
yeah,
part kind of zany character,
exactly,
quirky, and like she's a character in this for sure, but she's also got so much more in the text to work with also, but like she's just
yeah.
got so much more to show here, which is just so exciting.
Yeah, and to see her like pivot from that is just so exciting. It's almost like I don't want to say like I was gonna say like it's almost like anyone can like go from like kind of like a humble bit part, like you said, to something greater. Like she kind of showed how you do that. Although I do think it takes a lot of talent to do that, and I think
Oh
she
yeah.
specifically has that too. So it is hard to do, but I think she showed like the kind of the template to do it. So I knew that she was going to be great in it, but so I wasn't, like, super surprised by it. But I was like, "Wow, she is really great in this movie." But Yora totally surprised me. I didn't know who the guy was. I was like, "Is this guy, like, an actual actor?" Found out he's super famous in Russia,
Right.
but,
Yeah.
like
Very well known. What was the other? The one he was in, Compartment Number 6 from a few years ago was like a big breakout like
oh,
film that he was in. That that was one that was definitely in a lot of critics' top 10 lists. But he was still not even the lead of that. He was like kind of the second build in that movie too. So like this is his real big breakout in America at least. So
yeah,
it's like really cool to see him have this spotlight, and all of them. Like that's the thing is like this is such a great cast. Like it sucks that they only had to single one out because like
yeah,
my favorite of the supporting cast is Mark Adelstein, just because like I feel like, especially on rewatch, it's just so fun getting to see when he's actually truthful versus when he's convincing
mhm,
himself that he's in it for real, but also when he is trying to be a little bit more manipulative, but you don't always catch that on the first go. Like the fun of it for rewatching for me is seeing the parts where I'm like, oh wait, he's not being genuine there. Oh, there's something shady going on. Because the first time you watch it, at least me, as a little bit more of a naive theater goer who doesn't really read into things too deeply, like I thought it was genuine for a little while, this romance, and then only to realize it wasn't. Like it took me by surprise, just as it did the character. But then on rewatch, knowing it's not genuine, it just adds such a different light to the film because it makes it
yeah,
sadder in a way. Like because the first time it's this really big romp, crowd pleasing comedy. The second time it's like, oh man, girl, like please, oh no, like get away from the
yeah.
light, go, stop, fly away. And that's kind of why it's such a magical film as well.
Yeah, yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. Like, I can't stop talking about Yora just because like he surprised the shit out of me. But you're
Right.
right. It's like it wouldn't be a great movie if it was just that one performance. It's like so many different performances that are just fantastic and all come together. And I know like every person I talk to has some sort like all of the Anora boys. It's like, which one's your favorite? Kind of a deal. Like some people are like, I love Karen's performance because he's incredible too, and you
Yeah.
just don't expect any of these people to just be like the best thing on screen at any given time,
Yeah.
and just like being so hilarious and like you were saying, like it's a very sad movie in some ways. It's a very funny movie in a lot of ways, and it's just it's it kind of goes to something like you compared Anora to Parasite, where it's like, in their trajectory to win Best
Mm,
Picture,
mhm.
and how similar they are to that. But they're also similar in that they're about class,
Yeah.
and they're about the rich exploiting the poor, and just
Mhm.
saying like, because I watched like a video that did it so brilliantly, and I forgot the name of the persons. I can't shout them out, but the video was talking about how the positions of where people are sitting, like on the plane ride and stuff, and it's
Mhm.
about how the rich are sitting here and the poor are all sitting back, even though
Yeah,
they're like,
and, like, the couches. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
like they all kind of seem like they were in like different perspectives, but at the end of the day, it's just two totally, a huge divide between the rich and the poor, and stuff like that. So to see Anora swindled by these people to just don't give a shit about anybody, um is very sad, like you said. And it doesn't come to like a satisfying conclusion in the way that she almost like does at one point, where she's like, I'm gonna sue you for everything and stuff like that. And like you almost want to see that movie, or that movie.
Yeah. But that's the fair
Um,
version of this, and
that's
we're
the
getting the
fairy tale, and you get the reality.
right. We
Sean
get the
Baker
fairy tale
gives you
for
the
40
reality.
minutes. Yeah, we get
Yeah.
40 minutes of fairy tale, and then it's like, nope, nope, not that. Not she was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but this ain't Once Upon a Time in Brighton Beach,
Yeah.
And I think that's
And
that's a totally different movie. Yeah.
yeah, and the only like person who like actually really sees her is Igor, or
Hmm.
Igor. So I love those scenes between them, like that one scene with like Touche, and
Hmm.
just like
Yeah.
kind of have a heart to heart with
Hmm.
each other, and then
Well,
the final scene too.
yeah, I was gonna say what's so tragic about the final scene is also like I believe that he is genuine. I believe he actually cares about her, and
Yeah,
not in a romantic sense. Even like I never got that vibe. A lot of people are reading into it like they fall in love by the end. I'm like, no, but I do think it's one of those things where he actually does respect her as a human being. But
yeah,
to her, because all her life is being this property for the rich to
hmm,
spend their bills on for pleasure, she takes a kind gesture as a, well, now I have to reward him with this because that's
yeah,
how I'm trained to be. And like his kindness is not kindness. He's just trying to get in my pants, which is not the case. And you even see that in his acting in the end because he doesn't want it. He's in the moment at first because it's like, yeah, beautiful girl is doing this, but then it's like, no, wait. And he like pushes her away and then he like pulls her in as a hug because he realizes in that moment that's what she needs. She needs an actual friendly embrace. She's probably never had that. Even the women in her
yeah,
club, they're despicable. And like, yeah, she has a few friends in there, but one apple soils the batch or whatever because there's that awful diamond girl or whatever. I think that's her name,
yeah,
Diamond. I do think that's what's so perplexing about it is you've gone on this emotional ride. You've had this rom-com where it is that fairy tale of like, oh, I just love these two together. It's like you're almost vicariously living through it, whether you are the kind of irresponsible young boy or the girl who's with this really rich guy. Like it's a cool kind of wish fulfillment thing. And then it kind of takes that turn, and then it takes another turn to be like, no, this is the reality, the American dream kind of slapping you in the face, which is a really harrowing way to end it. And I think that's why it's your best picture of the year because it's like you would have never told me after the greatest day montage 40 minutes in with them standing on the balcony of their mansion that we were going to end with her sobbing in the lap of the henchman. It just, but
yeah,
that is why it's so good. And I just
yeah.
saw it fantastic. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. Uh, she has like a certain relationship to like sex and intimacy and stuff like that, and it's always like a transaction or
yeah.
something, like you said, like it's almost like she's property all the time.
Yeah.
And then in the end, when she actually gets a little bit of affection, she breaks down because that's what she needs, like
Yeah.
real, like true, genuine
Hmm.
affection.
Yeah.
And I just think that's like a testament to Sean Baker's like tender writing, and just like really giving these characters like I don't know, full actualization.
Hmm. Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
what I'm saying
no,
anymore.
what I love how you said earlier, I mean, it's like everyone has a favorite Anora boy, whether it's Karin, whether it's Yura, whether it's Mark, but it's also like she is still Anora. The movie lives by her. She is the one who is, and I compare this. This is actually a comparison I came up with 3 minutes ago, but it is the dream team, not even the dream team, but the Chicago Bulls team that was winning all those championships. you're watching a team that is one of the best assembled teams ever, where every single ball in every single hand, it's the best dribble, the best shot you've ever seen. Dennis Rodman, Scottie Pippen, these all-stars. But Michael Jordan is still the anchor. It's like you see Ura, he's dribbling the basketball, he throws it over to Mark, he throws it over to Karen. They bounce it off of each other so well. And Mark is less involved in that dynamic because he's a little bit more separate. He's the one they're looking for. But all those different guys, there's no guy outshining the others. They're all working in such great harmony. You might have your favorite, but like no one's stealing the thunder from another person. It's more like they're just passing the ball around. But at the end of the day, she's still Michael Jordan. She's coming for the gold. She's coming for the slam dunk because in the end of the day, that's where the emotional investment is. Like we get a lot of emotional investment by the end with Igor, but like from the get-go, we're emotionally invested in her because she's so relatable. She's so well performed. As someone who's from this area, you go to Brighton Beach, she has the accent nailed, and that's something that also has not gone said as enough as it should be. She went to years of extensive pole dancing, sex work training, obviously not sex work training, but like learning how those girls move, learning how they dance, learning how they give lap dances, also learning the accent, which is a very articulate accent. And I think that's just what's so compelling, is that she's able to get all those emotional beats while also doing the impressive accent and the impressive physicality. And just like it's just such a athletic and commanding performance that, like, yes, you have your favorite boys and your favorite supporting performance, but like if she is not at her A game the entire time, there's nothing for those guys to work with. And I think that's what's so beautiful, is that it's such a great ensemble effort. So for it not to win SAG Ensemble, I was definitely bummed, because we'll talk about that film later, but I do think this is just the perfect ensemble, not just in the casting, but the way they work together. And that's what this film is. It's about kind of this unconventional community of people huddled in a car together that kind of forms some odd kinship. Even, what's his name? Toros. Even by the end, he has a little bit of a like bittersweet farewell with her. It is really cool to see how all of them change because of this one person.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you can see that whole thing where they have like this like camaraderie as a cast, like where they sort of became friends.
You see it at the awards too.
Yeah, and like because I've been watching like talk shows and stuff with them or with Mikey, and she was talking about how they went on like a retreat together, and like we're doing like fun stuff like that, like just traveling together and whatnot. And then you can also see it like you were talking about, like everyone's great, but Mikey's like the commanding presence. Like she is that performer in that movie. That's why she won Best Actress. Is that when you watch interviews with is it Mark Edelstein?
Mark Edelstein, yep.
Mark Edelstein, and with Mark and Ura, and they talk about Mikey, it's almost like they're kind of like bowing to her. They're like, we love her. She's the best. like she's the reason this whole happened, basically, So
beautiful film. I mean, we could also talk about the technicals. Like, I think it wins Best Editing, which is not a
go on.
I know. I was gonna say it's not a very like traditionally like editing winner type movie. It's not a lot of cuts, a lot of things, but there's some great montages. We've kind of brought up the Greatest Day song, but just the way it's utilized. I mean, that whole montage where they're getting married in Vegas is some of the best montaging ever with the song, but also just the performances, the action. And then like that whole Home Invasion, which is 40 minutes long, it's a 40-minute scene, but it moves because of the editing. And that's where like you don't have to be Dune to be a like very technically stylized film. Even the cinematography in this is gorgeous. I mean, those shots of Brighton Beach with the sunlight, the natural lighting. I mean, like I've loved the aesthetics of Sean Baker's films for so long. So it's cool to see him get his due, not just as a writer, not just as a director, but like give him an editing nomination, get him an editing win, because he is also doing things technically with this movie that most people would not even think about.
Yeah. I mean, he's like a true auteur. Like he has a vision, and he sees it through. He's doing it guerrilla style. He's like, I don't even know if he's getting. Sometimes I don't know if he's even getting like licenses to do what he's doing. But no, I'm just kidding. He does. I'm sure he does. I think even when he was shooting Tangerine on an iPhone, he's like, I'm treating this like a real film set.
Right.
And,
the one time he didn't was, I think, the ending of Florida Project, because I doubt he got the rights for that. But in the way he made that work to
Disney.
His advantage. He made that very cool. I mean, I got to go back and watch his filmography, because I've said like this is his masterwork. But I'm thinking, I'm like, have I just been lower on the others than I should be? Like, should I watch Florida Project again? Because he probably has made a bunch of masterpieces. Yeah.
There's stuff before Tangerine that he's made that I
Right.
haven't even seen, like
Yeah, like Prince
Starlet
of
and stuff.
Broadway, and yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. So,
Um,
fantastic.
but yeah, and honestly, we talked a lot about Anora, and we're moving on, but we haven't even like talked much about the comedy, and there's a lot in it.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
so much great stuff in this
Mhm.
movie. Definitely watch it. It deserved Best Picture, and I love it.
Yeah. Anora wins 5 out of 6. It only gets 6, but it wins 5 of them. And the only one it lost is because Kieran Culkin's undeniable the last 4 years in awards shows. But
Yep.
Anora, nominated for 5 or 6, wins picture, director for Sean Baker, actress for Mikey Madison, original screenplay for Sean Baker, film editing for Sean Baker, and of course, supporting actor is nominated Yora Borisov. So very, very cool. Yeah. So if you guys want to skip ahead to the Complete Unknown talk, you can skip 2 hours because we're about to take 2 hours to talk about the Brutalist. There'll be an intermission about the 2-hour mark. So come back. I'm kidding. No, we're gonna have probably the briefest discussion possible about a 3.5-hour movie as we can have, which is not to say it will be short, but how to talk about this, Chad? Let's talk about it. The Brutalist. Chad, take it away.
Yeah, you're gonna get like in the middle, you'll get like an old timey picture of me and Dylan standing in front of a church.
Right.
All right, The Brutalist, directed by Brady Corbet, written by Brady Corbet and Mona Fastvold, cinematography by Lowell Crawley, music by Daniel Bloomberg, starring Adrian Brody, Felicity Jones, Guy Pearce, Joe Alwyn, Raffi Cassidy, Stacey Martin, and Alessandra Nivola. A very, very small cast for like this huge movie.
Right.
A very small budget for this huge movie. Synopsis: a Hungarian Jewish architect who survived the Holocaust journeys to America to start a new life, but struggles to achieve the American dream.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. $9.6 million budget. Grosses 41.5 million. That's quadrupling its budget, including all the extra money they would get probably by A24 when they picked it up to distribute it. But this is like, if you want to talk about just like praising a film that just took advantage of every penny, this is what I would look at. This is the film where I would be like, this is the example A of you can create anything with nothing. Because this film, if you were to put all of them side by side and said, what do you think is the most expensive film? I'd probably say Dune. And then if you ask what the second most expensive film is, I would say this. And I would be wrong because this is probably, I don't know if I haven't looked at all the numbers, probably one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest films of this bunch. And yet it feels so expensive in the way it utilizes the production design, building literal concrete temples and churches and giant community centers, just the use of the old-fashioned film stock, which I'm sure Chad you'll talk about going to see this in projection, but also just getting these big stars like Adrian Brody, who won an Oscar as the youngest Best Actor winner way back in 2002. Like it's just such a cool. It's just a cool thing that exists. Like I'm just like in awe
Yeah.
that this thing is something we could talk about, which is just amazing. But Chad, what are your thoughts on the Brutalist?
Well, yeah, talking about like budgets. I mean, going back to Sean Baker and Anora, he's gonna do it on a budget.
Right.
That was I looked it up, $6 million.
Okay.
But
So that was cheaper, but still, I mean, not
cheaper,
as
but in like
expensive as
comparison,
right. If you go
The
by minute,
Brutalist,
yeah.
yeah, The Brutalist is a lot longer and it's a lot bigger just in scope. Crossing like a lifetime, decades and stuff of like someone's life and whatnot. But
Mhm.
just like, I don't know. It's just like I didn't know like kind of what to expect from this movie. I didn't even really know that much about it going in. I just knew like who was in it, and that was actually about it. And the Vox Lux guy made it.
Mhm. Who's
So and
also the Mysterious Skin? What's the other one he's in? The Michael
Funny
Haneke Funny
Games
Games.
remake.
Yeah, is he in
Yeah,
Donnie Darko too, or no?
I don't think so.
No, he's not. But he's in one of those movies around that time. But yeah, like similar vibe. Like was just like a teen star or
Mhm.
whatever, or like young adult star. And then yeah, it's just now like
Yeah.
making these 3.5 hour epics with like the first intermission I've seen in a Best Picture nominee in years, decades. Let alone
Yeah.
filming on a VistaVision for the first time in decades, a near century. Like
Yeah,
crazy shit,
and
man.
and I went from not even knowing if I was going to be able to see it and see it in the theater to you convincing me to go see it in 35 millimeter. Was it 35 millimeter? That's
Was that
70,
35 or
right?
70? But either way, like
I think it was 70
for
actually.
years you've been like, are you really going to be able to tell the difference? And I don't know what the answer is because I haven't actually asked you, but like I would always be like, no, like there's something about watching something on film. You get the grain, you get the texture. It almost feels like fuzzy in a way, but like warm and fuzzy. And it gives it this like kind of stature and feel and presence. And I'm curious because like
Mhm.
you can say otherwise, but I'm wondering if you had that experience where you were like noticeably recognizing the difference, having seen something for the first time in like obviously a while because they used to project things all the time back when we were kids. But
Yeah.
like in terms of like recently, I mean, you don't see a lot of films on film. How did that experience go for you? I mean, what did you think of that?
Yeah, like I mean, I don't think it was like the placebo effect. I'm pretty sure I did notice a
Hmm.
difference. It's one of those things to where I don't know, like I feel like it's almost sad because I don't know how many times I'm gonna be able to make it down to Silver Spring to watch things
Hmm.
projected like that, and it's not like they don't do it everywhere.
Right.
But it is one of those things where I do like I love I prefer vinyl over a CD
Hmm.
and
Because there's
or an
that crackle,
MP3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's it's like a real kind of sounding.
Hmm.
And so now I definitely understand because like you even like thinking about like VHS and whatnot over uh um VHS over like a DVD. It's like look, the digital is more perfect.
Yeah, it's
It's like a
crisper.
more perfect, but like it doesn't feel as real and natural kind of. It's almost like the film or like a vinyl pressing for music feels a little bit more like full
Hmm.
because it's like an actual thing instead of a copy of a thing,
Right. And especially
which
when you're going back to like old vinyls like Abbey Road and all these like Zeppelin albums and stuff, like you want to also kind of transport to the time in a way, and like a way
yeah,
that like there's a reason people are like this feels like The Godfather, not because like I'll be honest, I don't think it's at the quality of The Godfather. I'll be completely honest with that. But I think in terms of the style and the time period, like watching this on like a projection on film does give it a quality that like watching it digitally probably wouldn't give the same effect for. And that is kind of putting you in a time and place as well, and almost being able to give you that physical transportation out of the theater to kind of feel like you're almost stepping back in time in a way, which I've always found cool, especially if you're close enough
yeah.
to really see all the little like cigarette burns in the film and stuff like that. You know.
I mean, I definitely agree. I mean, like, when I watch, because I know, like, I'm a big Mike Flanagan fan. I've already mentioned him in here once before. But like looking at something like Ouija Origin of Evil, that's a movie where it takes place in the 70s, and then they make sure to like create little like pops to
Yeah.
make it like feel like you're watching a thing. And this one, if you're watching it in film, you might actually see one of those things
Right.
that's like, like an imperfection, but
Yeah.
it's actually like the imperfection makes it kind of cooler
Mhm.
because
And
it's
sometimes people will film it on film and then just transfer to digital for like distribution sake. Like if you were to
yeah,
see the Brutalist in normal theaters, it's still going to be a digital file, but it's still also going to have that grain because it was shot in film. So even that is awesome that you still at least have films being shot in this way. Because even like VistaVision, like we're talking about, like has not been used since like the 60s because that was just the old way
yeah.
of doing things. And they're like, we found a better way. But he's like, why do we need a better way? But anyway, what do you think of like the movie itself though? Like some of the themes and the characters. I mean, obviously we talked about the distribution, the presentation, but and the budget. But what do you think of the Brutalist? It's dense.
Yeah,
It's a lot to think about. But
it is. It's just one of those things where like I love the presentation of it. Like I love how they did the credits. I love
Mhm.
how they did transitions of things like the
Intermission,
score.
score,
The
yeah.
intermission, the score is like one of the best things that I've
Mhm.
just heard in a long time.
Yeah.
It just like really because you get a scene of like them like exchanging letters, Felicity and Brody,
Mhm.
Jones and Brody. And then you get him kind of like running and you don't really know like what's going on, like where he
Yeah,
even
because it's very
is.
close up too. You don't understand
Yeah,
where he is, like you said. Yeah.
and perspective. You don't get a
Mhm.
really a sense of that, and then you finally see where he's at, and it's him arriving in America, and you get to see the upside down shot of the
Yo.
Statue of Liberty with the brum, 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 score, and it's just like, oh my god, this is epic.
as someone who despised the best score that won a few years ago for All Quiet on the Western Front, I was
All
so
right.
happy because I heard everyone was like, "Wait till you hear the horns in this thing." I was like, "Oh, Chad and I are gonna hate this," and then I saw it. I was like, "Oh," because like the good
Beautiful.
thing is I saw this. I think a week or two before a trailer dropped for it because it got picked up. I think late at either Venice or something with A24 to where like we knew it was getting distributed by A24, but they hadn't put a trailer together yet. So I'm watching it. So the thing is the trailer has this shot, but this is a shot if you don't know it's coming, like when you see that shot, because it's like so basic, it's like
Yeah.
you would think someone's thought of this already, but just the fact that it's an upside down Statue of Liberty shows you everything you need to know. Is that
Yeah.
his life is not as it seems. It's a disfigurement. It's a disillusion. The American dream is upside down. Like it's very blatant. Like it's like that's what the theme of the movie is going to be. Like the whole world upside down for this immigrant American dream. But like I'm okay with it because it's such an epic like way to introduce this film and give it that sense of grandeur that it needs.
Yeah, it's like in like one shot, like you get because the music, the score itself is like kind of hopeful and inspirational. Like
Mhm.
it's epic. You're in America now.
Mhm. It's got that
Like you have
patriotic. Ba-da-dum, yeah.
opportunity is here. You just came from one of the most horrific things that humanity's ever faced, and now you're here in a land of opportunity, and maybe you can make something of that.
Mhm.
And you get to see like the story of him trying to do just that, while also suffering still from the pains of what he's experienced, being separated from his wife for such a long time.
And being an addict,
Um,
which is like something that I don't even think you needed to add to this film, but like it adds just even more to like the fact that this guy's just so
yeah.
he's dealing with a lot.
Yeah, and just the fact that like, and you kind of hear about this, like, not just from like, people from like the Holocaust and stuff like that, but just like immigrants in general who come from a place where they were something, and then they have to come here only to start from the ground, the very bottom, and build themselves back up. It's not like they can come here. Sometimes maybe I guess if you come as like a work visa and you can be that thing, but a lot of people come here and they're not respected. They're not seen as like the doctor, the big famous architect who's made all these buildings in Hungary. But you're just like a lowly like furniture guy or whatever.
Mhm.
And then to see him kind of like start to build himself up and make friendships and whatnot is good. But then like you start to slowly see him start to get like what do you call it, exploited by this big like rich Guy Pearce
Mhm.
guy who is one hell of a character.
Comes
The
in
way
like a
he's
freaking wrecking
introduced.
ball. Yeah, like literally Miley Cyrus like swinging in with the wrecking ball, like fully like whoa. Like I was like, oh my gosh. Just such a presence. I don't even know if you see his face at first. It's just kind of this figure just comes in frame and just starts screaming. But I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, talk about making a presence known. Like all these characters have iconic introductions. Like even Felicity Jones, you hear her voice throughout, but then when you finally see her, like it's this big arrival. It's like after the bathroom break and you're back in your seat and you see her come up and you think it's going to be another like huge reveal, but then she's like in a wheelchair and it's like that kind of stark realization that like she's been going through so much shit and this person you've
Mhm.
been like you're like, oh my god, we're gonna see her, and then it's like, oh my gosh, like what happened. I just love how this plays with expectation of perfection and how that can easily crumble in a second. I just
Yeah.
think that's just such a stark realization for so many people when they come here thinking, I'm gonna start from the ground up, but like land of opportunity, baby, and then it's like yikes.
Yeah, and to see like how people in America, just like in other parts of the world, I'm sure, were just so completely divorced from those atrocities that they got like so many questions, and a lot of them are inappropriate, and they just like don't really understand like what people are going through. So, and sorry to get political again, but it's almost like what just happened in the Oval Office
Right.
with Zelensky and Trump, where it's like them saying like you need to be respectful when you come into the Oval Office. Like, do you know what this guy has been through?
Yeah. Which
Like
first off, he was, but like, yeah, you don't want
he
to.
definitely was. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I'm not
And
saying
it's
he
like one of those
wasn't,
things
but
where it's like, even if he wasn't, like, Yeah, exactly. Like he's
Yeah,
been through
what
shit. He's a war president, like in the middle of a war, and it's like, yeah, you're not coming in there like, oh my god, thank you so much for having me, Willy Wonka. Let's eat some chocolate. Like
exactly.
it's not.
Yeah,
You
right.
really want him to be like that? Like you really think anyone's gonna be like that after what they've been going through? Really?
Yeah, so
Yeesh.
it's just a very big mirror of
Yeah.
this movie and like what's going on. And that's not the this isn't the last film of the slate that kind of mirrors things that are happening right now.
Right.
Which is very sad and scary. But yeah,
Yeah.
still going on to this movie. Yeah, I just love like to see like the things that he creates. Like he creates the beautiful like open concept, library,
I
which is so
love that
cool
set
with
piece.
this
Beautiful.
the sky,
The windows
what
and
is it, the
shutters that all
moon?
close at once. Oh my gosh.
Mhm. And, like, the
Fantastic.
simple, like, chair in the middle,
Mhm.
and then, you go to see, like, them, like, wanting him to, like, erect this, like, really
Community center. Yeah.
ambitious building,
Mhm.
and I heard, like, people kind of comparing it to it's almost like he's building like something that he would have been kept in the Holocaust. Like he's
Right.
building like these cold rooms and
Yeah, it's almost like he's using that as like his fuel to kind of raise awareness, but then, because he's doing it under the guise of someone who is just so in it for himself, they don't care about all the creativity and the licensing. They're just thinking about the practical nature of it. How much does it cost? Can it look like this for me? Can it have this in it for me? And the artist is like, wait, but like I want to bring this to it. And it's like, no, but like I'm paying you for it. So this is what I want. And it's like, oh my gosh, like that's life, like, oh
yeah,
my gosh, how many artists are so dictated by studios to make what they don't want to make, even though the studio
yeah,
dictates it. Like it's such an on the nose thing, but it's also one that's like still something that needs to be talked about, obviously, because it's still happening. So is it on the nose or is it necessary? But it's both. That's just
yeah.
wild. And that epilogue too.
Um,
I mean, I know we're jumping the end, but like, what do you think of the epilogue? Because that one, that was a striking one.
well, I was actually just yeah, I was gonna like ask that. I had like 3 questions I was gonna ask
Okay.
you,
Because
but
I still have questions too, so it's okay.
you you pointing to the epilogue to me first, like actually points to one of them, which is the like kind of wild ending with Felicity Jones, and
Mm,
then jumping right from that to the epilogue, where
mhm.
it's like the ending of her, and that also pivots to the other thing, the sexual assault.
Yeah. Yeah, a
So
lot
you have
happens in the second half, yeah.
the sexual assault, and then you have she almost dies, and then
Right,
you
from an
have
overdose
yep,
after she's complaining because she's sick, which she's already dealt with before we even met her, and she's having an
yeah,
overdose because he gives her heroin to help with it because that's what helps him.
mhm.
Almost dies, but then she confronts
Well,
Guy Pearce. He disappears.
because they've all had like kind of like neglected health stuff from this atrocity in Hungary, wherever Germany, wherever they're actually coming
Yeah.
from. The
Hungarian
neglect,
Jewish, yeah, Hungary.
yeah. So like, but like her health was like neglected. So
Mhm.
it just if I don't know what I'm getting at with that, but I'll skip to the epilogue. You asked me about the epilogue because it skips to that because it jumps from her like not he did it,
Right, but
but like accusing him and
bringing it to
asking
light, yeah.
why, bringing it to light, and then her being dragged out, and then him running away, and then cut to years later. Well, you is that after that you get to see like the kind of the tour of the place that was being created,
Kinda, yeah, it's almost
kind
like
of a
there's almost like a
search for
search
him.
first. Yeah, it's like a search montage, which transitions into the artifact, like the museum thing, years and years later, where
Which
Adrian Brody is an
like
old man. Yeah,
which is interesting because well, I don't even think you see him as an old man, right?
you do, you do.
Oh, you
Yeah,
do?
yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. But
I
he,
must not
but
have
but but
noticed.
he's not able to speak, because he's either so
Mm,
old or his drugs just effed him up and his life up, and he
almost
just
like another movie that
right.
that jump
Yes,
cuts to the
yes, yes,
future
yes.
that we'll talk about.
But the thing with
Um,
epilogue is also like kind of that same idea of like artists not having control of their art and not letting their voice shine through. And then at the end, years and years later, oh yeah, like this artist did this and did that and did this because he suffered, and he's like bringing it all to his art, and like he wants to speak so badly and like talk about his art, but he can't. And it's that whole idea
Yeah.
as well of like how we exhibit art, and how we kind of take the art out of the artist's hands and like try to make up our own assumptions about things when maybe that's not the case. And maybe it is the journey, not the destination, although he
Yeah.
lived his whole life thinking it was the other way around. Like, I don't know, I'm still grasping this like this epilogue only because it is so dense, and it is so jarring. That's why I asked you about it,
Were,
'cause I'm like, I'm still wrapping my head around it.
were you able to watch this more than once?
Yeah, so I got to see this. I watched. So I actually watched all of these like within the last 5 days, just because I like
Okay.
to do that
Okay.
right before the
'Cause I've
Oscars.
only
So
seen it once, and
yeah,
so I haven't seen this
right.
in a couple months, I feel
Right.
like.
But I did watch the
Um,
second because I watch them alphabetically. So it is the least fresh on my brain. Because even Anora I've seen 3 times, so that's much fresher. But like this one, I've only seen it twice, and I'm still like, ugh, like I'm still
yeah,
trying to wrap my head around it. Yeah.
I can't, even though it's like a 3.5 hour movie, I can't wait to rewatch it,
Right.
whenever I can like get it on Blu-ray or something. Cause yeah, it does move pretty quick. And then, but yeah, I think you explained probably like what the ending is, or the epilogue is.
Hmm.
But it is such a like stark like jump cut from that moment, like, which is a pretty big moment of her standing up for herself and her husband, to the epilogue, where you're like, whoa, okay, because like I know it's like 3.5 hours, but sometimes you don't know like where you are, if you're
Hmm.
close to the end or not, and then
Right.
it
It
just
almost
goes.
feels like throughout you're like, this is really long. Like we got a long way to go. But then when you get to the end, you're like, wait, no, we need so much more. Yet it's three and a
Yeah,
half hours, but you feel still like you. That's kind of how I felt with Killers of the Flower Moon too, where it's like the ending comes, and you're like, wait, we're already at the end. Oh no, wait, I wanted to know so much more. Like Lily Gladstone
right,
finally got away from Leo. I want to see what happens next for her. This is kind of the same thing. It's like, oh, Felicity Jones finally stood up to him. What happens next? We don't get that. And what happens
exactly.
next is seeing the sad old man in a chair being told by his daughter that like, yeah, or niece, like, oh yeah, my uncle always said it's the destination, not the journey. He went through a hard time, but now we're here. And then you could see that regret on his face. That's like, no, like that was what I was fed. That's what I was forced to believe. But no, it is the journey. It is the hard work. I want to be acknowledged for my hard work. I don't want to ignore years of Jewish suffering, because if we ignore it, it's bound to happen again. And then it becomes
Yeah.
this whole big piece on anti-Semitism, which is also brilliant. But that's what I took from it on the second watch. But I'm still, again, still cracking it because it's so dense. The whole film is so dense, but especially the
Yeah,
end.
I wish I had that second watch to really like
Yeah.
dive into it a little bit more.
Mm.
But the other thing I wanted to bring up that we haven't talked about, is what are your thoughts on Joe Alwyn being a
Okay. I
being
thought you were gonna bring up
being
the freaking AI shit, which I'm
no,
not gonna
no,
bring
no,
up
no.
because listen,
I don't care
it
about
came.
that.
I was gonna say it's not generative AI. They're not creating
Right.
art with AI. It's AI as a tool to edit the art they already have.
Yeah.
And in this case, you can't get someone to make Hungarian language sound more accurate unless you have just like a computer do it. Um, Last I'll say on that, because it also applies to Complete Unknown. It also applies to Emilia Perez. It's not the only movie doing it. All right. And
Exactly.
everyone who's
And
like, Adrian Brody doesn't deserve the Oscar because he had AI alter his voice. So did Timothy Chalamet. So who do you want to win?
right.
Coleman Domingo, who had no shot? Come on. I would love Coleman to win, but you know what I mean. Like, I think that is a
Yeah,
bullshit argument. It's obviously something to address going forward. Maybe we can try to find other
definitely.
tools,
Yeah, yeah,
but like also $9.6 million. You use AI to help alter a Hungarian. He said e instead of eh. Like, guys, come on.
yeah.
There's bigger things.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah, I mean, like I said, because I did say I don't care about that, and I wanted to clarify. I do care about like AI's use in
Right.
Hollywood
Yes.
and
We have to
film
be
and stuff like
mindful.
that. As
Yeah.
far as it's not like overstepping, but like if someone's just using it for like a tiny little thing like that, is it necessary? I don't think so. I don't think most people are gonna know or care what if it's like perfectly Hungarian or
Yeah.
not. But
The
it's
only
like one of
people who
those where
care are
it's
like 10 Hungarians who watch this,
10 Hungarians and like the filmmaker who's like, I want it perfect,
Yeah.
kind of a deal. So it's
Little
like,
chip on his
let
shoulder.
him let him do his thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is
But
what it
Joe
is. It's
Alwyn, you were
not
saying, yeah, T Swift's ex.
Joe. How do you feel about Taylor Swift's ex being a really good creep in this movie? Do you think like it kind of like persists like into like who Joe Alwyn is a person,
See,
or is it just a really good performance?
I mean, it's a really good performance, I think. Because we've seen him be kind of not that. I mean, he's a little bit pathetic in The Favorite, even though he's not like a villain in that movie.
Mhm.
Because he's like the male lead in that. So like, I mean, and Billy Lynn's Long Halftime Walk, he's totally not a villain. So like, I've seen him not play a villain, so I don't think that's who he is. I also am not as tapped into that Taylor Swift fandom to know exactly what he did. I just thought it was like we've been together forever. It's not going anywhere. It's time. Like, I didn't think he did
Yeah.
anything really. I mean, Kelsey might be watching this and might correct me. I don't know. Carrie might be walking around somewhere behind you and correct me. I don't know. But I always thought he was like a fine guy. It's just they didn't work out, and like that's
Yeah.
it. Like I don't know, but he's great. I think he's great. I think you need to hate him, and you do.
Yeah. Oh,
Whether
yeah.
you're a Swiftie
I
fan
mean,
or not. Like, I think he does a great job.
it's sorry for any. Well, I guess I'm not sorry, but it's Trump and his sons, right?
Yeah, no, the
So
moment that I literally went, "This is Don Jr." is when she's accusing him of rape and his son is yelling at her. He's not yelling at her. He doesn't say a word. And I think that is so telling. He is sitting there because I think he has guilt. Because I think he didn't think he would ever come back around because he thought, I have the power. I'm not gonna come back to bite me. In that moment, though, I genuinely think he is trembling in his boots, but his son is like, "How dare you come in here and say it's." I hate to say it, it's JD Vance yelling at
it
whatever
is. I was just
Zelensky
thinking the same
while
thing.
Trump is sitting
Zelensky,
there.
yeah.
It's like it's JD Vance as a little yapping little Yorkie Terrier yapping at this guy trying to stick up to his big honcho boss. It is exactly that, and I think that is why Joe Alwyn. Listen, I've talked to many people who say obviously Guy Pearce is the highlight of the supporting roles. I think it would probably be Felicity Jones. On this rewatch, I was seriously considering Joe Alwyn. I know Matt Chapman says it's Alessandro Nivola. That's the thing, small ensemble, but every single person does so well in their role.
Oh yeah.
And like Alessandro Nivola is someone you forget is even by the end was even a part of it. But then when you rewatch, you're like, no, he's the first 50 minutes of the movie, and he's so good.
He feels like
that
such
library,
a small part because like he goes to a point and then it stops. He's no longer there.
Right.
So
Yeah, and it's the inverse of Felicity Jones, where after watching, I'm like, how did people think this was a small part? And then when you're watching it again, you're like, oh yeah, we still haven't gotten to her. Like, she's not in any of this movie. But then when you end the movie, you're like, no, she was in so much of that. She's in
such
2
a good
hours of it.
presence. Yeah,
I think it's just because runtime. It really is just a matter
crazy.
of yeah. Crazy.
Definitely.
Anything else on the Brutalist though, Chad? I know it's dense, but we can go 2 more hours if you need.
I mean, it's. I mean, that's the thing is like I think you can sum up a lot of the interesting, like a lot of the plot pretty quickly, but then you just want, like, we started talking about like the technicals and then just like gushing about that, and then just kind of like all I want to talk about, like, did you see that one shot?
Right.
Like the one shot with the sparks flying up that ended up being the poster.
Right, and then you see them making that shot, and it's like you wouldn't even tell because of the lighting that it was filmed in that. So it's almost like looks like a garage, and like it's very
Yeah.
interesting. And that's something being on a film set. I realized like there's a shot in Band on the Run. If a plug, go watch Band on the Run later this year, hopefully. But
I want to.
there is a shot of like the two main characters sitting during the sunset. The sun had set 2 hours before we got to the set when we needed to film it. We were behind schedule, and for that shot, we needed a sunset. So we're like, what are we gonna do? And we basically, like, the way we positioned the lights, it looked like it was a sunset. I, having seen it on set, I was like, no, we're in pitch blackness right now. You're just shining a few lights. But watching that movie, I'm like, they are on the Mississippi River at sunset. It's crazy. And that's just like kind of just having seen it. I'm like, I have so much respect for cinematographers because lighting
Yeah.
a movie is so freaking hard. Because
Dude.
it's not just getting the shots. You can get the shots with your iPhone. It's lighting the shots. It's making sure. I mean, we spent like about 15 minutes before we even started making sure Chad's lighting was great and my lighting was great because like lighting is very important and it's something that I
Yeah.
don't think a lot of people think about when making movies. So I just think that's something worth noting, especially big studio blockbusters. Like they just think, oh, green screen, fine, you don't need lighting. I'm like, no, like you even need more because now you got to compensate for an artificial background where you have to produce the source of light and the shadows around it. Here, it's like you got to figure out where the source of light's going to be, and then you just got to frame it in a way that all the colors work together. But I can go on and on about the technicals.
Don't even get a cinematographer started on like apertures and types of lenses. Have you ever read like a cinematographer like talk about it? I'm like,
Oh, I've
what?
seen it. My cinematographer Brandon Keller, if you're listening, yeah, just genius. They are geniuses. They are so smart. Even editing, I feel like you could figure it out. Like you could be like, all right, like let's cut to this next shot. Cinematography, if you don't know what you're doing, like no disaster.
It's a science for real.
Absolutely. Cool. Well, The Brutalist, 10 nominations, only wins 3, but still, I mean, big
Yeah.
3. As we said, cinematography, as we said, original score for LOL Crawley. And then obviously, or no, cinematography was LOL Crawley.
Yeah.
Music was Daniel
Daniel
Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.
And then best actor, obviously, Adrian Brody, with a speech that's longer than the movie. And then it's also nominated for best picture, best director for Brady Corbet, best supporting actors for Phyllis C. Jones, supporting actor for Guy Pearce, original screenplay, film editing, and production design. Before Vox Lux, you would have said Brady Corbet was a complete unknown, but now he is a bona fide directorial star. But you know who else was a complete unknown way back when, Chad? Bob Dylan. And oh, have the times they ever changed. Let's talk about a complete unknown, Chad.
Definitely. A Complete Unknown, directed by James Mangold, written by James Mangold and Jay Cox. Cinematography by Phaedon Papamichael, starring Timothy Chalamet, Edward Norton, Elle Fanning, Monica Barbaro, Boyd Holbrook, Dan Fogler, Norbert Leo Butts, William Harrison, Scoot McNairy, and PJ Byrne. Synopsis: the rise of the voice of a generation, named Bob Dylan, leads to a resurgence of folk music and progression of music as a whole, based on Dylan Goes Electric by Elijah Walls.
Sorry, I just went electric. Yeah, I mean, it's in my name. Bob Dylan. I love Bob Dylan. I'm not named after him. I'm named after the 90210 Dylan, Luke Perry, but still. Dylan means a lot for me. Bob Dylan. Obviously, his music means a lot because everyone else says, do you like Bob Dylan? And if you're a kid who's named Dylan who says no, they're all like, why? So you say yes, and then like, what's your favorite song? And then you say, oh shit. And then you go listen to a lot of Bob Dylan, and then you become hooked and obsessed, and then they make a movie 10 years later with Timothy Chalamet, and you're like, yes! That's my story. Chad,
Very
what do you think of
specific.
Complete Unknown?
This, from like what I think I know about how you feel about this movie, this might be like a pretty good divide between us for
Uh-oh.
the first time in the episode. I
Oh, you hate
really
this, don't you?
like. I really like it.
Okay. Not
Oh,
divide.
maybe you
Not
really
divide.
like it too. Cool. I think I think a Complete
I
Unknown
don't. I'll say I don't dislike any of these films. There's one film that I
Oh.
don't love, but I at least can like. I
appreciate.
get. I can
some
appreciate
stuff.
elements of it. I will
Interesting,
never forget
okay.
it. But like, no, I don't think any of these films are bad. Like all these films got thumbs up for me except for one, and this is not the one. I'll just say
Gotcha.
it.
Yeah, I think we might get into kind of like a conversation about like just biopics in general, because we, like that's what we talked about last year with Maestro, and talking about how some of them like Maestro and Rocket Man can be like very different and like unique, and like you're making something different. Doesn't always mean that everyone's gonna like it. Like I
Right.
didn't love Maestro, even though I agreed that like, you know, when you talked about how different it was and like how it like did this, and how you
Unconventional.
could
Yeah.
see that from like a Leonard Bernstein fan like perspective, and then you're just like saw a completely different movie than I did. But then looking at something that is more conventional, I would say this is more of a conventional biopic,
Oh yeah.
because I think that's what Mangold makes,
Right.
is
Yeah.
like
He's a
walk the
director for
line.
hire. He's not an auteur. He's like the guy you get if you want a just sturdy filmmaker who knows how to work a camera, especially in a tight time, because this was a quick turnaround. I think they announced the film and then it was in theaters a year later. I remember when they announced it was coming out, it was a surprise. We were like, wait, this is coming out in December? Oh shoot, okay, this is going to be Searchlight's play for the Oscar, because we spent months being like, is Real Pain really going to be Searchlight's pick? I guess it's gonna be, right? Because Night Bitch is not gonna be it. Kinds of Kindness is not gonna be it. And then they announced this in like July, and we're like, oh, it's coming to December, and we're like, all right, there you go. That's Searchlight's nominee, because Searchlight always has a nominee. There you go. That's how it was such a quick turnaround that like I think you need someone like James Mangold, who's just like a sturdy journeyman who could just go right in there and do his thing and get you a movie in like a month, you know?
Because I know that they were like, he wasn't signed on for like the long haul, because I know that Timothy Chalamet was working on it for like
Right.
5 years.
Right. I actually think he was announced in 2020, James Mangold. So he has been with it for a little longer. And I guess Timothy Chalamet had been preparing for a while before he announced in 2022 he was doing it. So I feel like Mangold has been attached for longer, but he doesn't have, I guess he does have writing credits. So I guess he helped
Yeah.
Jay Cox write the script. So maybe Mangold is a little bit more directly involved than usual. than he
That's
usually.
what I was thinking, but
Okay,
I
interesting.
don't know like what his like attachment was with as far as capacity with Walk the Line and stuff, but
Mm,
I would say like I would think these two are very similar. I mean, they both involve Johnny Cash and whatnot. I really like Walk the Line. I really like this as well. I will say I think you just have to be interested in the music scene of the time. I think you have to not hate Bob Dylan's music because if you
yeah,
go in like I don't know if this movie watching it because he was more divisive than I thought he was.
right.
But you know, if you don't already kind of like Bob Dylan's music, I don't think this is going to like change your mind.
Interesting.
Um, or
It's hard
maybe it
well,
will.
because both of us we are Bob Dylan fans. I assume, right? You
Yeah.
were a fan already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So and the thing is, like, my whole family is too. Like, I had my uncle, my uncle Mike goes to the movies a lot. My uncle Buck, my uncle Kirk, we call him Uncle Buck. He never goes to movies. His last movie in theaters was Star Wars: The Force Awakens. He went to
Nice.
theaters for this because he's just such a fan, and it's one of those
Wow.
things where both of my uncles, and different uncles on different sides of the family too. Like, one is my mom's side, one's my dad's side. They both, this is their favorite movie of the year. But I think it's because if you are a fan of Bob
Nice.
Dylan, this is just everything you could ask for. Because I mean, if you like the music, you're gonna like this. It's not like it's not gonna be like this piece of art. You're like, oh my god, that was like a freaking masterpiece. It's not The Brutalist. It's not that, but it is still like,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
for what it is. If you're a Bob Dylan fan, you don't go to the movies a lot. Like, this is the normie fave of the year, and I don't say that in a condescending way because it
Yeah,
is
yeah,
something
yeah.
that appeals to the masses. Because Bob Dylan appeals to the masses. I guess. I guess there are some who don't feel that way, but I don't really know if anyone who's not a Bob Dylan fan is even gonna check this out. Maybe Timothy Chalamet fans who aren't Bob Dylan fans, but they'll be
Mhm.
a fans because of him. Like, I really think this is for the fans, and that's okay. I think that's why we don't have to think that way of like. I guess if you're not a fan of Dylan, this might not win you over because we're already won over, which makes it more enjoyable of a ride. I think,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true mostly with like most biopics is you got to
Mhm.
be like interested in the subject
Right.
and the
Well, I'll give you an
person that
example
it's
of where
about.
it's not, because A Better Man came out this year, and that is someone I knew a little bit about Robbie Williams, never about him as a person or a style. I only knew his music. Whereas, like, well, I guess that could also be said for Bob Dylan. You might not know his story, but like, it's one of those things where I had heard a few songs of Robbie Williams, so like that was like
Mhm.
unlocking a whole new story that I'd never heard of an artist I barely knew. And that's why
Yeah.
a lot of people are like, well, I don't know who Robbie Williams is, so I'm not going to see that movie. And that's like, it's so interesting because you have two different biopics. You either make a biopic about someone who's so well known that you can like coast off of that, like this, like Bohemian Rhapsody, like Rocket Man, even though it's doing something different, or you do have someone who's like relatively unknown. I feel like it's got to be one or the other, and I think there's a rewarding experience in both. But if you are someone
Yeah.
who's never experienced anything with Bob Dylan, have no idea what he is, he could probably be polarizing. But I think this would be a cool kind of just starting point to at least
I
understand the
agree.
music story of how he grew in his fame to the electric era. Obviously, there's a lot that cuts out
Yeah.
in between like that, like few years that you don't see, and then after the electric stuff, there's so much more to tell. But it's
Oh
a good
yeah.
kind of
Yeah,
snapshot
yeah.
of that one specific time, and
Yeah,
folk music in
which
general, not just him.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Which is I think they did that perfectly, like the snapshot thing that you're talking about. Cause you could tell the story of Bob Dylan from when he's a little baby to, old man Bob Dylan
Right.
still on tour and stuff like that. But yeah, I love that they adapted that book Dylan Goes Electric and to show like his rise from just like this kid who's just kind of like wandering around trying to meet his favorite folk artists kind of like
Showing up at their
the
hospitals, which is something that's true but weird, but true. So
well
I'm not gonna hold
apparently it
justice.
wasn't at the hospital. Apparently it was somewhere else that he met Woody Guthrie. But
Mm,
I think using like the creative like cinematic license to film license to kind of like change certain things to make it more cinematic
mm,
and whatnot, like make it make sense. Like apparently when he met him, uh, uh, Pete Seeger wasn't there, but
huh.
in the movie he was. So, but it makes sense to like introduce the characters
Yeah, that way you
certain
can
way. Like
establish a relationship. Yeah,
that's how he met Pete Seeger, and then he was
like killing
invited
two
to
birds with
his
one
house,
stone. Yeah.
and in his house you see him writing a song, and then Pete Seeger's like, oh shit, this guy's got something,
And
kind
that's
of
the
a deal.
conventional biopic in
And
it, and that's
yeah,
something you just
and
got to kind of either accept or be like, ugh, okay. Which, like, I'm much more of the ugh, okay, but I love the music so much. I'm like, all right, whatever. Like, and there's so many
And
performances I love in this
I
too.
think it just like depends on like it is like I kind of compare this in my head a lot of the times. It makes sense to like compare one movie you're watching to another sometimes. I actually compare this to Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump, yeah. I just love like the bits of like the relationships between two people, whereas like it's kind of like drifting, but you see like there's affection, like the relationship between Bob and I can't forget Elle Fanning's character.
Yeah.
But then you have Bob and Monica Barbaro's character,
Mhm.
and then you have just kind of like that. It's hard to even call it like a love triangle because it's so
Oh,
not
I
that,
think
but
it's
it
not a
is.
romantic one. It's not a romantic one.
Yeah.
But it is a love triangle in the fact that like I mean he's involved with two different women and there is kind of that acknowledgement of it. And I love that there's not, but there is. And I love how all the acknowledgement of it is through the music. And that is why like this movie I was not vibing with it until Times Are Changing. And when he's singing that, and you see Joan backstage staring at him longingly, and you see Elle
Mm,
Fanning in the audience just tearing up, no words at all, and everyone in the crowd is joining in, so you're also seeing him rise to fame in the moment. I started weeping, and I was like, "Wait, what's happening? What's happening?" Because I was like so emotionally caught up in it. Because you're right, it's not a traditional love triangle, but it's enough of a triangle to where I'm like, "Oh shit, Elle Fanning knows. Oh shit, Elle Fanning no.
mm.
Oh no!" And then I'm like, "Wait, no!" Now the crowd's joining in, and like he's gonna leave Joan too because he's gonna become a big star and leave Joan in the dust. So Joan's gonna lose him too. And oh my god, these two women and like I that moment was so good that I was just like, wow, like this movie won me over. And then it transitions very starkly into like the second act, which is the electric. And watching it on
Yeah.
repeat, I actually got to see the time code. I got to pause it when it was at the halfway point, and it is exactly the halfway point. It's like an hour
Oh,
in. It's
wow.
exactly halfway through the movie is when it cuts to black, and then we come back. Bob is a few years later. And one thing I'll also say, I love the costume design in this film. It's underrated, and I'm so glad it got an Oscar nom because they
Yeah.
literally had to track the costumes through time as well. And all the costumes in Act Two are significantly a little darker, a little bit more leathery, a little bit more chains, like things that are a little bit more electric than folky. Like folk, it's a little bit
Yeah.
more lighter colors, lighter tones, lighter hues. All the costumes in Act Two are a little bit darker, and I really like that about it because it does kind of give you that stark transition of like, okay, folk era Bob Dylan, now we're transitioning to the electric, and I thought that was a cool visual personification
Yeah.
of it. Yeah, I just thought that was cool. Like I thought the structure of this was actually really interesting.
But I didn't even really notice a lot of that stuff,
Yeah.
so I'm glad that, like, you watched it a second
Yeah,
time and were
and the
able to
style too. Like I
pick
feel like
up
a
on
lot
a
of
lot
the
of that stuff.
scenes in Act One are shot in daylight, and a lot of Act Two is shot at nighttime. I think that's
Oh,
also to give it
yeah.
a little bit of a contrast as well, because they want to set a different vibe. It's like no, now he's got the sunglasses on. There's a different Bob Dylan in town. So that was
Yeah,
one thing I noticed from the top that I really liked. Yeah, the
and
style.
I think those are the kind of things that I mean, of course, I love hearing the Bob Dylan music, but
Mhm.
a lot of the stuff that, I really enjoyed, were, like, the performances and the relationships because I thought, like, I I don't love, like, Edward Norton just in general because I've heard he doesn't really seem to be, like, the most pleasant of people, but when people were like, "Oh, Edward Norton is really good in The Complete Unknown," I was like, "Ugh, whatever, Ed Norton." Then I saw the movie and I was like, "Holy shit." He,
He's
like,
really good,
became that dude,
really good,
and,
and he's playing the banjo. He's like actually playing the music.
yeah,
Um,
and singing,
Fantastic. Yeah.
and then you had Boyd Holbrook being, like, perfect as Johnny
Yeah.
Cash.
I would have
Um
loved to see Joaquin, like, that would have been a cool thing, but also it might have taken me out of it to where, like, the second time I watched it, I was like, "No, I'm okay with this." Because at first I was like, "Why
Well,
not just get Joaquin? That'd be such a cool little, like, nod," but I get why
you
they
want
did.
them to be, like, closer in age
True,
than
true,
that would have been,
true.
but, yeah, I love the, like, relationship stuff where it was, like, kind of more fluid for Bob and, like, how these, like, affections are played, like, to him, it's
Mhm.
different, like, and to them, it's different, and stuff, and, like, you talked about, like, that one scene where, they were watching him and stuff and just kind of knowing and just how that's played out with like no dialogue is brilliant. But yeah, just like the performances, like Monica Barbaro got a nomination, and it's a great nomination. But like fuck, like my one of my favorite performances was Elle Fanning,
Yeah.
and she didn't
Oh,
get shit.
I was
So
gonna say the reason I was rolling my eyes is because I think Monica Barbaro should be an Oscar winner right now, but I will hold my breath for later. I think her performance in this is so fantastic
it's
that
good.
like
It's great.
and here's why ultimately I think you might have thought I was a little lower on the movie. And this is something I don't think you and I have talked about a lot. I've talked about it a little bit with other people. I think the weakest part of this movie is Timothée Chalamet. And I do think that is why at first I wasn't digging this movie as much, because honestly, I think the reason why people didn't make a Bob Dylan biopic for so long is because his story is ultimately not as exciting as the time itself changing around him, to where I thought this was a much more interesting look at the landscape of folk music turning into something more modern than it was Bob Dylan himself and his journey. Because honestly, I think Bob Dylan himself honestly kind of remains a bit unchanged. I think he's kind of one of those
Yeah, that's
characters that is
true.
a little bit more stagnant. And for some reason, maybe it is because I'm such a big Dylan fan that like it at times felt like Timothée Chalamet, I could never fully be like, that is Bob Dylan. It was always like, that is Timothée Chalamet playing Bob Dylan. And that's not a bad thing. It's just for me, he didn't like, I was not ever like, that is not Timothée Chalamet. But you just mentioned Edward Norton, and I want to continue along that point, and Monica Barbaro, who I think should be a supporting actress winner right now. But I think the two of them and Elle Fanning, but I don't know her real life character very well, but like they were so convincing that I forgot I was watching Edward Norton. I was like, holy shit, I forgot there was Ed Norton. Like I feel like I'm watching Pete Seeger, and then especially Scoot McNairy as Woody Guthrie, like his performance. Like I think this is so littered with so many great supporting performances. And Timothy's I mean, here's the thing. He gave so much to this role, and I'm not going to take that away from him. I love what his work and everything he's done to put in the work for this. He sounds a lot like him. It's just one of those things where everyone around him is also so good, and they're like transforming into these folk figures around me. Like Boyd Holbrook, I didn't even know it was him until the credits. And I was just like, wow, I was just so amazed by the casting in this film across the board that it almost felt like the least interesting part of it was Bob Dylan. And that's not necessarily on Timothy. And I think it's just because of who Bob Dylan is. But I was so much more invested in Joan's story, in Pete Seeger's story, and all these other stories around him, to where I almost kind of wished it was like a Nashville type thing where it's just kind of like not centered
Mm.
around Bob specifically and more about everyone in this collective place. Because every time it went back to Bob, I was like, I don't think Bob's emotional range is that like I don't think he changes as much. All he changes is his style of music. But I think that's also a very interesting device in kind of using him as this like sturdy kind of paperweight to hold everything else together. He's like kind of the
Mm.
central focal point. But I think that's kind of why at times I've been a little lower on this movie, because I have never fully felt like he was transforming to a different person. Like it's the same thing I have with like Rami Malek a little bit with Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm just like, not like that's not Freddie Mercury, and like I can't buy it. Even Taron Egerton, who I think is fantastic. It's another thing. I just think with musical biopic performances, it's really hard to like for me to be like, that is the artist, because it's not. It's the performer being the artist. But also as an actor, maybe that's just my bias of like, I know they're acting taking place, because all biopics you're playing another person. Not everyone is Daniel Day-Lewis, where I'm like, wait, that's Daniel Day-Lewis, that is Abraham Lincoln, what are you talking about? So that's kind of where my biggest criticism comes from. But I think the supporting performances are so freaking good that like I was in it the whole way, because even though I wasn't as invested in the main storylines, like I love just seeing these different figures through time, and these different, just kind of meetings between these legends, and also the actors playing the music and singing the music. It just really is a great kind of, like we said at the top, snapshot of that time of folk music, which I think is just so beautiful. Yeah. So I like this one a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad because I did as well. I didn't know what to expect from your perspective, because I know that like a lot of people have been kind of like apparently down on the movie,
Yeah.
like that they're not like in love with it and stuff
Right.
like that.
Because it is
So I did,
conventional, but I think you have to just kind of accept that, like you said, and just be like, okay.
yeah,
But as a conventional biopic, it doesn't do a lot wrong. It does a great
yeah.
job doing what it sets out to do.
Yeah, and so I didn't really know what to expect my opinion to be, because I knew I loved Bob Dylan and I knew like I wanted to like the movie, and then
Mhm.
it's just like one of those movies that just like I mean I couldn't stop because I was in the theater, but even if I was
Right.
at home, I probably wouldn't have wanted to stop, because
Right.
it's just so inviting and investing, like you said, with like a lot of the supporting cast and characters are just like so great. And the fact that shoot, I'm trying to remember my point here. You're probably gonna have to edit this
They're
part
playing
out.
their own music, their makeup, the
Well,
transformations.
I wanted to kind of also touch on something that you said about the Nashville of it, like how
Hmm.
it maybe could have been just like, you know, just that scene is the central thing and not just Bob Dylan, and Bob Dylan could have been a part of it and stuff.
Right.
I actually think that is an interesting point. Like I
Hmm.
wonder what the movie would have been like
Hmm.
with that, but
Yeah.
like I also find it really interesting too because they're, adapting that book where it is Bob Dylan is the central figure
True.
that is
That's a
the
good point.
voice of the generation that goes to
Yeah. He's almost like your
not
narrator of
only
the time too. He's
yeah,
almost
and
like
it's
your
like
guide. Yeah.
yeah, it's like he's the Harry Potter. He's like the boy who's gonna change everything.
Yeah. True.
And
Yeah, because his
so
influence is
he
still great. I feel bad because I felt
yeah,
like I undermined or underplayed that. Like his influence was obviously so impactful. It's just I don't
yeah,
his character. It's a very stagnant character. He's always been like that though too. Like you watch that Greatest Night in Pop documentary, and he's just kind of like
yeah.
here doing his thing. He's very mellow. Like he's a very
Well,
mellow personality. He's not a personality that usually commands a biopic like this, if that makes sense.
that's an interesting point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that is kind of where it gets interesting for me because I do have like a little bit of a disagreement.
Hmm.
Because when I started it, like that's like how you felt about Timothy as Bob Dylan, the whole time apparently was like what I thought I was gonna feel like
Hmm.
when I started it. I was like, oh no, it's just
Yeah.
gonna be Timothy Chalamet trying to be Bob Dylan the whole time. But like honestly, like I don't know if it was like the clothing or like the constant like him like putting on sunglasses and just like
Mm.
doing the voice different every time. It felt like it did feel like he transformed from like this one like hopeful little kid to this jaded like rocker that's just like I
Mm.
don't fucking want to play that one song again. I
Yeah.
don't want to play it again. So I
Yeah.
just feel like, maybe it wasn't like his like, like changing. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but I feel like his character was changing a little bit, just maybe
Mm.
not in like the way that you're expecting,
Yeah.
because like it kind of does show um like the jaded perspective of someone who wants fame and wants to like share his voice and his like thoughts on like racism and just like things that are going around like the war and things that are going around the time, and just like being that voice of a generation that Bob Dylan ultimately became. But then like when you are that and you changes to that, and then it's like everyone wants something from you, you go to a party just to kind of hang out, and they're like, we will need you to play this song.
Yeah.
And we need you to here's the
Oh my god,
guitar.
that one that
Carry
pissed me
that
off.
around with
That pissed me off so much in a good way, like an effective way, like of the filmmaking, because you don't know how many times I show up to a family event and like you're the guy who studied musical theater. There's a piano you want to sit and play while we eat, and I'm like, no, I
I
want
wanna
that fucking
eat.
soup in my mouth. I don't want to play a song for you. Sorry if you're listening that at pop up or my mom and dad who are always like, no, play us something. But like that is true. Like that is such a real thing. So I get it. But
There you
but
go.
no, it is that is. But yeah, I don't know.
And, so yeah, so I mean, that I kinda enjoyed that kind of aspect of it,
Mhm.
and, and then him finding, like, other relationships with, I forget the name of the character, but the new guy that he meets that he starts to go, start, like, a new kind of, like, group with, and, you
Oh,
know
Bob Newirth's character, like Woody
yes,
Harrison. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
and trying to find, like, a new sound and always trying to, like not getting tired playing "Blowing in the Wind"
Mhm.
over and over and over. It's a brilliant song. It's one of the best songs ever, I think. But like playing it over and over, like and you're someone like Bob Dylan,
Mhm.
who's like, I'm going to like keep inventing, something going on. It's like with Radiohead, where they have they made Creep, and then they're like, all right, we made got a lot of fame with Creep. Now let's keep changing the game and elevating
Right.
things and
But
make
then there's
OK
still your fans
Computer.
who are gonna want to like, hey, play Creep. Yeah,
Yep. You
yeah,
you you make OK
yeah.
Computer, and it's like, all right, that's maybe the best album ever made. And then they like, oh, we're gonna make OK Computer 2, right? And it's like they make Kid A, and it's completely different. It's
Right.
like
Yeah,
electronic
yeah,
music, and it's
yeah.
like also one of the greatest albums ever made. And
Mhm,
then it's like people are like, well, why can't you play the old
mhm.
stuff? Why can't you play that one thing that we love. Why
Yeah.
don't you play Creep?
Right.
That's your
Well,
best song.
yeah, and I love
And
that like people like Radiohead and Bob Dylan have like broken the barriers for people like Beyonce to say I'm doing country now, or Taylor Swift to say I'm
Yes.
doing pop now. Like, and I
Yes.
love that because I think that's kind of what we're seeing more accepted nowadays. To where hopefully if Chapel Roan decides to do hip hop, people aren't like good luck, babe. Say good luck,
Or
babe.
throwing beer bottles at her on stage,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
hey, you
Yeah.
can't do hip hop. You can't
Yeah.
rap. Well, they do
Hon-
that sometimes, like
yeah.
with
Honestly,
artists who try to rap.
I've thought of
Can't.
a really interesting idea though, like with the Nashville thing. I agree. Like I think his influence to this time is so important that I agree. Like this did need to be a Bob Dylan centric thing. You've honestly kind of convinced me. See what we said earlier about how we convince each other of things. But like yeah, I'm kind of convinced that like yeah, like maybe this could have been the Bob Dylan thing, but maybe now you make a movie about Woody Guthrie before he got sick, and then you make another movie about Joan Baez after
Dude.
Bob Dylan left her. And then like it almost becomes like this little cinematic universe of folk legends. And like you have Walk the Line, you have
Dude.
A Complete Unknown, you have the Pete Seeger story, you have the Woody Guthrie story, and then you can kind of like make that a tapestry of like, maybe that's James Mangold's thing that he should keep
Oh
rocking.
my God. And
I'm
we
gonna
have
pitch
like
it.
we have like the new cinematic. You are always trying to figure what's the next thing after
Right?
superhero movies. And
Dude.
this is the new thing. And it's not just this time, but then you transition to like, New York in the 70s
Right.
with like the Ramones and
Mhm,
all
mhm.
the Andy Warhol and all those Blondie doing their stuff, Sex
Yeah.
Pistols
Yo,
in that time.
I think we're
So
onto
yeah,
something. Yeah.
different. Did Robert Altman die?
Oh, I don't know, but if not, he's very old. Yes, he passed in 2006. He's been dead
Damn
for a
it.
while. Sorry.
Now we need
We're
okay, so
18
we
years
need
too late.
we need another. I don't think it's James Mangold, but we need another Robert Altman who can start working on these.
Folk
The thing you talked
tapestry.
about with
Yeah.
the
Anyway,
tapestry, because
yeah.
A Complete Unknown isn't necessarily that, but I think you sold, like I sold something, but you sold something too, where it's like it also feels like a Nashville in certain ways
Yeah.
because it's not just focused on Bob Dylan.
Right.
All these other artists come in, and it's great to see, just like a snapshot of like all these people coming in and how Bob Dylan influenced them and they influenced him. And he's also the passing on of like one generation to the next. Like Bob Dylan's like, well, I'm going to play the folk music, kind of do a resurgence of that. But then when it's time to move on, it's time to move on. Like a generation X passing on to Y and Z and Alpha and so on. And
yeah, that's a good point. And honestly, I think the reason why I was so like in love with the idea of them spending more time with the other characters is just because those performances are so good. And I think Timothy's good, but not as good as the others. Whereas I think it was every time Monica Barbaro was on screen, or every time even Norbert Leo Butz, who's not even playing a folk legend, he's just a manager or whatever. Whenever they were on screen, I almost wanted just like to spend like 40 more minutes with them. And honestly, I would have been fine if this was 6 hours of that. I think that's what it is I just loved all the different colorful, even like Scoot McNairy is so good in this too. Like just seeing every scene, he's just that
does
much
he even
sicker.
say a word and he's so great?
No, and he's so good. And that's the thing. I think this cast is so underratedly good because I mean, there's the three that get nominated for everything, but you even said Elle Fanning. Like she's so great in this too. Like I just, it's such a shame because they're
one of
all
my favorite parts. And I think it's just because I am a little biased. Like I've loved like Elle Fanning in everything I've seen. I saw We Bought a Zoo and I was like, Elle Fanning is great in this.
I've been a stan since Daddy Daycare. I know what you mean. But yeah, no, I agree. She's great. Yeah.
And
it's
just like her part in the movie, I just like want to shout out that one part where it's just like when she goes to like try to get back with Bob and be a part of it, and then she realizes she can't because he's so infatuated with someone else and whatnot. And then they have that like, kind of goodbye where she's going on a
with the
boat
fence
to go back home.
Yeah,
and she's like, it's like you want the stars, or we have the stars, or something like that. I can't forget the quote.
Honestly, I remember the quote because somehow in the last act, somehow they just started pulling out all these like really ridiculous, corny metaphors. Because she goes, "I feel like I'm a plate, like at the circus when you have the men who are spinning plates and they spin them on the top of the poles. I feel like I'm the plate and you're spinning me." And I'm like, where did this come from? And then the very next scene, Pete Seeger's like, you know how you have a spoon and you go to scoop some sand and you put it on a seesaw, and I'm like, when are we like? I feel like this was like either James Mangold wrote the script and Jay Cox wrote those two scenes, or vice versa, because it felt like I was like, what is this script? Because all of a sudden out of nowhere it's coming with this whole like spoon analogy of like, if everyone pitches in, it tips the scale. I'm like, what are we doing? I don't know. That was cringe, but also like I feel like Pete Seeger would probably be that way. But
I was
also
about
I'm
to
like,
say
it's
that
so
that
cringe.
kind of feels like a like folk artist would have been like,
Yeah.
it's like a bobcat coming into the, I don't know, like they have those sayings
Yeah.
that like
Like a
people
weird
like
saying.
Southern kind of folk would say,
Like
and I don't
proverbs,
know.
and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wasn't a
the
fan of the
scene.
script because of that, but also I remember it. Like those scenes stick out. But that's a testament to the acting too. The fact that like I still like Edward Norton still gives that speech, and I'm still like, oh wow, like speak to me, Pete Seeger. Like I get it. I get the
Yeah,
spoonfuls, the teaspoons of sand or whatever, or salt. I forget what mineral it was, but he's like, if everyone gets a teaspoon, I think it's sand. Might be sugar. I don't
yeah.
know. Yeah.
I
Anything
just
else though on the complete unknown? We talked a while about Bob Dylan and his influence and all that, but the filmmaker, we talked about James Mangold. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to hit on. Oh, Norbert Leo Butz, the original Fiyero and Wicked in this. Very fun.
Oh, nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was just a really really good movie. I love movies like this. I think I'm just a simp for just, I don't love like Bohemian Rhapsody though. That's the
Right.
thing. I think there
Well,
are
yeah, and we'll
like
get to that eventually, sadly. But like I
we
agree. I
will,
think
we
this is
will.
far and above that because also it understands like you're not going to bite off everything in one bite. You're not going to bite into a red apple and expect the Granny Smith also, and the orange and the lemon, and like you're not biting into one fruit expecting a fruit salad in the way that Bohemian Rhapsody is. Here it's like we're just focusing on this period of history and that's it. And I respect
And
that. I think that's
I
good.
also think the one of the key differences between this and Bohemian Rhapsody is that you had like a team of people who were just incredibly interested in this point in history, incredibly interested in Bob Dylan himself, but they might have had like publicists and stuff like speak to him to try to figure out what his wishes were. It's like
Right.
keep Elle Fanning's
That's a
character's
good point
name
too.
different,
Yeah, that's a good
but
point. You don't
not
have that with
meeting
yeah.
him, and
Mm.
he had no like virtual, like no creative influence on the film, whereas Queen did
Yeah, but
post
Freddie
Freddie
didn't.
Mercury dying.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, it's like the one who
which is
actually you want to speak to is not there, so others are speaking on his behalf. Whereas
yeah.
here, you want to speak to the guy, he doesn't even really care as much except for a few little things, and it gives you a little more freedom in creative liberties. Yeah.
So when so when like, you're trying to make this like queer representation film of Freddie Mercury and you just don't have like his voice and you have people trying to like water that down
Hmm.
actively, it just feels such a disservice. Whereas I feel like someone who's like in like a very awesome but cocky speech winning SAG being like,
Home of
look,
You
I
Are the
spent
Greats.
5 years of my life studying this man.
Yeah.
I feel like, no one can make a movie if, you can make a movie if you don't do that, but I feel like if you do make a movie and you do something like that, you get the credit.
Yeah, and that's the
Maybe
thing.
not the Oscar,
And
but
that's why I loved his speech because I will say I don't like the performance as much as others. I don't hate it,
yeah.
but I think it's for me easily the weakest of the movie and of that slate of actors. But there's no denying how much dedication he put into that performance. That like it does show. The only thing is like it's not as transformative, probably because I just have such an image of Bob Dylan and he is such a hard person to replicate. But I'll
Yeah.
admit his singing is actually the highlight. Like whenever he's in performance is
Oh
his
yeah.
best stuff in my opinion. It's the other stuff that I'm kind of like I don't know. This is bordering on not SNL territory because that makes it seem a little demeaning, but it does feel very much like,
Mm,
all right, he's doing an impression. But like
a
when he's actually
caricature.
singing, I'm like, this is Bob. It's not Bob Dylan, but I'm like, this is a guy who's really embodying the spirit of Bob Dylan really well. So I'll give him that credit because he is
I
very
see
good
where
in
you're
that
coming
regard.
from.
Yeah, and I don't want to be dissing the performance too much because I know you love it as well. But I do think,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be my best actor pick, but I do think he worked really hard and he deserves that credit. So good job, Tammy. All
For
right,
sure.
Complete Unknown nominated also for 8 awards. Not also, nothing else has been up for 8 yet. But it is nominated for 8. Doesn't win any. It goes 0 for 8. I predicted a sound upset. It didn't happen. But picture, director for James Mangold, actor for Timothée Chalamet, supporting actress for my girl Monica Barbaro, MVP. Supporting actor Edward Norton, adapted screenplay, costume design, and sound. A lot of electric, a lot of folk, a lot of big brash sounds. But now let's whisper a bit and let's go to the deep catacombs of the Vatican for Conclave, because I feel like if you're talking about Conclave, you can't talk above this volume because it's Conclave. Chad, tell us about Conclave.
Because of the echoes and whatnot.
Yeah, but like
Conclave,
in Rome,
directed by
gotta
Edward
whisper.
Berger, written by Peter Strawn, cinematography by Stéphane Fontaine, music by Volker Bertelmann, starring Ray Fiennes, or can we call him Ralph Fiennes now? Just kidding. Stanley Tucci, John Lithgow, Lucien Samati, Brian F. O'Byrne, Carlos Dietz, Merab Ninitsi, Sergio Castellito, and Isabella Rossellini. Again, I apologize for all these mispronunciations. It happens every episode. Synopsis. After the Pope dies, an election must take place to find the new Pope amongst a group of familiar cardinals, plus one new one, based on Conclave by Robert Harris.
Yeah. Haven't read the book. Heard it's almost
neither.
impossible to adapt. It's like one of those things people were like, how are you making a
Wow.
movie of this? And they do. Like they really do. I mean,
Yeah.
I was shocked to find out that it wasn't a very adaptable text. I now want to go read it because because
Me
it's a very
too.
accessible film. Like I feel like its structure is very basic. It's like, we're just going to go through the popes. There's an election. Each one has some dirt on them. There's some gossiping. Each one's exposed, and there's one shining light at the end of the tunnel. We make a really cool liberal stance at the end, and then that's it. Your criticism, and it's not to demean the film. It's very simple in that structure, but that's what makes me wonder, what is the book doing that makes it so difficult to adapt? So I'm very interested in that because it won't adapt its screenplay. So clearly they did a good job with it. But this is one of those films that like very much lives in its dialogue and it's just interactions and its storytelling. But it also has some artistic merit as well, obviously. I mean, them building the Vatican from scratch. I didn't know that when I saw it the first time, so I was like, whatever. Rewatching it, knowing that they rebuilt all those sets, me and my dad were gushing over it because of that. Because you as well. We've all been to Rome, so like seeing the Vatican. You went to the Vatican, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So seeing all this, like actually seeing the details, and like obviously they couldn't use all the Vatican set. They had to confine it to some spaces, but it is just really cool to see it and be like, wow, they like actually made this for this movie, which they really didn't have to. They probably could have gotten away with green screen and all that stuff too, but it does add a lot to it, actually having a physical space to play in, because also, like you said, the echoes, and I feel like that adds to the actors' ability to kind of just whisper things, and it also helps with the secrecy of it. Everything seems very behind the back. Everyone's calling this like Gossip Girl with popes, because that's what it is. It's like all these little like, did you hear about this? Did you get the dirt on it? Go suss that out. Like it feels like watching a game of the Traitors, to bring it to our worlds of reality TV, but it really feels like that. And then you're remembering, oh, this is like a movie. You're not just watching these popes like strategize. And another thing I'll say before I throw it over to you, just because I want to, what's on top of my brain. You watch a movie with a poster where they're all wearing Pope robes, and you just expect it's going to be a little bit more old-fashioned, but then they start vaping, they start texting, they go on the internet, and I'm like, oh wait, yeah, this is in present day. So it's also that little added thing of like, it feels like a period piece in its presentation, but in actuality, like it's set in our modern day. So you have Tedesco just hitting the vape after Lithgow's sexual assault is brought to light by Isabella Rossellini in her one line of dialogue that got her the Oscar nomination. It's like, what is going on? This is so cool. Anyway, Chad, what do you think of Conclave?
Honestly, I mean, you hit on like I think pretty much most stuff. Like this is like one of those where I don't know, I feel like in the moment when you're reading it or when you're watching it, I'm sure it's very similar. You're in it, and I feel like it's hard to talk about this movie without just watching it. It's one of those movies to where it's just an experience. The Pope dies, people are sad about it, new things come to light. You learn about like a new pope coming in that no one's ever heard of from some place. You're like, wait, what? Where?
Kabul, Afghanistan. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have it's almost like the freaking election we just had, and it's all the time. It's like this one pope is like really freaking like right wing, and it's like he doesn't have anybody's interest at heart, to be honest. Like we kind of want to avoid him winning.
Mhm.
If and then you have like one guy who's right wing, but maybe not as right wing, and then you got one guy who's like super progressive, Tucci,
Right.
where
Yeah,
he's
super
just
liberal.
like
To where he
he's
doesn't
just
even
like
want to win, but he just wants him to lose. So he's like, I guess I'll run,
yeah, and he's just like I'm not what do you call it, going back on any of my policies. I'm laying them all out. These are what my policies are. And so I just love that scene where he's just like professing like good stuff that I support.
Yeah,
So
which
I'm
is
like,
also funny
have him
because
win.
it's jarring to everyone else in that room, but it's literally women should be respected, and everyone's like, oh. I'm like, it's almost so silly that like a movie like this has to be made. But the novel came out in 2016, probably not a coincidence. And it does feel like it is kind of a microcosm of life, as you said, with elections and what people value in elections, but also the things that this movie does not let slide as a juxtaposition to what America somehow lets slide, which is what is
Yeah.
most profound, I think, about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you talk about like the stuff Tucci's saying that, to some people it sounds like radical, and he's just saying like normal shit that just should be. And it's almost like when you hear like someone like Bernie Sanders talk, and people are like that super like,
Radical
radical
left. Yeah.
socialist guy, and he's like, people should have health care. And it's like, oh, wait, he's just saying
Yeah.
normal shit. Like
Right.
what? But
Yeah.
anyways, not to compare it too much, but it is kind of like that. You watch an
Oh,
election
you have to.
happen,
Yeah. I
and
mean,
then you
there's a
watch
reason it came out this
Conclave.
year. Yeah. You got to
Yeah,
compare it to real life. Yeah.
yeah, I agree. So, and it's just one of those where it's just almost like watching an election, but it's not. It's like less scary because it's just a movie. But
Mhm.
it is one of those things where it's fascinating, like the way it's edited to have all the votes happen, and you're always trying to figure out who's leading when, and then what happens, and then someone drops, and it's kind of devastating, even though like the guy who was like caught like having like inappropriate like sexual advances towards a woman, and they like didn't they like bring her there or something, and then he's like talking to the guy, and then he's like,
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry.
I don't even know if it was inappropriate in terms of like anything illegal, more so like for the Pope, you had a child with
Yeah.
someone who was not your wife, I think was the deal. And then John
Okay,
Lithgow
that's
is the
it.
one who had actual sexual assault
Right,
charges on
right,
him.
right.
Yeah, because the other
Yeah,
guy is it's more so he had a illegitimate child, which is what is like you.
that's right.
Ray Fiennes like, bro, buddy, I can't help you there. Like it's like I
Yeah,
wish
yeah,
I
yeah.
could, but and he
And
even
then
shows remorse for it. Whereas John Lithgow's the one who's actually a scumbag. Yeah.
yeah, and it's not in real life.
No, God no. America's a sweetheart. Oh my God.
Right.
The meme of the
He's gonna
Oscars, if you will, too.
he's gonna be Dumbledore one day, I heard.
Yeah.
But yeah,
They better start filming now. He's almost 90. But yeah,
yeah,
okay.
there you go. Well, I mean, look at what happened to Richard
God,
Harris in that role.
no,
Anyways,
no. Do not curse John Lithgow, Chad. Come on. No. This
but
this airs later in the week. We have a week. We need this to last. Oh, sorry.
but yeah, we have even we have like that scene where it's like someone who you normally probably wouldn't want to root for, and like the moment where Ray Fine has to tell him like, I'm sorry, but you're not going to be Pope. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's sad
It's
and,
like
stuff.
it's like
And
a
then
reality TV show. It's like, I'm sorry, you've been voted out. You have the most votes. It's time for you to leave the mansion. Like it feels like
exactly.
a reality television. And I think there's something refreshing about that because you
Yeah.
look at the trailer and it honestly feels a little Oscar baity, where it's like it's just a bunch of guys talking and like they're all
The
popes.
two
It's got
popes.
costumes.
Yeah.
And even that film, I really dig that movie. But like I do
Oh, you
see
did?
like but this is like kind of just an airport thriller, like an airport novel thriller. It's like it's
Yeah.
this is the kind of thing where I don't even know how deep it is if we're not watching it this time. Like if we were to watch this in like 2010, maybe this doesn't hit as deep. But like, I think because of the political context, art and artists, you can kind of bring a little bit of real life into this, which heightens it. But on its surface, it's just a really engaging kind of thriller. It feels like reality
Yeah.
television because it's all these like alliances, people turning on one another, and like who's gonna be the last one standing, who's gonna win at the end. It's a competition. It is, because
Yeah.
politics, as much as it is about bettering the people around you in your communities, it's really competition. It's really who's
Yeah.
going to win. Like, it becomes something more than just the people. It becomes more
Yeah,
self
it's sports.
entitlement, which is stupid. It shouldn't be, but it is. And
But
that's kind of the unfortunate nature of it. Yeah.
100% agree with all of that. But
Mhm.
also just like just like it's fascinating, this movie too, in a way where it's just like when people were telling me about this, and because you saw this well before I did, and then
Hmm.
when it finally like dropped on Peacock, I
Yeah.
finally got to see it, and but I just hearing so much about it, where it's like this like riveting thriller about popes. And it's like, what? What are you talking
Yeah.
about? And
Right.
then, it's like, but it's rated PG. Like, what? Okay. So what happens in this movie? And it's like, it's just kind of interesting, I feel like, to get like a closer look on like what happens in a conclave. And like you said, it's a reality TV show, basically. And it's like, why don't they film this shit? They should
Right.
just do this
Well,
in real life.
because we see what happens when cameras are on the politicians, and
Right,
that's
right.
why real life is scarier, because real life we're seeing the version that knows
True.
they're being filmed. Here they're not being filmed, so they can say whatever they want. I would love to know what our actual politicians say when the cameras aren't rolling, because that's really where the truth lies.
Terrific.
We
It's
in
always
America,
horrific.
we don't know what that is, and that's what's scary. And then we get a glimpse of it in the Oval Office on Sunday, and that's why we don't see it, because
It's
it's
like
harrowing.
it's like when you hear clips of Richard Nixon, I feel like, talking in like a room where he may or may not have been known that he was being audio recorded. He's like sitting there talking about the blacks and stuff like that, and you're just like, oh Jesus Christ, okay.
Mhm.
Kind of a deal. So yeah, it's probably not good.
Yeah,
That's
and
why
they
they
have that
don't they
moment where
don't want to be
Tedesco's like, "We have all the
recorded.
whites over here and all the blacks and Africans over there,"
Yeah,
and I'm
there
like,
you go.
"Tedesco, hit that vape and shut up."
Yeah, fuck you,
Tedesco,
Tedesco.
what a meme,
But
what a meme.
we before we wrap it up, we
Yeah,
got to talk about the big shock ending.
yeah, yeah.
This,
The big
the
shock
yeah,
ending: Isabella Rossellini getting a nomination. Listen, I love her. I love her mother. We've awarded her mother, I think, 3 of
of
these
course.
awards here. But like,
We'll never talk
why?
about Blue Velvet on here.
And she wore blue velvet to the Oscars, and she brought Laura Dern. That was beautiful. But also, like, what a weird nomination. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the actual ending of the movie. Yeah, Carlos D's character, having this they call it a condition, but it's just a genetic thing where he was born with a uterus. It's a intersex, which is something that I feel like is never a part of film. It's usually either like trans or like gay or lesbian, but like intersex is something that's never focused on in film.
Yeah,
This might have been why it was considered unadaptable of a book, but what a cool twist. First off, to make the guy from Afghanistan the Pope is like already a very like woke choice, which is really cool in a positive way.
yeah,
But then you twist the knife even more, and this is where like I think the movie would have been perfectly fine if it ended with him becoming Pope. The end. But I think the added bonus of it that it's like, well, if you Christians weren't pissed, get even more pissed off, because like we're gonna piss you off here, because this guy, they found a uterus when he had like an appendix surgery or whatever, and I just think that's cool, because it's like it shows that you shouldn't be chosen to do something because of what you have or don't have, or the kind of gender conventions you fit, or I mean, obviously we should look at things like criminal records and like history in terms of morals, yes, but
yeah.
like in terms of like man, woman, intersex, trans, who cares? If you're a good enough person to run this country, you have a good enough heart and good enough wrong choice of words, but if you have the balls to run this country, it was a really bad choice of words, but like if you have what it takes
Metaphorical
to
balls.
have that position, you have that perseverance, who's to say, who's to stop you? And I think that's a great message to send at the end. But I didn't hear it in my theater because I live in a very liberal area, but like I'm sure there were groans across the nation when that scene happened of like,
Yeah, I don't
really?
know.
I don't know, what did you think of the ending?
Yeah, no, I mean, pretty much you touched on it. It's one of those where like, it's because that character's like shrouded in mystery. I mean, when he shows up and like all the uh cardinals are surprised and they're like, "Who is this guy?" And then like he makes like a speech and it's like some really good stuff and you're almost like you're just sitting there like, "Hey, he should be pope." You're like him or Tucci, one of those should be pope. And then it ends up being him and it's like, you know, the surprise, if the surprise had ended there, it's not much of a surprise. It's like, oh, the newest guy who comes ends up being pope, and it's like, no, we got one more thing about him. Because he identifies as male even though he had woman parts.
Yeah, well, he has both.
So,
I think is the thing. Yeah, it's intersex. So he's had. So that's what I gather from it. I
but
imagine.
it's like but it's like he subscribes to the roles of like a male in society
Yeah,
or
well,
whatever.
because I think it was also something he didn't even realize because it sounds like
Yes,
after
that's
they
right.
because they went in for a surgery, I believe, and then they discovered he had a uterus. It was almost like something that he found out later in life, which is why it's like also another thing that when we talk about transgender, and this isn't trans, it's intersex, but it's like, you know, it's not about genitalia. It's about the societal
Yeah,
norms and the spirit and the way you choose to live your life. That is what it is. That's why gender is a construct.
exactly.
We're not looking at sex. We're not looking at biological sex. We're looking at gender, and that's a very different thing. And I think that's
Two
what
totally
this
different
movie's about.
things, and one is like a physical, like represent like a physical thing that I mean, it can be changed, but like, it's not, it's like more like encoded into your biology.
Right. And
And then
even
one
here,
thing,
you have both. So it's like not even that, like what do you call like biologically, what do you identify? Like what is society, what do Republicans identify you as if you have both male and female genitalia? Because
yeah,
that's the
what did you
thing. It's like
classify it
right.
as in
And that's the thing.
that case? Doesn't
That's why
matter.
gender right, exactly. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it shouldn't matter.
But but yeah, but then like gender is a social construct. Like we created that.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's like when people say like you are this one thing instead of this, it's like you have no authority to say
Right.
that.
And even then, even if people, because we're seeing in the news people who actually go through sex changes and get their genitalia literally changed to match the gender norms that they
They'll go
want.
to chromosomes after
They
that
right,
to
because we saw recently in the news with Hunter Schafer, who has been very physically, she has changed her body to represent the female norms. She's had her breast surgery and all that stuff, and genitalia surgery and all that, and she is still like last week got her license and it had the M on it, not the F, and it's just one of those things where it's just so
yeah.
disheartening that someone who is like, if you did not know Hunter Schafer was trans and you just told any random Republican, is this a man or woman? They'd say it's a woman. Like, it's one of those things. What are you gonna do? Pull everyone's pants down to check? Like, who the fuck cares? Like, I just don't
They'll
understand why.
try if
And
you
that,
give
and
them
that
that
in that
leeway.
case, they're perverted because that's the whole thing. I'm like, so you
Yeah.
really, really, you like, what's this obsession with knowing what's inside someone's pants? That's where
Yeah.
what frustrates me so much. I'm like, let people live their freaking lives, and that's what I think this movie is so important in saying. Where at the first time I saw
Agree.
it, I was like, that's a cool choice, but I'm like, did they need to do it? Probably not. But then in retrospect, I'm like, why not? Why not just show even more layers to what is acceptance in modern society? Why not? You have the platform, do it.
Yeah, it's one of those things to where like, yeah, it's like it's a cool thriller. It's a cool Pope thriller. And then it's like, but then the twist completely changes like
Yeah,
the whole movie and like what it's about. So
yeah. So
really
perfect.
cool.
Yeah, great ensemble too. Just great acting. I mean, we haven't really
Oh yeah.
touched on the acting specifically, but it's all good. I mean, I think the thing is, Ray Fiennes is the center of it. He commands it. There are great supporting actors, but it's not for me. It's not like Anora and A Complete Unknown, where those ensembles just
No, yeah.
every single one of them shines. For me, it is Ray Fiennes and then everyone else. And they're all great, but it is a great ensemble effort. But for me, it's not like I'm like, oh, every scene I'm like Tucci's my favorite, and then Tedesco's my favorite, and John Lithgow's my favorite. No, it's like still Ray Fiennes for me. Whereas the other
Yeah.
movies, it's more like I can, anyway. Conclave, 8 award nominations, 1 award win, and it is in the best adapted screenplay. Very well deserved. Also nominated for picture, actor for Ray Fiennes, supporting actress for Isabella Rossellini, film editing, production design, costume design, and original score. So we didn't get Tucci this time, but we're going to part Tucci of a franchise that we have been covering already on this show because we covered the first installment. It is Dune Part 2. I just had to say it like that. But I want to start calling things Part 2 now because I like that. Avatar Part 2, The Godfather Part 2. I don't know. I kind of like it. Paddington Tucci. Yeah, right. It worked for the segue. Chad, tell us about Dune Part 2.
And see if you can do the things that you were like.
Yeah, try doing that while doing the worm, like the dance move.
Dune Part 2, directed by Denis Villeneuve, written by Denis Villeneuve and John Spates, cinematography by Greg Fraser, music by Hans Zimmer, starring Timothy Chalamet, Zendaya, Rebecca Ferguson, Josh Brolin, Austin Butler, Florence Pugh, Dave Bautista, Christopher Walken, Lea Seydoux, Stellan Skarsgård, Javier Bardem, and Anya Taylor-Joy. Synopsis: Paul Atreides wages war against the Harkonnens alongside the Fremen, based on Dune by Frank Herbert.
Sweet. Chad, what are your thoughts on Dune Part 2?
Dune Part 2 is like really interesting because it's the second half of this epic tale adapted from like that first book um that we got this year. We knew it was coming and we came. It was amazing and it came out really early on, and then like there was just like so much year left that like I had to watch it again to like really fully appreciate it again. But like, yeah, every time you watch it or every time I watch it, I just, forget, because actually I think this last time was like the third time, because I saw it twice in the theater.
Same. Yeah.
And yeah, just really, really love it. I think it's just like one of these things. Like, I'm not like a huge sci-fi junkie, but a great one when you see one. I think Denis Villeneuve is just one of those like master filmmakers that really knows how to do it. And like crazy that he has made two of these things that are both really great. Like, I like two more than one, but I think they're both really great. I think they both complement each other, and they're both just epic science fiction films that he was not recognized for. They got nominated, got some tech noms, but still no director now. It's like insane. And just when you see this movie, like with the Greg Fraser cinematography, and just like just seeing how beautiful all this looks, and even like I watched that visual effects video that you shared that
Oh, the
one time.
VFX guys. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and they're
gotta find their
talking
name because I
about,
want to give them a shout out. Yeah. But
there you go.
yeah.
And they're talking about the explosions and how hard that is to do, and stuff, and just seeing
Or at
like
least make
what,
realistic. Yeah.
yeah, and seeing like what goes into making something epic like this. And we talked about how Timothy Chalamet, you may or may not like that much in A Complete Unknown, but he's like fantastic here. We're going from like this like little, not little kid, but like young man who,
Wide-eyed,
why,
innocent.
yeah,
Yeah.
going to being something completely different, like at the end of this movie,
A
like,
complete unknown, if
I
you will. They should have
I
called this a
am
complete unknown.
your king,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Just like so epic storytelling, just kind of like showing like the lengths that these two feuding, like Hatfields and McCoys
Mm.
are going up against each other, like and you're seeing like the Atreides have like this like arsenal, like they're like the Oppenheimer of the space thing, where they got all these warheads, and seeing like Chani going like, holy shit, what did we get ourselves into? And just the political games that are going on, like the warfare, and just all of these like dynamics. But then you have the religious aspect of it with Javier Bardem's character, who's like, Lisan al Gaib, everything that Timothy Chalamet does in the movie, he's just like, that's our God. Like, he's our, not our God, but like he's basically our Jesus. And then Timothy Chalamet, who kind of like has been told by so many people that he's this epic figure, has kind of like personified that image that everyone sees of him onto himself, but he's like also very good at adapting to things. And they say that the Lisan al Gaib, or the Kwisatz Haderach, is gonna end up being, he's gonna know our ways, just out of his mind, just know our ways and just act in a certain way and stuff. And you see that he's not always that, like when he's doing the sandworm walk to
Yeah,
avoid
he's actually
them.
a guy too, which
Yeah, he
is
doesn't
great.
even know
Yeah.
that he's not in worm territory yet. He needs Zendaya for that. And then he takes all that he needs from them, and then he kind of like moves on from them a little bit and kind of becomes this king. And then it's kind of like almost a betrayal of Chani, when he's like, I have to,
Yeah.
for the good of the Atreides legacy, but also the good of Arrakis, I need to pivot to this thing. It's almost like he's Stephen Strange being like, there's only one way to prevent a World War III or an all-out warfare, is to marry the Princess Irulan. And sorry, you haven't talked.
No, I'm loving everything you're saying because I love it all too. I mean, the thing with Dune, it's so hard because, like you said, it came out
It's
so
dead.
early in the year that it's like you forget about it, and I do this thing where early on in the year I try to hold back with my ratings and like my praise of things because I'm like, there's so much year left to go. It's like saying the Yankees are going to win the World Series after 3 weeks. It's like, no, like you got to give it time, and I'll probably be
They
wrong.
tried. They
Yeah,
were
no, they
almost
always
there.
do. They always try. But I do think it's one of those things where I always call Dune shot too early, too low. And then like as time goes on, I'm like, but Dune, man. And the thing is, it stayed in so many people's top tens. That's why it ultimately gets Best Picture. And the thing is, the passion for it slipped. I think releasing it early in the year was shitty in terms of its Oscar
Yeah.
chances. Because if they release this in November, I think it wins a lot of those techs, even probably over The Brutalist. I think it does get some like bigger nominations. It definitely gets in like adapted screenplay in places that it didn't. Because I really do think it's such an event, but also so many movies came out, and this was before even Khan happened, that like people really forgot about it. And I really hope for
Yeah.
Messiah. I hope this is the Two Towers, that like Messiah comes out in
Yes.
Oscar season and then gets the the Dune, if you
Yes.
will.
Oh, that'd be
Because here's
so
the thing.
good.
I've heard Messiah is also very tricky to adapt, so we'll see. I think this
Yeah.
is probably the best bet they'll have in terms of like, this will probably be the best movie maybe when we look back at the trilogy, but I think that'll just be a great way to say like, you did it, you finished this trilogy, don't make any more, you're good. That's great. Here are all your Oscars. That's what I hope for this franchise, because I really do think this was given the short end of the stick because it was early in the year. And it's not like in Everything Everywhere where it's like, it's this passion movie that like surprised everyone and carried on. Same as like Black Panther, even though that's part of a franchise, it was this very important movie for a very important like culture and demographic. Dune is not that, because we saw the first one. We know what to expect going into Dune. So it wasn't this big surprise like, oh my God, Dune 2 is like this,
Right.
not even like Top Gun Maverick, where it's like this big surprise hit. We knew it was going to be great, and it was great. And I think people took advantage of that. And that's why it only got 5 nominations, because this movie is not a 5 nomination movie. It's just not. It's so good. And I think the thing is, like, I'm looking at all the movies we covered so far, and like we talked about the class thing with Anora. It's in this movie. We talked about the slow turn to evil
Yeah.
in The Brutalist with Adrian Brody, and we see that in this. We see A Complete Unknown, Timothée Chalamet. He's in this. We see Conclave, literally all these
Chalamet.
political things. Rebecca Ferguson's character is quite literally doing Conclave shit in this movie. Like, this feels like the
Oh my
greatest hits
God.
album of this Best Picture slate, because it really is everything. The difference is, this also has the visual effects that is like no other films can touch, apparently, because it won.
Yeah.
I think there are other movies that can contend, obviously, and Corridor Crew is the
Yeah.
account that made the video, by the way. I looked him up to shout him out, but
Right.
yeah, like this one has the style to back up the substance, which I think is so cool. And I think it just is such a technical feat. I did go back and forth on whether or not I like this one or the first one more. As soon as I saw it, I liked the first one better, just because I think the first one is a clearer, more concise story, whereas this one, they're introducing the Austin Butler stuff, they're introducing the princess stuff. There's also visions of a daughter, and there's also the romance with Shani, and I think it just adds so much on the sundae that at first I took a big scoop of a big spoonful, and I was like, oh, okay, I just need some whipped cream and vanilla, please. But now I'm like, all right, give me the caramel, give me the nuts, give me the sprinkles, give me the cherry. I'm good. I'm strapped in. I'm ready to go. This is better than the first one. I've debated it. This third rewatch solidified it. Because I do
Nice.
think when I put it back on, it reminds me of when I put back on a Harry Potter film or a Pirates of the Caribbean film or a Lord of the Rings film or Star Wars film, one of the good ones, where I'm like, yeah, no, this is just like a sci-fi masterpiece series, and I'm glad to be watching this. I don't even have to key into every moment. I can just kind of sit back, enjoy the ride at this point,
Yeah.
because now it's already become a staple in this genre. So I love it. I mean, I don't know how much more we can say, but I really do think also stylistically, I did say it was great, but it's also I think a big step up stylistically to the first one. Like the first one, I remember people were mad at me because I didn't nominate it for cinematography at the Pickle Awards, the first one, and I was like, honestly, I think it was a little too gray, a little too dark, a little too
Mm.
gloomy. This film, they really take advantage of color, like that opening sequence with the orange.
Orange
Oh
sky. Yeah.
God, I'm gonna
Mhm.
orgasm. It's so good. But I really do
Oh,
think there's
all
just
right.
so many. Sorry, TMI, but it's just so good. There's so many great. Listen, it's past midnight. There's so many great moments of color and the desaturation, the fact that Austin Butler's character, that whole planet is like it's not a black and white choice because it's stylistic, it's because that planet doesn't get any sun, and I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa, so cool. Like I just think it's so cool how much he upped the ante with his direction and his use of color and light. Like I think this is a huge step up technically in every department, and I think the performance is a step up, like you said. Like Timothée Chalamet, what he does at the end of this movie, I would give him the award for Complete Unknown for the body of work he's done this year between
Yeah.
singing like Bob Dylan and doing the acting here. I was so blown away, and watching it again, I'm like, the fact that he has these two movies in this year is something that we have to applaud him for, because it's really a big feat that he has demanded the box office. And even before that, Wonka was the end of last year, so he's really kind of demanded our attention in the mainstream pop culture for like 16 months now, and he's doing a great
Mhm.
job at it, and he is someone who I'm so excited. He's going to be Leo. He's probably not going to get his Oscar until he's 40 years old, but I can't wait to see his 10 nominations until he does. Maybe he'll get it with Marty Supreme next year, but like, wow, so good. Like he's so good in this. And Zendaya's great,
Yeah.
someone who everyone was
Oh
like,
yeah.
she's not in it a lot. The only thing I'll say, sorry, I'll let you respond to that before I say my last thing, because the last thing is almost a negative, but not against the movie, more so about against the fan base that had a certain criticism. But continue. Sorry
Do you
if
want
you
me
have
to
anything else.
respond to what?
No, if you needed to respond, because I have one more thought.
Oh, well, yeah, I do have a couple things I
Yeah,
wanted to
go ahead. Go
say.
ahead.
So
Yeah.
I want you to say what you're gonna say.
Okay. The fan base was like, the first movie, Zendaya was in the marketing. She was barely in it, and it just
Right.
ended. It just ended, and like it didn't feel like it had a final ending. It just teased the next one. Whereas this
Yeah.
movie, Florence Pugh is barely in it. She's just kind of a vision that he keeps seeing.
True.
And at the end of the movie, it's all about how he's finally joining the Emperor and he's on to the next place. There's closure for Shani, like her closure for that character seems, but like him joining the Fremen at the end of the movie, the first one, feels very similar to him joining the Emperor at the end of this one. To where I was like,
Yeah.
isn't this the same thing that Dune 1 did? I just don't. I get, because it's the end of the book. I get it, but I'm like, technically, this ends the same way the first one does. I don't know why everyone's so like, the first one was so open
My
ended and this one has so much closure. But you also come from a family where Carrie loves that book, and like, you know that this is the end of the story technically. But like, I just felt like it was funny because I feel like the same criticisms people have, because I don't have those criticisms for part one. That's why I think it's funny, because a lot of people are like, part one didn't have a good ending, and like Zendaya was barely in it. And I'm like, well, Florence Pugh's barely in this one, and it also kind of ends with him just going on to the next thing without any real closure. He's now just becoming the Emperor. So like, I don't know. I just think it's
you
funny. I think it's funny.
you definitely have a good point when you like kind of mirror them like that. I think
Yeah.
my only defense of those critiques of the first one is that because it's more of a setup movie, that it
Mm,
has to do a lot of that work to set stuff up, but that this one gets to actually play a little
right.
bit more. So I feel like that's kind of a difference. But when you're comparing the endings, I think you're dead on.
Yeah. And because it's
That's
also
definitely true.
setting up Messiah, because Messiah, I assume, is him with the Emperor and with Florence Pugh's
I don't
character. Like,
know.
I
I
think
haven't read it.
I assume Florence Pugh's character is like the main female character of the second one, or the third one, if I had to assume.
The
But that's
second
also
book,
like,
yeah.
I mean, looking at Lord of the Rings, I mean, Fellowship sets up Two Towers, which sets up Return of the King. They all have closure, but the first movie ends with, all right, Sam, we're off to another adventure. And the second one ends with, all right, Gollum, lead us this way. So I don't think there's
Yeah.
anything wrong with that. I just think
About the
that's
same
just what
thing, yeah.
trilogies are. Exactly. Like, I don't think people should
Whereas
be as upset about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like it's not like a negative on Dune 1. It's just kind of like, how do you feel? Because the first Lord of the Rings is my favorite one, and that's also a setup movie. I just think it does it
Right. Yeah.
really
I
well.
I do think when the
Um,
trilogy is final, people will be kinder to the first one's ending. I think.
Probably. Yeah,
I
yeah,
think that's
yeah,
what'll happen because I'm already
for
kinder to
sure.
it. I was never mean to it, but I think these both honestly I think I have them equally. It's just this one, the cinematography is a tad better, so I would lean this one over the first
Yeah, yeah, totally.
one. Yeah.
Have you seen the David Lynch Dune?
I actually watched it for a podcast
You
that's coming
you
out in a
did.
few weeks called wait, Dill's never seen that? So
That's
I
right.
watched it, but I watched it after I saw this. So I didn't because I didn't want to know how this one ended.
Cause like it's just kind of funny when you like compare them a little bit sometimes when you're just like you get like Anya Taylor Joy's his sister,
Hmm.
which is like a some sort of like crazy smart and powerful like fetus
Yeah.
turns
Elia Trady. Yeah.
crazy powerful kid. And in David Lynch's Dune, it's like super weird. It's
Yeah.
just like so David Lynch. I'm just
Yeah.
like, what is
Yeah.
this? This
I
is like almost cringe, but it's like hilarious
I
because it's
would
like
I would love
I don't
Denis Villeneuve to be a little weirder and David
know.
Lynch to be a little
Sometimes.
bit more literal. If you had that, it would be like a 5-star magnum opus. But I feel like Denise is almost takes itself a little too seriously, and
Yeah.
David Lynch's needs to be a little bit more to the
Which
book. But I love
which
them both.
I will say though that that's why I do love at times in Dune Part 2 where they do have some of the comedy, like with Dave
Yeah, with
Bautista's
Javier
character, and
Bardem
he's
too.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry,
yeah,
Javier
no, I got you.
Bardem. That's who
Yeah, I
I
was gonna say
meant
Dave
was
Batista gets that in the MCU, but I got you.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Javier Bardem, where he's like, Lisa no Gaib, kind of a deal. It's like
Oh,
really
so
like
funny.
crazy with it. It is really funny.
Hmm.
And the complete opposite I wanted to touch on just real quick
Yeah, yeah,
is that Rebecca Ferguson is one of the scariest things I saw all year.
yeah.
Like, holy
And she's
shit.
she's the villain in Doctor Sleep as well, right?
Yes, Rose the
Yeah. So
Hat.
she's got a knack for this.
She's fantastic in horror movies, but like, seeing her go from like just his mom to the what is it, the over mother or the all
Oh
mother or
yeah,
whatever it's called.
you would think I just watched
Um,
this the other day. The
Same.
oh my god, the Reverend Mother.
Supreme Reverend Mother, and
Yeah,
she's just like
the Bene Gesserit
Benny
Reverend Mother.
Gesserit,
Yeah,
yeah, Reverend
there you go.
Mother, and like
All these terms, dictionary. Where are you?
and she like takes over and she becomes super scary, and it's like, they're like arguing with her, and she's like, "Let them try," and you're just like, Jesus Christ, Rebecca, what the hell?
Oh man,
And it's just so scary, you know what I mean? Like with the voice and the way she uses it, and just like her eyes, and oh, it's just so creepy. It's just I don't know. I love like the horror stuff in it,
yeah.
and the sci-fi, the action. It's just got every genre. It's just like
Yeah, it
amazing.
really is a greatest hits
Yeah.
of like all the best things in movies. And it's
Yeah.
something that like yes, it plays great at home. I have the 4K. I got a 4K player for Christmas a few months ago. But I also think seeing this in the theater, the first time was great. I saw it in IMAX, but I was by myself. The second time, I told the story of the pickle award, so I'll keep it brief here. When he rode that sandworm, I looked over at my mom, and she had the biggest grin on her face I've ever seen. Like my mom has
Yeah.
been she's a happy person. I've never seen her that happy. And I looked at her, and she looked at me as if like she was my child, and I bought her the biggest unicorn in the arcade, like Despicable Me, like it's fluffy and it's mine. Like she just like looked so happy, and it was just pure cinematic like movie magic. And that scene, every time I come back, I was watching it the other day and she was sitting next to me, and during that scene she goes, "This is so cool." I'm like, I know. I know. And like I have a great memory
It
with
is.
you about it, Mom. Like it's a special moment that I'll think of too, because like we love going to movies together. And I know, spoiler alert, if you guys watch Pickle Awards, I'll be away from my mom for a while. So that's going to be a moment I cherish in the same way that when like COVID hit, I cherished The Invisible Man because it was the last movie I saw in theaters. Like that
Yeah.
moment is going to make me think about the theatrical experience when I can't go to the theater for 8 months. But I am very excited to relive that experience with my kids and like just
Oh
watch this
yeah.
movie for years to come. Yeah.
Agree. Fantastic,
Cool.
epic film.
Yep, there you go. Only
Best.
nominated for 5 awards, but it wins 2, so it's actually got a good batting average, 2 for 5. Sound and visual effects is what it wins, and it's nominated for picture, cinematography, and production design. So only 5 nominations, but what got the most nominations, you may ask out there, if you've forgotten in the last few days. But if you're listening to this years from now, you're probably wondering, wait, what got the most nominations? Was it Anora? Was it The Brutalist? No, it was a little movie. It came out of Cannes called Emilia Pérez, really hitting that E accent there. Chad, tell us about the 13 Oscar-nominated film Emilia Pérez.
Emilia Pérez, directed by Jacques Audiard, written by Jacques Audiard, Thomas Bidegain, Liam Macias, and Nicholas Levecchi. Cinematography by Paul Guilhelm. Music by Clement Ducol and Camille. Starring Zoe Saldana, Carla Sofia Gascon, Selena Gomez, Adriana Paz, Edgar Ramirez, and Mark Ivanier. Synopsis: a story about 4 women trying to find their way amidst cartel violence, with one of the stories exploring gender transition. Based on an opera libretto, Emilia Pérez by Jacques Audiard, also based on the novel Écoute by Boris Ratzon.
Nice. I honestly was wondering. I was like, I can't wait to hear a synopsis for that. But you did a good job. I was like, how do you describe? Because I think that's the thing is the log line for this is so fascinating because it's like cartel boss, sex change, musical, Mexican, directed by a Frenchman, starring people who don't speak Spanish, but the lead actress does. Lead actress actually trans. Also terrible person, but great performer, great cast, musical, Cannes film winner. Whoa. Oscar darling, most nominations, most hated Oscar nominee ever on Letterboxd. Like, it is just the craziest. Like, this film's, it needs to be studied in ways that like we will not talk about in terms of like just how to lose an Oscar that like
in
just
10 days.
an awards. Yeah, it's like how to lose an Oscar 10 days. Like the awards downfall of this movie is just so fascinating. You can do a whole field study on it. But we're here to talk about the movie itself, so I don't want to do too much of that. But it's just wild. Like just the journey from this at Cannes being this like darling Greta Gerwig. Like, guys, these performances, we're gonna give the acting award to 4 women. You know, it's not just gonna be one person this year. And everyone's like, whoa, this is so cool. And then Netflix is like, boom, sold, we're done. And yeah, just wow, they fumbled. Not just in quality, but like just the whole campaign. Just this will be something that's studied for years because I've never seen an Oscar nominee as hated as this movie in recent memory that I've lived through. I lived through Crash. Crash was not as hated as this, not at all. So it's very interesting to kind of have this perspective as an older person being able to observe it, but also bringing into my opinion the fact that I did see this when it was not hated, but like where people were kind of getting the whole like, is this good? Is this weird? Okay, I guess I admire it. Like, it's interesting, but like I don't know if I love this. And then seeing how it kind of affirmed my thoughts with time, but also understanding that like sometimes real life can slip into the art and sometimes it affects the art negatively, and that's totally valid. But also like, is this movie good in other aspects that maybe people aren't giving it credit for as well? So I'd want to hand it over to you first, Chad, because I'm interested to hear your perspective, because I think you came around to this movie after it was already getting some of the hate, whereas like I think I came into it right at the precipice of it, to where I even was like, I didn't really love that, but like it's getting a lot of awards hype already. Like, I feel like I should. I guess I appreciate it, but then like with more time, then it started to get the actual hate, and then more people were like committing to being like half a star sucks. So I feel like you kind of caught it halfway through all of that, from where I saw it to where we are now. You kind of got it. You kind of hitched onto the train about 3 cars behind me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting, like just the way like film discourse is and how like reviews are, and just like how kind of like I like almost sometimes like a group think can happen, where it's like it feels almost in some ways like a movie that you're now expected to hate, where it's like when
if you like
movie,
it, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That's what people will say. Yeah. Not I'm saying.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because like it felt like when it first came out, and like the first kind of wave of buzz was coming before like, you know, the trans community saw it and the Mexican community saw it, you know, a lot of people were like
Con
this
and
is yeah, and they were like, this is interesting. Some people were like, I really like this, and some people were like 4.5, 5 star, kind of like, this is like really good
Yeah.
kind of a deal. And you have like prominent, like, I don't know how they feel now, but prominent like filmmakers and people like in the industry too, like Guillermo del Toro had like a whole conversation with Jacques Audiard, and he was like,
James Cameron, favorite
this
movie
is
of
a
the year?
masterpiece. This
Mhm.
is you created something brilliant
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And then to see it go from that to this, where it's almost like, if you like, I'm like nervous to talk about it because I'm like, I don't like want the hate that
Right.
people give, because like, I see, critics that I know of, that you may or may not have met, that have uh, at once raved about it, and then got comments in Letterbox saying this is a bad look. And then I'm like, what's a bad look? Liking a movie? Like,
Right.
how is that a bad look? But
Right.
then I
We're
understand.
not talking about Birth of a Nation, Yeah. Yeah.
But then again, I understand it from the other side of it, where you can't ignore, like I mentioned, the trans community and the Mexican community, and just like anybody else who just like has like some sort of like attachment to the film that they weren't like asking for, but like anyways, they're connected to the film in the way of the story that it's trying to tell. Um, you can't ignore uh, that either, because people who have waged criticisms on it about its authenticity, about being like a Mexican, like a film, not a Mexican film because it's a French film, but like about Mexican people and like things that happen in Mexico, like the cartel. And how accurate is that? Okay, you're now glorifying a cartel person and trying to get us to sympathize with the cartel person. And then you look over here with like the trans community, it's like that story that you're trying to tell right now, and like singing song about sex change operations and making it whimsical and stuff. That's not really like my story. So I
Mm.
totally get all of that and understand all of that. And for me, it does, tick it down a little bit in like estimation of like how I feel about it, because I do kind of hear those voices in my head when I'm watching it. So I was watching it again for a second time, like kind of hearing those things, and I'm like, okay, I
Right.
can
Well,
kind of
in
see where
that
you guys are
context,
coming
yeah.
from.
Mhm.
But I also like the movie. It's one of those
Okay.
things to where, yeah, I come from where I think it's incredibly interesting. I think it's incredibly like just like weird, and
Right.
it's one of those where, and it's hard too, because you have Jacques Audiard, who, and I don't want to misspeak here, but like who doesn't seem to be the most politically correct person on the planet.
Yeah.
And then you have Carlos Sofia Gascon, who,
Right.
well, I thought was a really well. I love her performance in the movie, but seeing the tweets that come out and stuff, knowing like how she is as a person, it is really hard to defend, and it almost does sour you on the performance too,
And it's
because
unfortunate
of
because it also makes people who are anti-trans feel affirmed. Like, yep,
yes,
see, they're villains, and that's the worst part of it all, is that she's representing a community in a way that they should not be
and
represented. Yeah.
just to, and I'm sorry not to cut you off,
No,
but
no, no. Go.
like
No, I cut
I
you off.
think that's I think that's a great point, because that's one thing that I'm still trying to reconcile with,
Mm,
because I'm a cisgender guy. I don't have any trans friends that I'm close to,
mm,
and if I did, and I could like sit down and talk with someone who was affected, maybe I could understand it so much more about where they're coming from. I haven't done all the research to do it, but in some ways I'm wondering if this film is ahead of its time in a way, and I could be totally wrong on that. And the
You just
reason I
got so many
say,
dislikes on this video. I'm kidding. I'm
yeah,
kidding. I'm
there you
kidding.
go. Click, 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 click,
Okay,
click,
okay,
click.
okay, okay, okay.
But the reason I say that, just hear me out
Mm,
for a second. I could
I
totally
got
be
you.
wrong about that.
I'm
And the
here.
reason I say that is because this feels like a trans story, where in a world where just trans is just accepted, and it's weird. And it's like, this is a trans person being like really crazy in this film, and like it's like a drug lord transitioning, and then like not being able to kind of like let that part of herself go, and like ends in a really crazy way, and like being like dying in like an explosion and stuff. And it's like something that you would see like an action star, like take the trans out of it, and it's just like a crazy like cartel leader who changes a disguise and then ends up dying at the end of it. And it's almost like that is something that like a cool like action star would do. And then it's like, well, this trans person, Carla Sofia Gaston, got to live that too in the same way, but it's not like weird, and it's like I don't know. I don't know if you see where I'm coming from.
I get where you're coming from,
but it's in a world. Yeah. It's in a world right now where trans is not only not completely accepted, but it's actually being
targeted,
pilloried against right now again. Yeah. So I totally get it. It's not the right time for this movie.
I think you made a good point of like if it's any other character, it's an action movie or whatever. It could be seen as a disguise. And I think the thing is, I honestly think that Jacques Audiard honestly thinks that way of like, oh, this is just a disguise for this cartel boss. They're disguised. They're able to change their life because when you have a new gender, you're a new person completely. And I think that's kind of where it is a little misguided, where it's like, no, I mean, they are still the person they are. They're just now free to express that, and it's not just immediately you put on a mask and you're a different person altogether. And then you even sing about it like, I am still your mother, I'm still your father, I'm still your papa, I'm still your mama. And it's like, no, you're mama, you're a woman. Like and I think that's the thing is they engage with the plot machinations of it, of like, oh, now she is a woman, now she's doing this that, without actually reckoning with the identity of being a woman. This never really talks about like Emilia as a womanhood. She never talks about there's not even one scene where she's talking about her womanhood and why it feels great to be a woman, or why she wants to be a woman when she's going through the transition. It merely seems to be, I want to escape my life that I once knew as Matthias, or whatever his name is, his dead name, her dead name. But I do think it's one of those very interesting cases where, yeah, I think if they did take a little bit more time with her actually reflecting and having this moment where she actually engages with the trans identity a little bit more, rather than it just being a plot device, which it kind of seems like at times, I think it would go over a little bit a little bit better with people. And I think it's one of those things, you got to be able to separate art from artists when judging a good performance, but it also could make it harder to enjoy watching just period after, because you just got to be seeing their face. But also, I agree with you. I think her performance is very good. I don't think she's a very good singer, but like I think her performance is good. I think also another thing where I'm happy is, in my judgment of it, is that I didn't love it when I first saw it, but it's not because of the misrepresentation of Mexican and trans people. After hearing about that, I was able to understand why others hated it so much. And honestly, I felt like some moments I was able to see were a little bit more misguided on rewatch. Like you said, when you rewatch it and you have that context, I felt a little validated, because I didn't like it from the start, because I just didn't love the way it was shot. I didn't love the way it was made as a musical. I thought the music itself wasn't very good. It almost felt like it was a musical for the sake of being different and unique, which I appreciated. I was like, this is a very interesting idea. It goes there. It's a bold swing, and I really appreciated that. But I'm also like, I don't think it works as a musical. Like, I don't really think it makes sense that they're singing right now. I really don't love all their voices. I think Zoe's a okay singer. I think Selena's a pretty good singer. But like, I was never like, wow, I just could listen to them sing all day long. The dance numbers, I thought the way they were shot and filmed were not very good. So I was looking at it as like I appreciate this, but I just don't think it's very well made. And then all this onslaught of thematic stuff came on. I was like, I didn't even think about that. And I think that's where I'm like kind of feel better, because I didn't bandwagon this film. I dislike this film for other reasons that other people are disliking this film. And I think other people are disliking this film, probably a lot of them because they just genuinely don't like it. And they're like, what the fuck is this? But I think a lot of them are like, ooh, this is misguided. I'm going into it that way, that mindset. Whereas I'm glad, because I saw it first, didn't vibe with it, but for other reasons that aren't due to trying to jump on the bandwagon of being like, oh yeah, no, I am a social justice warrior, I have to not like this movie. I am a liberal, so I must say that this movie sucks. And I think that's the thing. And one last thing, sorry, is that it's like, fine. This movie, right-wing people aren't going to love it because it's about a transgender character. But now, super liberal people don't love it because of the misrepresentation of some trans and Mexican things, and just the attitudes and very anti-Semitic, very right-wing politics of the star, that now it's like, who is this movie for? And it's really the people who are able to separate that from their brain and just be like, well, I really kind of dig the vibes of it, which is kind of where I think you're coming from, where you're not saying it's a masterpiece, but you're also like, I actually think this is very interesting, and I'm fascinated by it, and I enjoy it because I'm enjoying just something different. And I think that's kind of a cool spectrum to look at it as, is like,
Yeah.
you need to be able to, I think that's the problem, is like, I don't think it knows. I think it thought it knew what its audience was. That ended up not being its audience. And then the audience it could have gotten, it was never going to get from the start, because the trans of it all. So I'm like, I don't know. It's a weird film, because I just don't know where it fits.
Yeah.
It's such a weird anomaly. But it is fascinating to talk about, for sure.
Yeah, and that's kind of like with the discourse, that's kind of like not soured me like on the movie. Well, it soured me on the movie a little bit, just kind of like hearing
Right.
what people's perspectives are, like the people
'Cause
who,
it's valid.
yeah, the people who actually like have those lived experiences and stuff. I totally get where they're coming from. It's just like the other people who, like you said, like feel like they have to I forget. There's a term for it, and
I
it's
said
like
social justice warrior. Is that what you're going
it's
for?
it's
Yeah.
basically kind of like social justice warrior, basically like having to appeal to like a value based system
Mm.
of like progressive politics, where you're like, I can't be a good liberal if I like this movie at all. And I'm sure like a lot of people just probably just don't like it. Like you said, don't think it's very good
Yeah,
on a
I just think
technical
it's
aspect.
I just don't, I think it's sloppy and messy. That's why I don't like it. And that's what's weird, is
I
because I'm coming at it from a completely other field as everyone else, you know?
And the thing for me is that I actually don't like really disagree with you, but I kind of still like the messiness of it.
Yeah, and
Like I
that's
kind
fine, because
of
that is the vibe of the movie too. It is very energetic. Yeah.
Yeah, and feel like all the like critics like first when because even other critics like we'll talk about. I watched Brother Bro's review
Mm.
of it, and I saw like he was kind of like sort of praising it, and I was like, this must have been like when it first came out. I was like, there's no way you're dropping a review like that today.
I just thought of something. I'll bring it up later. Continue. But I just
Sure.
thought of a great point. You inspired a great point.
We always do that for each other, but yeah, I think like all of those like early reviews said a lot of the same stuff, was that this movie is really enjoyable. And I think that's like where like me and my wife came from, because like I don't know if like we knew like how much to an extent people actually really hated Emilia Perez was, but like they we knew that it was sort of disliked and maybe sort of a little problematic. And we watched it and we're like, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I actually kind of like that. And then Carrie and I since have had many discussions, like trying to reconcile, like, I'm a liberal, I support trans people, but I kind of like that movie. What does that mean? Kind of a deal. And just kind of like thinking about that and just like thinking it, because like you talk about like the musical sequences, and if that's necessary, I've definitely heard that criticism before. You're not the only one, and it makes a lot of sense, but I also kind of like them, where it's like, the scene between Emilia Perez and her son, which, I guess it goes to show I thought it was her daughter, and then it turns out it's a son. And then I'm like, oh, okay. But it's such a sweet moment between them, which I've heard people say is like one of their favorite parts. Is like one of my favorite parts. I thought that was like a sweet moment between them,
Yeah.
where it's kind of like, it is like kind of like reconciling, like, you used to be my dad, but now you're my mom. I
Yeah.
think that's an important conversation, like with the kid too,
True.
about
Yeah.
someone transitioning.
Right.
And I think that kind of like shows that. And like, I think there's like a song where she was basically saying that ever since I was a kid, I've always felt like I needed a change. I needed something
Mm.
different and stuff like that. So I think maybe it tries to go there sometimes, but because Jacques
Never
Audiard,
fully
like we
commits.
said,
Yeah.
he didn't research it. He just kind of like, thought he knew everything and just
Yeah.
doesn't.
Yeah, he probably
And
met a trans person and was like, "Oh, maybe I should make a movie." Like, and another thing is the language
Yeah.
barrier because he doesn't speak English or Mexican, and that's another thing too. It says like writing credits, but 3 of them are translators. You know, like he's writing the script,
which
but
I
they're the
think
ones
is
who are helping.
which I think is
facilitate that.
weird but fascinating.
Yeah, it makes for
It's also
fascinating.
like what is it like trying to think about it, like other filmmakers. You're like, how did that person make that movie? There's like another example, I think, recent example of a person who doesn't speak like English and they still made a great movie or something.
No, I can't remember.
I don't know. I feel like there's other
I mean, like
examples
Bong
of it,
Joon-ho
but
did
it's like
Snowpiercer, and like Bong Joon-ho made
it's like, whoa.
Okja. Like Bong Joon-ho has made some English language films and probably does
Yeah.
a similar thing. Guillermo del Toro as well, early on when he was making some English language transitions. So it happens. Like we see international people doing it. You actually brought up a great point that with Brother Bro, where you were like, this guy who's like an Oscar pundit thought this movie was great. The word I wrote down is a 5-letter word. It's our show. It's Oscar. I think if this film had gotten no awards,
Yes.
had gotten nothing, and just been this crazy, wacky Netflix Selena Gomez musical that maybe gets a Golden Globe nomination, and everyone's like, "This is crazy." All right, and that's it. And like Zoe Saldana, maybe she still comes along. But if this wasn't 13, because like even if you like this movie, it does not need a makeup and hairstyling nomination for one scene where also you're making the actress literally have to transition back to a man for a scene, which I think is a little icky in principle, but I've never heard her talk about it, so I don't know. But also, like, you don't need to give it adapted screenplay, and you also don't need to give it score because there isn't a lot of score anyway. There's so many songs, cinematography. Like, there's certain elements that I don't think you don't need to give both songs, even though I know you like both songs. But like, I think that's the thing is when you over nominate something, when you're the most nominated film of the night, that is where I think a lot of that pushback comes. And we didn't even talk about it with
Yeah.
Anora, but people are already hating on Anora because it won last night. That's why
Of
winning
course they are.
awards or getting nominations is a death sentence. Where I think my favorite film of the year, Challengers, is going to age really well because no one has anything to shit on because it didn't win anything. It didn't get nominated for anything. Whereas I think all these movies that win stuff and get a lot of nominations immediately go on this pedestal that then makes it such an easy target. It's like the higher the skyscraper is, the more likely it is to, get zapped by lightning. That's kind of what it is. And I think that's exactly why it's getting the backlash. I think if this was a Cannes darling that like showed up in international feature and didn't win and like got 2 nominations, no one would be batting an eye. I guarantee. Maybe there would still be a trans and Mexican people speaking out, but it would not be at this degree. I don't think
that is actually like something that I was going to bring up because no, I'm glad you did because I probably would have forgotten is that I think my exact kind of thought for when, I finished watching the movie was I really liked that. Now I need to go like kind of look into more about like what the criticisms are. And then I don't think this is like a best picture nominee type of movie, but I really like it otherwise.
Yeah. Because
I think it's a great Netflix movie.
it's in a slate with another musical, and there was another musical about Robbie Williams that didn't even get nominated, to where those are 2 musicals that you and I can probably, I think, I don't know, we haven't gotten there yet, but I think you think are better than this at least.
Yeah.
And I think, 2 musicals are undoubtedly better than this. And I think that's the thing is also like, if it were the only musical of the year, even if it got nominated as the only musical of the year, it would have been like, all right, whatever, it's a musical. I'm glad there's some musical representation. But when there's the best musical of the year didn't even get nominated, and then your favorite musical of the year that got nominated doesn't win, and this
I don't agree
does
with that.
for Golden Globes, you don't agree that Wicked should have won?
No, you said the best musical of the year.
You haven't seen it, so you can't talk. But anyway, Golden Globe though, it beat Wicked, and that's the thing is like that is where I think the problem is that it's beating out better musicals this year, better musicals that were nominated, and I just think that's part of where the backlash comes. And also, I think another thing is also this year had a lot of good trans movies, and that's another thing where like if we didn't also have I Saw the TV Glow and The People's Joker this year, it would also be a little less. But that's the thing, we have these great. And Will and Harper, even though I documentaries haven't gotten into Best Picture in a long time, but it's just like, there's 3 prominent trans stories, and there's a 4th one which I'm forgetting the name of. I feel so bad, but that I didn't get to see. But there's so many great trans films this year, and like this is the one that they feel like, oh, we're doing a good job. We're awarding trans. It's the same thing as Crash in a way of like, yay, we're racism. We're against it, and it's like, okay, but like there's other examples that are just as good, if not better, if not more meaningful, if not more authentic. And I think that's also part of what it is. It's the Oscar of it all. It's the fact that there's other trans films. If there weren't all those other elements, I really think this would just be a movie that's forgotten about, that we never talk about. But I think because it had 13 nominations, it's always going to be part of Oscar history now. And it's almost a disservice to it. Even though I don't like it, it's still a disservice to it,
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. It's just one of those things to where like I feel like that's like I've never been like passionate about Emilia Perez, even though I kind of liked it. But it's like one of those things to where like I've always been kind of like that guy where like if I like it, I'm gonna push back on like everyone who wants to pile on it. Like even like with some things that I do love, like Coda is now apparently like a really hated film, and I'm like,
Mhm.
I love that movie. That's like one of my
Right.
favorite movies.
Yeah, it's always tough
And
it's always tough. Yeah.
it's really tough. And then you and I are, I guess, gonna experience that with Anora now and have to
Right.
defend
Yeah,
that.
I
It's
mean,
like
and
what?
the thing is, like, I've heard from people, not to go back to 6 films, but I've heard from people who didn't love Anora because they were just like, "I didn't love the tonal shift. It was a little too much from, like,
Mm,
rom-com to comedy." Like, and I understood that. I was like, "I get it." They're like,
yeah.
"I just don't love the style of writing that Sean Breaker does," but it's consistent. It's like, I didn't love it in Red Rocket either. I didn't love it in this. So, like, I understood that. It's the whole, like, now that it's winning, people are like, a movie about a hooker and, like, it's people who haven't seen it who are just like, what? This beat like Wicked and Dune and all these the 2 movies that everyone saw this year because they saw it in the theaters. Now,
Right.
obviously, everything else has to be shit. And or a Complete Unknown too. Those are the 3 movies everyone saw, was Wicked, Dune, and a Complete Unknown. So you didn't like, if anything else won, it was always going to get backlash. So I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's a tough conversation. I just the vaginoplasty song or whatever it's called. I think that's one of the better musical numbers because it is at least campy and it is at least silly and it is at least memorable. Like, that's the thing. And I honestly, I like, that moment is where I'm like, if the whole movie was this silly and comedic and satirical, I would have loved it. And I think that's the thing, is it's satirical, but then it is serious, and then it is crime, and then Selena Gomez's
Mhm,
character is the rooting interest because you feel bad about her, but then they try to villainize her, even though she's totally in the right. And that's another thing I talked about Matt with. I didn't really talk about you with, but like, he's like,
mhm,
I feel like the movie wants us to hate Selena Gomez's character, but she is very clearly the one in the right. She's the one who's being roped into this. She thinks her husband's dead, and
mhm,
she's meeting this Amelia figure who's trying to take the kids and, like, oh, move into my house. It's a lot for her, and I feel like she's justified in a lot of her actions. And I think the movie tries to villainize her character when in actuality, but then they have her dead naming Emilia Perez the whole last act, where I'm like, oh, maybe I don't like her. Like, I think
mm,
that's another thing too, where I'm like, I just don't know who we're supposed to be following. And then the person we're following is apparently the supporting actress in this thing, Zoe Saldana, who I thought was the main
right.
character. So it's
Yeah,
it's a whole
she
cluster
is the main
of
character, I
thought.
think. But
I
it
guess.
is.
I don't know.
No, I mean that is interesting. It's like almost like they're all the main character, but none of them are. Or you
Yeah.
can argue to
Mexico's the
death,
main character, even though Zoe
whatever.
Saldana said they didn't have Mexico in mind when they made it, which doesn't make sense because it's in Mexico. I don't
Yeah,
know how you don't have it in mind. I don't know. I don't know.
yeah,
Why didn't you just make it
it
France?
is.
I don't know.
I
I don't
feel
know.
like that's the point too. Is like there's so much conversation that still even be had. Like we haven't even touched on. You just started touching on like the dynamics between the characters and all that stuff, and like the idea of well she got what she want by like transitioning, and she's able to live her truth and live that life that she's always wanted, but now she's away from her kids, and she's trying to like manufacture this return to her kids, and
Mm,
that opens up a can of worms, and then it becomes Mrs. Doubtfire, which I was like, oh wow, okay, this is Mrs.
right.
Doubtfire
It's
now.
more like, oh, is
And
she gonna get caught? It's like you're
right,
making it seem like she's not doing the. She's. I don't know. I don't want to go
I
into
gotcha.
that.
I
Yeah,
gotcha.
you
Yeah.
know what I
I
mean.
mean,
We've talked about it. Yeah.
you're definitely explaining more about like, how like a trans person would watch the movie and go like, that's not
Mm.
how it works. So I totally am
That's
getting
not how the Force works in the
a little
Harrison
bit
Ford
more
ones.
of it now. But yeah, I do. I don't know. It is weird how you can like sympathize with every character, but then every character is kind of like an asshole. Well, except for Zoe Saldana, I think she's always good. But
Yeah.
like everyone else is just like kind of a rooting interest at some point, and then an asshole at some point, and
Yeah.
it's just
And even
I don't know.
Zoe, it's like one of those things where I'm like, she's winning for this when I think her Avatar performance is so phenomenal. And like the other actresses in the category, I talked about Monica Barbaro. We're gonna talk about Ariana Grande Batera. I'm like, this is the one that wins. I'm like, I get it. She
Yeah.
should have an Oscar, but it's also like, I don't know. It's good. She's a great dancer. She's an okay singer, but like, I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know.
And the one thing that I'll kind of leave on, because we've talked about Emilia Perez a lot, is that I know people love to shit on the musical aspect of it and say the songs are not good. And for me, a lot of the times I feel like maybe I'm just made different, or a lot of people might just be saying all those songs are bad because I hate that movie because it's not progressive. I'm like, I keep returning to the Emilia Pérez soundtrack a lot.
It's
So
fine.
I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the
That's
thing.
what I'm.
Music is the most subjective art form, so like there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with. And clearly you're not in the minority, because the Oscars did give it 2 Oscars, and one of them was for its music. So and I will say, of the 2, I do think El Mal, it is very catchy. If it was just the Zoe stuff,
I think
it'd be perfect. I would
Mi
honestly.
Camino's a banger.
That's fine too. Like I honestly just haven't listened to it enough. I know the hook, the da, 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 but the verses can't sing a verse to you right now. I only know that chorus. But El
Well, it's
Mal,
in Spanish, bro.
no, but the tune, like I couldn't
I
hum the
gotcha.
tune of the verse. I can only get that chorus that I just sang. But
Mm.
El Mal, what's interesting about it is that everyone's like, well, it's Zoe's song, it's Zoe's song, it's Zoe's song. But Emilia Pérez sings half that song, to where I'm like, Zoe stuff, if it was only Zoe stuff, I would be like, that song rocks. Because it is a banger. It's like the ba-da, da, 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 da. Like, I really like that. It's just whenever they cut back to and I can't. Not to make fun of her. I think she is a great performer. I think her performance is fantastic. Her singing and her attitude as a real person sucks. So that's where we'll end that. But it does show that trans people can get nominated for this award, and I hope that when the next transgender actress or actor gets nominated, and I would love to see Elliot Page do it very soon for the Odyssey. I don't know what other project he has coming up his sleeve, but I do think the next time it happens, it will be very celebrated, and I think because of this, I think that could be a winner. Like whoever the next one is, like I really think it could be a cool performance that everyone is so happy. Like you're a good person and you're trailblazing. Let's forget the Emilia Perez, Carlos Sofia Gascon thing. Let's celebrate you. And like this is going to be the face of representation in the Oscars. I hope that happens someday soon in our time of doing Picture This in the moment. Like I hope in the next few years that happens, because I think that'd be really cool. I'd love to see it. Yeah. So Emilia Pérez up for 13 awards, 2 winners though, 2 wins. So it has the lowest batting average of anything that won, but it still wins 2, which is pretty big. Supporting actress, a huge one, Zoe Saldana, well deserved. She's awarded here on our show for 2009. Also winner for original song for El Mal, and then it's nominated for picture, for director for Jacques Audiard, actress for Carlos Sofia Gascon, adapted screenplay, international feature, film editing, cinematography, sound, makeup and hairstyling, original score, original song, Mi Camino. And what a perfect segue. We talked a lot about how Mexicans were not very happy with this film, but you know who was very, very, very happy with their country's film? Were those Brazilians. And I know you're listening. I know you waited 3 hours for this. Brazilians, we got in here. I'm Still Here. Chad, tell us about I'm Still Here.
And oh my god, I'm gonna mispronounce so many names, and I apologize for this.
As long as you say the director's name right, because I got called out in my comments for my New York Film Fest review that I said his name wrong. I said Walter Sales. It is Walter Salas. There we go. I said it. I corrected you all. I made sure to say it before Chad could do it too. I saw the comments. I have a lot to answer for that I will be answering for with this film. But one of them, a right I'm going to wrong, or a wrong I'm going to right. Walter Salas is his name.
You know, Dylan, I can see that there are 2 L's. So I'm Still Here, directed by Walter Salas, written by Murilo Hauser and Heiter Larrega, cinematography by Adrian Tejido, music by Warren Ellis, starring Fernanda Torres, Fernanda Montenegro, Selton is it Mello or Mayo? Guilherme,
Guillermo, yeah.
Guillermo. Oh, yeah. What? Like Guillermo del Toro, of course.
For anyone who doesn't know, we are well into 1 a.m., so please be kind to Chad.
Valentina Herzage, Luisa Kosovsky, Barbara Luce, and Cora Mora. Synopsis: a military dictatorship and actually, this is not a military dictatorship in Brazil leads to the forced disappearance of family man and politician, leaving the family and matriarch feeling lost and violated. Based on
Yes.
the novel I'm Still Here by Marcela Rubens Paiva.
Yes. So obviously, elephant in the room, the Brazilians love this movie. And they have gone so hard in making sure that it is so embraced. Every video about Fernando Torres in this film has been getting so many views, so many likes, so many comments, so much love from Brazil. That first, I just want to take this time to say thank you because y'all got us monetized. We are so grateful to you, Brazilians. You watching this channel and watching my review for I'm Still Here kind of reaffirmed I wasn't going to quit this, but like made me realize that I love doing this. And like, this is not the reason is why is not for monetary and views and all that stuff, but just seeing that there's so much passion out there for film is what makes me excited to do this. I'm sure it's what makes him excited to do this as well. What I will say, I said two things in that video that I'm going to apologize for. One was Walter Sales's name. I said sales. Second thing I said was that I was sitting in the front row of New York Film Fest. So I said it was a shame I was sitting front row because the subtitles were so close that it was tough to read the subtitles and watch the screen at the same time because I was in the front row. And someone said, "Look at this American who doesn't want to read subtitles." I'm like, no. I am the biggest advocate for subtitles. I watch subtitles for silent movies. I just could not see them because I was in the front row. So I want to apologize if that came across the wrong way. I wish I was sitting a few rows back so I could see the subtitles easier.
Yeah.
I love subtitles. That's all I have to apologize for. This movie rocks. Chad, what do you think of I'm Still Here?
Yeah, no, I'm it's like a complete unknown. I'm really glad I finally got to see this because it's just I can't always get out to the theater, but like and I don't know if I would have seen it as soon as possible. I might have sought it out like when it was on streaming and stuff, but like the passion that got it a Best Picture nomination, which was like one of the most surprising things ever in a very positive way because I had heard so many great things about it. That it was like a really good movie. Made me like really excited to check it out. And then because of the show, like I had to rush out and go see it before it left theaters. And I'm really glad I did because yeah, I think it is a really great movie. It's one of those where we mentioned it, we like kind of not like alluded to it like earlier in the show. Like this is, something that's very relevant to the time we're living in now, even though it takes place in the 70s, where it's like, I'm speaking specifically about our country,
Right.
where it's like you see in this like a complete like military takeover where there's no accountability. People are just doing, whatever they want. They're destroying people's lives. They're killing people. I'm not saying this is happening here, but I'm just saying like it's a very slippery slope to something like that if you're not careful as a society and you let people just do whatever they want, just like without any rules, unfettered. They just like start, you're suspected of this, and we just like take you and just question you for days. And this is like the things that happen in this movie. And I love that this is something that just I haven't really seen, happen a lot in movies, and like just the focus that it has. Like, we started this channel a few years back and we started like watching something like Since You Went Away. Is that's the right title? Since you went away?
That is the title of a movie we
That is
watched.
it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
probably the
like
one you're
where it
looking at.
like
Yeah.
where it like focuses on the
The women
family.
when the
Yeah.
men go off to war. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what. Yeah.
the
Mhm,
mother and the children.
mhm.
Um, it's a different kind of scenario. It's not like he went off to war, but like you do get like the first bit of it where you see this happy family and like he's uh, uh politician or a former politician, like where he's sympathizing with the resistance
Yeah, he
and
used to be a
helping the
congressman, I think. Yeah.
resistance.
Mhm.
Yeah, and like you see like how this has gone like to a point where there is a resistance and like that's a thing. And then not only that, but like he's kind of helping them and stuff. And like instead of just like him just being allowed to be opposed to the thing that's going on, he gets kidnapped in such a like stark way where it's like, he's like, "Oh, I'll see you guys later," I'm just gonna go to the office kind of a deal. I'll be back for dinner. Not back for dinner, not back ever. And it's just like that stark, like gut, like crushing, like he's never coming back. It's just like a think about like if something like that happened to one of your family members. I couldn't even fathom that. And
Yeah.
just like the emotions that this family and Fernando Torres has to go through is just incredible.
Hmm.
And just to see the family not like completely fall apart because of this is just like crazy. So
Yeah.
I want to let you talk because you haven't talked.
Yeah, I
So
mean, yeah, I think the beauty of this film is that the scenes, and I read this, the scenes where she cries were edited out of the movie because that's
mm,
not who this person was. She never really cried about it. And what I love about this movie is that it shows how different people respond to loss and trauma and stress and anxiety in different ways. This woman is so strong that she has to put on this facade for her family that everything's okay, that everything's great. She's sitting down to get investigation, paperwork and get some answers to her questions. And then she's like, hey, we haven't gotten dinner in a while. Let's get dinner. That's just the type of person she is. She's always trying to make normalcy out of something that is not normal at all. It is very abnormal. And I just love that choice of like not letting her cry because the actual woman apparently was not very emotional. And I love how the moments where you think she's going to cry, she doesn't. She contains it. And the one moment where you see any sort of tears, it's all just welling up in her eyes. It's that ice cream parlor scene. I just think she's so good at just expressing so much without words that, like, when I heard about this, I saw this movie. Love Fernanda Torres. Thought she was, one of those positive nepotism babies where it's like, no, you are totally justified in being as well regarded as you are. Went in this performance, loved it. Didn't think it was ever going to get like an Oscar nomination, just because it's not that type of person. But there's just not that type of film that normally gets it, I should say. But then it started getting buzz and she wins a Golden Globe and all these things. And it makes sense. And the thing is, it's not the showiest. We have actresses in this category who are singing their hearts out. One singing it out very well, one that we talked about, maybe not singing it out perfectly, but you have actresses who are putting all this makeup and going for the fences with the prosthetics of their makeup and all that. You have an actress who is embodying the titular character in a Best Picture winning film. And then you have this quiet, calculated, subtle performance, but every single mannerism, every single moment just hits so deep because it's subtle. And I think that's the power of this film, because this is something that so many families went through, of having to stay strong for the kids, for the family. Don't let them know you're hurting or they will hurt too. Don't show them you're panicked or they will too. And that's something that is universal. That's not just specific to Brazil, but something that other families experience all throughout the world, is that idea of like, you can't show fear or it'll take advantage of you. And I think that's just such a strong thing, but also something that is so hard to reconcile with, because you want to be able to let your emotions out. But at the time,
yeah,
especially a woman in Brazil at this time, she couldn't. And it's just so
yeah,
tragic. And we'll talk about the endings, because I think what makes this even better is when and I know you listed off the cast, and at this point the movie's out a while, people know who's in it. I had no idea Fernanda Montenegro was in it. So when they finally get to that last scene and it's her, like at first I was like, wait, is Fernanda Torres in just like really good old age makeup? And I was like, holy shit, no, that's her mother.
right,
I was like, oh my god. And then it's like this beautiful thing for a film all about family and generations, and seeing Fernanda Torres have this moment that her mother had as this like real trailblazer for Brazilian cinema. She's walking these shoes as well. On rewatch, I really appreciate that even more, because now knowing she has this nomination, it was this great full circle moment about family, because that's what this film is. It's about family and strength, and staying true to togetherness and unity, and getting through tough times. And I think the fact that the final shot of this film is a family photo, which was the very first kind of scene of the film, is a great bookend. Even though it has a different context now at the end without
yeah,
the father figure there. So I just thought it was such a brilliant film for what it is doing and what it is going for, and just seeing the love for it. It's like we just talked about Emilia Pérez. Like, the reason why it's hard to connect with that film is because the people who are represented in the film don't feel like they're well represented, whereas Brazilians feel so honored that this film is being
yeah,
told, telling their story. It makes you like this film a lot more. It's easier to
oh
like this
yeah,
film a lot more because there's such passion behind it and they all support it. And if they were all saying like, this is such a disservice, I would think lowly of this film as well. But I think, the fact that they love it says a lot about the quality of it and the people who make it happen.
yeah. It's like I've never really talked about like the emotionally manipulative thing, and I'm not like accusing this film of that, but I'm like sitting here wondering like the about the range of that,
Mm,
because I'm thinking about like the thing that you said about the matriarch, the new matriarch who doesn't have the father around anymore, who has to be everything, like, for this family, the sole provider for the family, being like this hard rock and not being able to show emotion, or maybe not wanting to, or being capable of it if you're just not really an emotional person. But like being that, where it's like that maybe like well of emotion that doesn't exist there, it's almost like then forces the audience to be that emotional, like you're
yeah,
gonna get
you're the
emotional now.
catharsis. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I love that. Yeah.
and that's why I was talking about like emotional manipulation, like not that it's intentionally like in a bad way, but like a good way, like it's like a kind of almost like a device
Yeah, like we're
to
not
make.
gonna make you cry, like, haha. It's more like we're gonna give you this catharsis. Yeah.
Yes, to connect with the characters in
Hmm.
that way, because
Hmm.
that's what great cinema can do. And when you touched on a scene that I didn't cry during the film, but thinking about it again, I was about to cry right here and now. Thinking about it is the scene when they're in the ice cream parlor, like you're talking about, where they're in a place where they're like supposed to be happy eating ice cream together, and all they can see is other families who are like complete,
Hmm.
and they're just missing the one person that's gone. And I'm just like sitting there thinking about like how sad that really is. Like
Hmm.
our family was destroyed.
Yeah, and not
Like
being
like
able to
a,
talk about it either. Like not being able to be like, "Hey,
yeah,
kids, let's go through this together." She can't go through it with anyone else. All she can go through it with is herself. And like
so
her daughters start to pick up on it, but like she for so long has to keep it all internalized. Where that's the hardest thing. Like I had a terrible loss in my family a few years ago. We all
mhm.
got to grieve together. My mom, my dad, my grandparents, and I couldn't imagine having to do it alone and like still also be a mother or father to
No
some
way.
people, you know? And because you said it is so sudden. It's like imagine if that was your family member. Yeah, people pass away suddenly from all sorts of things, heart attacks, strokes, and it's tragic, but you also have the time to have closure and grief, and you have a wake where you, even if you need that visual closure, you can. Here you don't have that because there's also so much mystery to it too. It's like
Yeah.
you don't even have time to even process the death because all you're doing is wondering what the fuck happened and then what's happening and are you going to be next, or because she gets taken for a little bit of time too. She has like the where she
Yeah.
scratches the days into the wall. So I think that's another layer to it too.
And you get to see just like why getting that physical like death certificate in your hand isn't like I mean, it's a sad moment, but like they're happy. They're like, we got that, finally got the closure that we needed. And then like to see the scene of like the now grown up kids, they're like the only like the two of them or whatever that are there with her in the future, in the 90s I think it was, 20 years later, where they're at the dinner table talking about like, when did you know dad wasn't coming home? And then it's like it was very different times for both of them.
Yeah.
And it's because, she couldn't like tell them, I guess. And
Hmm.
so they had to slowly like, I guess like different like maturity levels and different like, just levels of like understanding about what was actually going on.
Hmm.
Because when you're a kid, you don't really understand any of
Right.
that
Well,
stuff.
and what's
So
interesting is that so much of the movie feels like it's from Fernando Torres's character's perspective, but in that epilogue, they're like, "When did you last know?" It was when we
right.
left the city. What is the last shot you see before they jump in time? Is them leaving the city in the car. So maybe it's the kid's perspective, and then once the kids grow up, so rapidly in that moment, oh shit, dad's dead. Snap, we're in the future. And I really like that device as well. And I love how in that epilogue there are callbacks. They're going through the photos of things you've seen in the movie already. They're going through these different images that you've seen before, like recalling events. And I love when movies do that. It's a little on the nose at times, but I love the visual language of just kind of recapping things that you've already seen, that you the audience can be like, oh, I recognize that through scenes that come in the future. I think it's just a really cool kind of um plot narrative device, even though
Yeah.
it is a little film schooly, cheeky, like whatever. But like, I'm like, I don't know. It's a cool device. I liked it. The idea that like you pull out the family photo that we saw them take in the first act. Like, I like that. I like that kind of well-rounded
Yeah,
fullness of it. Yeah.
I do too. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm still here. Fantastic. Go Brazilians. Thank you for watching. Continue watching because Fernanda Torres, she may be one of our acting winners. We will see. So stay tuned. Maybe she will. Maybe this will be our number one. We'll have to find out. Stay tuned. Do not log off now. We still have a few more movies to go. I'm still here. Nominated for 3 awards. Wins one big one. International feature. Beats the film with 13 nominations. Also nominated for picture and actress for Fernanda Torres. So we were talking about ice cream parlors. Chad, do you know how much a scoop of ice cream cost in the 1970s in America?
Nickel.
That's right. A nickel. Good guess. How do you know? Listen, there's only one way to go from a traumatic story to another, and if we have to make fun segues 3 hours and 30 minutes into this, we will. Chad, tell us about Nickel Boys.
I mean, this is a pretty sad story too. So, Nickel Boys, directed by Ramel Ross. Is that how you say it?
Yep.
Written by Ramel Ross and Jocelyn Barnes. Cinematography by Jomo Frey. Music by Alex Summers and Scott Alario. Starring Ethan Harris, Ethan Cole Sharp, David Diggs, Brandon Wilson, Anjanou Ellis Taylor, Hamish Linklater, Fred Hetchinger, and Jimmy Fails. Synopsis. In Florida in the 1960s, 2 African-American boys are sent to an abusive reform school based on The Nickel Boys by Colson Whitehead.
Yep, another famous book that I haven't read, but after this and Conclave, I definitely want to because I've heard the book is fantastic. Chad, what did you think of Nickel Boys? I know you've seen this now twice, right?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the first time I watched this, I was like, I don't really like it all that much. I was like, I don't think the choices that Ramel made to kind of like do it like the cinematography like an interesting way from like different perspective. Yeah, the POV thing is I was like, I don't know if I like it. Like I think like if they would have just made like more of a conventional story of this, it would have been more harrowing, but would have been more interesting and like less gimmicky and stuff like that. That's what I thought like the first time I saw it. And like, I think I really was like, I'm probably gonna rank this one number 10. And then I rewatched it and I was just like, some of these goddamn shots. I was like, okay, I can't even.
The one in the ceiling where it's the reflection in the ceiling. Like I'm like, wait, why can't you see the camera? How are they doing this?
Oh yeah. Like the those
poster
technical
shot.
things.
Yeah, the poster shot where it's the 2 of them looking up at the ceiling, and I'm like, where the glass ceiling, and it's like reflecting back in them, and I'm like, wait, wouldn't you see the camera in the lens? I don't know. It's just
no, that's a very interesting thing too. But I'm also talking about like the shot of like on the train when like things are just like moving past. Shot of the sky and
shadow.
I don't know. It's just like hard to even describe a lot of these shots, but it's just like when you see it and you're just like. And the thing too that I love about this movie, and is most of it's not even really involving like the atrocities that happened at the school. Well, I guess it is because a lot of it is the transitional stuff where it's like the cutting to different things, whether it's like pictures of like the graves or just even just cutting to scenes from the Defiant ones and just like interesting stuff like that. Where
and then shots later where David Diggs is watching the Defiant ones on TV. Yeah.
And
I thought of you immediately when I saw this in New York Film Festival. I was like, holy shit. I think I was going to text you and Carly, and I was like, I'm in a sold out crowd. I cannot pull out my phone. But like, if I ever were going to pull out my phone in a theater, it would be for that. Because I was like, oh my God, guys. Because it was right after we covered that. Me and Carly. It was literally that month.
Yeah.
It was literally a few weeks before, because I think we filmed that episode, the GG episode, and then like 2 weeks later I saw Nickel Boys at New York Film Fest. So I was like, holy crap, what are the odds? Yeah.
Yeah, and like I watched your review of it before I saw it, and then like I remember you talking about kind of like the cinematography and like So I think you were even saying like you're not sure if it like fully worked
Oh
as
yeah,
far
I was
as
I was
like
on your wavelength. Yeah, for sure. The first
yeah.
time I watched it. Yeah.
And I don't know, in some ways I think I still am where I'm like I don't know if this needed to be this way, like, but then again, like I'm wondering if like the different perspectives like really matters
Yeah.
because specifically like in the cafeteria when they like first meet the two friends, and you see the same scene happen from each perspective, and I guess you get more information the
Mm.
different times that you see it, but yeah, and then just seeing this like story play out and just knowing that something like this existed and happened is just so creepy and weird and sad and just like thinking about just like you know so also reminds me of that one Steve McQueen from the Small Axe series, like where you
Oh
have
yeah, yeah.
like boys that are put, or not just boys but
Oh,
children.
education. Yeah.
Yes, that who are put in like a school, and like the reason for the school to exist is to waste their time and not educate them. And it's just you see like just the full waste of potential and like a mind that's so unique and that could just be used to, not used, but like could that person could use their mind to do something great or just even like learn something just which is great just in itself, and it's just instead they're just neglected. And it's just like, in this it goes even further where kids are like murdered and
Hmm.
stuff, and it's just like really
So many too, and no one finds
yeah.
out about it until years and years later. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's you see like perilous like work of someone like the kid that was affected, um, David Diggs' character, who I think was working on uncovering it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because he plays an adult Elwood. Well, technically, yeah. Then that's a part of
yeah.
the twist that I love too, is that he's Elwood, but really he's Turner, and he's adopted the name Elwood because of his because Elwood is killed. And that's
Mhm.
another thing that I thought was so interesting because the whole time I was wondering, okay, great, and I'm talking about the first time. I was like, okay, great. I understand the uniqueness of the camera shots. It's a great unique concept, a great unique idea. 2.5 hours is a long time to do it, but like cool technical shots, beautifully filmed. But I feel a little alienated. I feel like it was meant to make me feel like I was really living the experience with them. And because it was such a choice, I was thinking about it the whole time and I wasn't immersed because I was at a
Oh.
distance. But at the end, when you find out that the reason it's being told this way is because he had basically adopted his friend's name to live and make sure his name carried on, and finding out that they shared so much of the same experience that they quite literally share the same point of view, literally, and that is reflected in the cinematography. I thought that was brilliant. I was like, wow, like that is such a good
Mhm.
choice to make it that like these two see eye to eye the entire time. So we are going to quite literally see eye in eye, like their eyes point of view, everything is seen from their perspective, shared through their experiences, as if we were living them ourselves. And I think it's all about empathy. I mean, Roger Ebert said this is an movies are empathy machines, and this is the way to get the empathy, is to quite literally put you behind the camera as if you are them. And I think for a lot of like white moviegoers, like that is a very jarring thing, but also something that's very meaningful, to live in a black character's shoes in a literal sense that
Yeah.
you can't get if it's just a standard film. If you see these characters talking, fine, but I feel like honestly it wouldn't have the same impact. I think because you have this bold stylistic choice, it feels unique, it feels monumental, it feels like it's pushing the medium forward. When I rewatch this, I every year there's a zone of interest. Every year there's a movie where I was like, this will probably be my 8, 9, 10. I like it, it's fine. And then I rewatch it and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this could be a masterpiece, because this is one where
Mhm.
this is my zone of interest of the year. Where I watch it again, I was like, I was floored. And I don't know, I've always been a theatrical exhibition first kind of guy, but I think honestly, watching this on a laptop right in front of me and almost feeling like it's almost touching my face in a way, because I watched this I watched this very late at night, like on my laptop, and I was like just kind of like holding it in front of my face, like lying on my bed. I almost felt like I was in it. I was just in their world. I was in their shoes. I was absorbed. And I don't know. It was the biggest glow up I've had of any of these movies, where I was just so down, not down on it, but I was like, it's all about its style. It's a cool style, just not for me. I didn't really get it. I didn't feel immersed. To now being like fully like, wow, like this is monumental. Like I'm getting Tree of Life vibes watching this, where it's like you said, like the
Yeah.
different
Yeah. Yeah.
fragments
Yeah. Yeah.
of
Yeah.
life
Yeah.
and the different memories told in little snippets, and not necessarily focusing
Mm-hmm.
on this is your opening, middle, and story. It's more so just what are your everyday experiences. The thing I also love so much is that, normally if you see a character just kind of like glance down and glance up, all you see is their eyeballs move. But here you're getting the full tilt, and like when characters look down at their shoes. There's also a funny shot earlier where Elwood kind of like checks out a lady's ass, like shit like that, where like or
Uh-huh.
nothing in normal movies, but because you're getting this first-hand point of view, every time the character looks down to fiddle with his thumbs or looks down at his shoes in guilt or something, it means so much more because you're quite literally getting that full camera POV crane down. And just thinking
Yeah.
about how like they must have filmed all those hug sequences too with like Anjou Ellis, like just thinking about the actual orchestration of the camera work is probably the next best accomplishment next to Top Gun Maverick in terms of like actors actually commanding the cinematography themselves and having to learn how to function with the cameras, like kind of how Tom Cruise did in Top Gun, where he had to kind of be his own cinematographer in the cockpit. That's kind of what this
Yeah.
feels like too, because the actors themselves have to work with not only acting to a camera as if they are the person, but then actually having the camera when they have to reach out their hands in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's so bold and striking and such a step forward in filmmaking that like nothing else is like this right now. This is one of one. And there's that, you can't say that about any other film on this list. There are always other body horror films. There are always other musicals. There are always other Brazilian dramas. There's not another film like this. And that's awesome. I think that's so cool,
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know if like, even on my second watch, I was at the same level you are as like thinking about this movie, but like it is a movie that I could like the first time I watched it, I was like, I don't even know if I want to watch that again. The second time, now I'm like, I kind of want to watch it a third time to see, to get a lot more of it out, because I think there is a lot more there. It's not a shallow film, like where you watch it and you think it might be, and then you go and then you watch it again and you get more out of it. I think it is one of those films where it keeps on giving. And yeah, and it's just also one of those where it's just like I feel like so visually stunning in a lot of ways that it really makes you, and like with the music, I feel like it has that like, is it like a sort of like jazzy style music
Yeah. Oh
that
yeah.
plays?
So
It
jazzy.
it
Yeah.
it really makes me feel kind of like how American Fiction was last year with its like jazzy style, like uh score. And I love that. And just like that paired with the like brilliant editing. Did this get nominated for editing?
No, and
The
this is
fuck is
another
going
talking
on?
point. It
The
didn't get
hell?
nominated for cinematography either, Chad.
Cinematography.
Like,
Yeah.
and I get it. Ed Lockman is a legend for Maria. I get it. The Nosferatu cinematography is great.
Hmm.
What else? Dune, great. Brutalist, obviously, and oh yeah, the fifth is Emilia Pérez. So like that's the one I would sub out for sure. But like,
Hmm.
I think this is better than at least three of those. Like maybe not Brutalist. Like I think this would definitely come second to Brutalist. And
Yeah.
in films this year, I still also love Challenger cinematography. But I think like this, if this is not in your top three cinematography of the year, like what do you value in cinematography? Like this is the
Yeah.
achievement in cinematography. Like so is Brutalist. I get it, but like I
Yeah.
not even nominating, because that's the thing. This is a great
Yeah.
year for cinematography. Even like Trap, that movie had fantastic cinematography. But like, how is this not nominated? I'm puzzled, Jad. Help me. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
I'm not the Academy. Don't blame
Only
me.
only screenplay? Like really? And the screenplay is
Yeah,
fantastic. I
I don't
nominated
know.
it too for the pickles, but like that's what you're gonna single out? Like the screenplay? When like I think the language what's on the text is great, but it's also the least integral between that cinematography and editing. Like that would come last for me if you're looking at all three. And I know editing was also stacked this year. Like I didn't even nominate this for editing at the Pickle Awards, but
Mm,
I watched this again after the Pickle Awards. I probably would have nominated it for way
that
more.
editing, yeah.
Yeah, I probably would have, because I really was underselling it. But I nominated for cinematography, so I'm innocent there. But like, yeah, I don't know how that this got snubbed for
Yeah.
cinematography. It puzzles me. It'll puzzle me forever. There's always a
Yes.
snub. This and Top Gun Maverick have made me lose all faith in the cinematography branch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an achievement. Whether you think it's like just gimmicky or you've actually, I think take the time to dive a little bit deeper. Yeah, I mean it's definitely impressive either way. Like you said, like you were like, how they do that? That's like what you do with Terrence Malick movies. You go,
Yeah.
how did he get that shot?
Ramel Ross feels very Malickian. Like I really do think,
Yeah.
and this is his first feature narrative. Like he's done a lot of documentaries, but
Was he
this
the,
is his first
he wasn't
feature
the
film.
cinematographer on it.
No,
That
he's a
was,
director. But
Joe
again, like
Frey.
yeah, but it is, and I think Joe Frey is even more of a newcomer. Like I don't really think he's done a
Well,
lot.
that's also the thing is that Terrence Malick technically isn't the cinematographer of his films either.
Right.
But he works so closely with the cinematographers
Right.
that
There's
they're
a
just like
language. Mhm.
they talk to each other and figure out
Yeah.
how to shoot it, and they're just
Yeah.
like I think Terrence Malick also is a cinematographer. If he's not an official one, he's at least an amateur one. He knows what he's doing.
Right, and I think the
Cinematography.
same is true here too. Because honestly,
Probably, yeah.
some of the shots feel like they're documentary shots because they feel like this crisp, HD, clear, colorful, beautiful landscapes. But then they also carry weight because it's also theme and there's characters and performance, and
Yeah.
it's just a very big level up from his documentary, which I forget the name of. I think it's like Hale County. Here we go, Hale County this morning, this evening, which was a great documentary. But he's really just kind of upped it already in one go. Like this is his narrative feature debut, and like for a debut. Like, this is what you're doing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited for what he has now. Like, I think we'll be talking about him for years to come. I think we'll definitely talk about him on the show before the time is up. Yeah.
Which, talking about like great debuts, there's something with the next movie I was going to talk about with debuts.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we'll get there.
All right. Well, we'll get there.
If I remember.
Yeah.
But,
We'll get there right now. Unless you have anything else to say about Nickel Boys.
Well, I just want to say, if you haven't seen it, you're on the fence, definitely check it out because, I feel like it is stunning visually, and it is a very like important topic. Like, I mean, we've probably seen, things sort of like it, but I feel like it's a story that should be told. Like, people's lives were lost, and I feel like, that is just like such a tragedy to think about something like that happening.
I wouldn't double feature it with I'm Still Here, but it does feel similar in that way, where it's like trying to like reconcile for all the people who've died, but it's too late. But here's how we honor them the best way we can.
Yeah.
Wow. Nickel
Great
Boys.
movie.
Glad I made it in here. I'm glad I gave it because if it hadn't gotten nominated, I probably wouldn't have given it another watch anytime soon. So I'm glad it gave me the excuse because I loved it.
Yes.
But,
Same.
nominated for 2 awards, doesn't win either, but picture and adapted screenplay, it got in somewhere. That's what matters. There's a lot of style. Some would say style over substance. I think it had style and substance. But you know what else has style and substance is the substance. So let's talk about the substance, Chad. Tell us about the substance.
The substance. If you can bring in that noise that plays every time the substance shows up.
Like the
yeah,
drone
there you go.
sound,
Yep. Yeah.
I'll do it verbally.
Directed by Coralie Farge, written by Coralie Farge, cinematography by Benjamin Krekun, music by Rafferty, starring Demi Moore, Margaret Qualley, Dennis Quaid, Edward Hamilton Clark, Gore Abrams, Oscar Lesage, Christian Eriksen, Robin Greer, Tom Morton, Hugo Diego Garcia, and Jan Bean. Synopsis: An aging actress undergoes an experimental drug process in order to experience living in a young body again, but her continued self-hatred drives her to abuse this drug, which leads to utter chaos.
Chad, I love this movie. I just it's hard because like we've talked about this. This is one where like if you know me and you know Chad, you know I am a huge fan of badass women who make French horror because I love Titan. You know Chad is the horror guy. So like our friendship, our rapport, like we're gonna talk about the substance. It's not like, well, we'll save it for picture this. Also, because at the time we both saw this, who would have thought it would get a Best Picture nomination? We were both just like, oh man, like this is gonna be a really cool editing nomination or makeup nomination. And then it became, oh, it's probably gonna win makeup, but Demi Moore might get nominated too. And then it became, I think it's gonna get a Best Picture nomination. I remember it was at the point where I was coming home from Minnesota in the airport. I think we both put it into our Gold Derby 10, and that was before the Globe nominations. Then it got the Globe nomination. People were like, maybe it's gonna get director too, and then maybe it's gonna win actress, and then maybe it's gonna like. this trajectory has been so cool to see a movie, and we talked about it also with
Yeah.
like horror. Horror doesn't get represented nearly enough, and the horror movies that the Academy nominates are horror movies. But like Silence of the Lambs is very much a horror movie that you could see in a different lens as like a crime procedural drama.
Yeah.
Black Swan, you could look at it as like more of a psychological thriller. This is a body horror film. There's nothing to counteract that. It is more than that, but it is that. And I love that.
Yeah.
I love that it is unashamedly a horror film. And like I mean, how cool that we get to talk about The Substance here. Chad, what do you think of The Substance? And please your debut comment, if you will, as well.
Yeah. My thoughts is I think The Substance is fantastic. I love the swings that it takes. I love how it is like, unabashedly like body horror and just crazy wacky shit. It verges into horror comedy territory.
I would say big time. Yeah.
And but it's also has so much great messaging and just you can also see it as like a drama that just also like dives deep into horror comedy like territory. And like it's one of those where it's like every few years or every decade or something like that, something comes along in the horror genre that they go, okay, we can respect this one. And it's like, why? Like, not why that one, because you always go, yeah, I get it. The Exorcist. Yep, I get it. Great movie. Okay. Yep. The Silence of the Land. Yep. Black Swan. Sure. Yep. Get Out. Yeah, definitely. And then The Substance. And then you see that and you go, well, maybe most people will go, yeah, definitely. Because it has that deep messaging. But then you go back to other ones that you're like, should have been nominated, especially in years where you could see other movies that you're like, I wouldn't have nominated that actually did get nominated. And then I'm like, why the fuck did Hereditary not get nominated? It's like one of those things. And like, that's like the great debut that I was talking about from Ari Aster, that I'm just like, that is such a perfect like horror movie. That's like, it's like a great drama about like familial trauma that also is a great horror movie because it's scary as shit. And then I'm like, I don't know. It's one of those things where like that The Substance has nothing to do with that. The Substance is not the fault of The Substance, but it just kind of pisses me off that I'm just like, this is the one that like gets in that, which is perfect. But like, I'm also mourning, like, why couldn't have Hereditary have gotten the respect it was due? And, Demi Moore is getting, well, she didn't get the ultimate love, but she got the nomination. And it's like, you didn't even give Toni Collette the time of day. So anyways, that rant over, onto The Substance. I think this is a killer movie. It's just like one of those where it takes like an actual issue in Hollywood, but also like in the culture at large, and how it like like what it values, and values like youth and beauty, but it's like beauty in like this way where it's like they're telling you what's beautiful and saying that it's always young and perfect, and just this ideal image of a hot young woman on a billboard and stuff, and to where it like what that does to the psyche of, and I mean we're talking specifically women here because that's what the movie's about, but I think men go through stuff like this too, just in a different kind of
I mean,
way, I'm sure.
Yeah, there was a short film nominated this year
Beautiful
called
Man.
Beautiful Men, which is like about that too, like about these men balding and they go to get hair transplants and stuff. And it doesn't, the thing is like, it doesn't go this far with the concept and like really make a statement in this loud a way. But yeah, I think it's valuable to have stories about this in general, just in the idea of, men or women or people just like, feeling ugly as they age and learning how to accept and love your body for what it is and not strive to be a younger, hotter thing. The only thing is, I think in the gaze of Hollywood specifically, I still think men, when they get older, they become, that lovable old dad.
Yeah.
Very rarely do women get to the grandma territory unless they are like old and gray and like June Squibb. And I think that's the problem is like Demi Moore is still is not going to get any grandmother roles right now, even though she's in her 60s, because just the way she looks, but also she's not going to be the pretty ingenue anymore. And I think that's what this film is talking about a little bit more directly is like women who are still very, youthful and beautiful. It's just they're old, so they are discarded now, but they're not old enough to play the grannies. So like Hollywood just doesn't have a place for them. And I think it's advocating for more roles for women that men have already been getting. Like Robert Downey Jr. just won an Oscar. He's a little bit older now. Tom Hanks is getting these older male roles. So like women haven't necessarily all gotten as much as older men have, I think, personally, just from observation. But it is, I totally agree, like valuable in just the general conceit of body image to apply to all genders, absolutely. But I think Hollywood specifically, it does lean a little bit more women in terms of like the people who really struggle with this, especially like Ozempic. You see a lot of more women directed marketing for that kind of weight loss stuff. No, you make a good point. Like it could be universal, even if it is speaking directly to women in Hollywood. It does have a universal thing to say about body image in general, for sure. Which is,
I mean,
so
honestly, valuable. If you couldn't expand it, I don't think it's as good of a movie. Like if it's just about like the Hollywood system, like who can really connect to that other than actresses in Hollywood?
Right.
And so
even
like,
they couldn't because they only gave it one Oscar. Shame on them. But anyway, continue.
So yeah, so when you can expand it, then it becomes just more about like culture and society just in general, and then it is about like someone looking at a magazine and seeing like the perfect image of a perfect woman, or like the buffest fucking dude of like that.
Right. Yeah. No, it works that way
GQ's
too.
like most beautiful man award. What is it? The handsomest man award.
Oh, I don't know. I just know
What
the
is that?
people.
That's like
the people one that John Krasinski won or
sexiest
something.
man award.
Sexiest man alive.
Like
yeah.
Like the George Clooney and
Hot
stuff.
man of the year. I don't know.
If I don't look like George Clooney in ER, am I?
Right.
What does that say about me? I'm just ugly.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree. And that's something I hadn't even thought about. I've only been thinking about it in context of women in Hollywood. And I do think in a broader lens, you're right. Like it does speak to the general perception of body image, no matter who you are. Cause also like I go through body image issues all the time and I'm only not even 30. So like, it's one of those things where I think it's important, even for younger people who are still like, oh, I'm not attractive on this and that, but especially people who are older who still have so much to give. And it's so funny that they cast, of all people, to play the lady who thinks she's too ugly to get roles, Demi Moore, which I think is also part of the comedy of it, is the fact that like the ridiculous absurdism of like Demi Moore is playing this role. So like if Demi Moore is insecure about it, don't worry, we see you, we hear you, because like look, this beautiful person, it feels this way. So yes, if that person feels that way, then you all feel this way. We see you, we hear you. I think that's part of it as well.
It's almost like the joke that they did in Barbie with Margot Robbie, and it's like, I'm ugly or whatever, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, if you want to make this point, Margot Robbie's not the actress cast. That's what Helen Mirren says. Yeah. Like I agree, and I think that's honestly the biggest criticism I've seen is either they just can't deal with the
third
body
act.
It's extreme. Third act, or she's too hot to play a role like this. But I think that alone is speaking to the themes of the movie, is that you, the fan, is dictating who is or isn't hot enough to play a certain role. And that's exactly what it is. And I think it's hypocrisy. And that's why I think it's such a cool, but I will still acknowledge she is beautiful and attractive and hot. And like that makes for some funny pseudo meta narrative, but also it says a lot about society to be like, well, she shouldn't be playing this role. She's too attractive. And it's like, you watch the movie, like you understand why that's a problematic statement. Yeah.
But that is what apparently what people experience in Hollywood and stuff, as far as, just like the so superficial, like the, her boobs are not in the right place or not everything's there. Yeah. This would be perfect if we could just take her face and replace it with a better face.
Oh god.
Or something, whatever they would say,
no,
and then
I'm saying, oh god, as in like that's gross and disgusting. Not that you got the quote wrong. You got it right.
Right.
It's just gross. Yeah.
And then I'm just imagining like, from what, like a couple years ago, Pearl, when she has like the same kind of like interaction. Exactly. It's like, we're not liking this. It's like, we already have one of these. I'm just like, oh, like what? What do you? I don't know. It's just like one of those things where it really does kind of like put you in the mentality of that. And then the Dennis Quaid character of like the gross guy always hanging around, like
Yeah.
saying like you should smile, and then the comedy of she can, her teeth are falling out.
Yeah.
Kind
And
of it
the
too.
fact that his character's name is Harvey is no
Right.
coincidence whatsoever, you know, like
Right.
and that's what's so great. I think Dennis Quaid here is doing work that like can probably be brushed off as like a silly, corny performance. Like, what is he doing? But I genuinely think it's one of the smartest performances of the year because he
Yeah.
is so perfect. And the problem is I don't know if it's intentional or not. Like, I don't know if they told him to ham it up and like just Dennis Quaid himself is a little bit of an icky person. But I also think
Nah.
like I think he understood the assignment. I really do
Yeah.
because he does do a great job leaning into just the smarmy, gross, vile, villainous figure that was Ronald Reagan, and he's also very villainous in this movie as well. So I think you see what I did there? No. Did you hear me?
No,
It
I'm
went over
sorry.
my head. I started listing
Yeah.
all these things about his character Harvey, and then I said as Ronald Reagan, and then I said and this movie. It's
Oh,
the joke everyone's been making all season. Anyway,
gotcha.
but
Oh,
you know,
gotcha. Oh, got
because he played
now I'm
Ronald.
seeing
Yeah, no. It's anyway.
Reagan. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Listen, hey, if you're gonna cast anyone in a role as pathetic as this, I'm fine with it being Dennis Quaid. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Let these people work in Hollywood. Just cast them as these vile, despicable human beings. You know, hey, if you're gonna vote
yeah,
that way, cast that way. I don't know.
definitely.
That's my 2 cents. But
Um,
yeah,
but no, I totally agree. And like one of those things is just like we talked a lot about the themes, but like the actual like stuff that happens is just so crazy. And
hmm
just like I don't know, man. Like just like the cinematography of it, it's
yeah,
very Kubrickian. It makes me feel like I'm watching The Shining a
uh-huh,
lot of the times. A
yeah.
movie that should have been nominated for Best Picture too.
Should have won.
That was
Yeah,
yeah.
maybe I don't know.
What
1980.
won in
Empire.
1980?
It was Ordinary People, but like I do think
Okay, I would
I think
take
The
The
Shining's
Shining
better.
over Ordinary People.
I,
Yeah,
I think maybe Empire Strikes Back, but I know you're not as fond of that one as The
yeah.
Shining. But I would say those two, or Raging
I can
Bull,
see that.
Elephant
Yeah.
Man. Like I don't know that could be your
Oh
slate. But
yeah.
anyway, Shining, yeah, deserves
Um,
to win something. Yeah,
but yeah,
regardless.
I love how this was shot. I love the bold moves it takes. I just love
Yeah,
the concept just in general. It's
yeah.
like so interesting about how how it's taken, how it's activated, how it can be misused.
Mhm. It sets
And
up
I
the
feel like
rules really, really well to where like if you have a movie as high concept,
so they can abuse
to
it.
have exactly. If you lay out the rules so specifically, it makes it all the more worthwhile when the characters don't follow them. Because
Yeah.
if the rules are loose and the characters are loose with them, you lose the audience. But this and another film that just came out in theaters a few months ago, Companion, did a really great job of like making sure you understand the
Love
rules of the
Companion.
universe, the rules of how these things work, and the
Yeah.
science. So as you said, when you fuck with it, it disrupts the balance and it all falls apart. And I love that.
Yeah.
I love the rules established. Anyway, continue. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I feel like it does a great job with I want to say characters, but it's character because they
Right.
are one.
Right.
Where
But
it's
even then, they're not because you're not who you are when you like you're a different person than you were when you were younger. And I think that's also commenting on it
yeah,
is that at the end of the day, you are the same, but also younger people are just act inherently differently than older people, and they're more rebellious. And that's what
mhm,
this character was. She's selfish and rebellious, and thought she could cheat the system. Because
yep,
kids, younger people think they can get around shit, when older people are wiser, smarter, and don't make stupid ass mistakes. And that's also another
well,
good commentary.
depends
Well,
depends on the
yeah,
older person.
true, true,
but
true. That's a good.
but
That's a good point. Considering all the conversations we had with Conclave and with the films
yep.
earlier, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're
But no, I mean in general, I think you're right too.
right. No, touche.
But
You got me. Yeah.
but
Oh,
what were you saying? Yeah, I
the
do
character.
think because I know we were talking a lot about like the comedy of it, and it's totally there. But there's like so much like drama in it too, like where it gets really sad and like
Oh
uncomfortable to
yeah.
watch. And I'm not talking about Monstra Lucisu. I'm talking about Elizabeth,
Yeah.
where it's just like I remember like I was getting uncomfortable, but my wife was getting extremely uncomfortable with just when you have someone you know what they should do is get dressed, don't worry about how you look because you look great and go on your date. you're gonna go on that date and like, be with that person who really likes you,
Mhm.
and then they don't do it, and you watch it again and you're like, they're gonna do it this time. She's gonna make the right choice.
You're right.
And then it's just so self-destructive
Yeah.
and just so the opposite of what she should be doing, and just like festering on these negative
Yeah.
emotions about herself, and it's
And the
just
worst
so
thing is,
uncomfortable to watch. And it's also like Hereditary, where it's like you see that and you're like, you see this family just tearing itself apart, and you're just like, oh, I just don't want to watch this over again, but
yeah.
I can't look away. So
Yeah.
go ahead,
Well, and it's
sorry.
also that scene. No, no, no. It's fine. That scene too. It's like you feel really bad first for the guy because he's so excited to finally
Yeah.
have her call him back, and he's like, "Holy shit! Like, I'm just surprised you want to go out with me." Like, because
Mm,
he sees her as beautiful, and that's the sad thing is like the one person who actually does see her for her worth. She then it's the Anora thing. It's like you actually give real affection that isn't based
yeah.
in some sort of preconceived like fetishization that the Hollywood male gaze has for you, and it's uncomfortable. She doesn't know how to react. Honora, all she knows is sex. Here, all she
Mm,
knows is being, othered and manipulated and stereotyped by these men that she can't trust it. She freaks out and bails on the date. You understand it, even though you feel bad for that
yeah,
guy. You also feel bad for her because you know she wants to, but she's just hurting
definitely.
too much. And that's after she experiences the finger change too. So it's also that idea of like,
Oh
oh
yeah.
God, like is
Put
is
on
he
the
gonna like this? Is
gloves.
he gonna like that? I love just the gradual build to all the horror too. Like, yes, I heard how crazy this third act was, but like it gets crazy early on. I mean, just her birthing out of her is crazy. But the thing is, it
Yeah.
it, it it actually makes sense, and everything that happens that is crazy feels justified in what is built beforehand, to where it doesn't feel like Corley Farge is just like, all right, I want to do something crazy here. Let's do this. It's more so like, and then the next progression of events would be her, losing her hair and losing this and losing, like, it actually makes sense with the story. And that's what we were talking about, like rules and defying the rules of
Yeah.
the circumstance. Like, it actually feels like it's a valid progression of events. It doesn't just feel like fun for fun's sake of like, let's see what we could do with the art form. That's fun too. But it's also built in with the substance of the story, quite literally. So I
Yeah.
really like that. I just love the progression of events. I love the editing back and forth when it's Sue, when it's Elizabeth, and
Mm,
when we switch, it really feels like there's a good rhythm to it. It feels like there's a consistent rhythm to it as well. So I just love the editing of it. I think that's a really big ball they dropped in the
yes.
Academy not nominating it, because it really does feel like it has such a good energy and such a
Mm,
great acknowledgement of, okay, throw it over to Margaret Qualley, throw it back to Demi. Okay, now let's have them meet in the middle, and now all hell can break loose. I love the structure of this thing. I think it's perfect.
yeah, and like there's just it like it's kind of like a body horror like person, like someone who loves body horror a lot, like their dream, because like
Hmm.
it really goes so freaking far. And sometimes I even have trouble watching certain parts, and it's not like the third act, but it's specifically the parts when Sue is trying to live it up, and she's like, oh no, I just need another day. Oh, I need another day. Oh, I need another day.
And she's
And it's just
stabbing the
her
wound with the needle.
the
Yeah.
same spot, and it's getting worse and worse and worse, and then you're just like, you're in like terror just thinking about when Elizabeth is going to wake up again and what
Mm.
she's going to look like, how she's going to react to what she looks like, and it's just
Oh.
so scary.
And that one reveal where you do see her after it's been a while, after she's been clearly going at it
Mhm.
for a while, and you see her kind of just like stand up and then look at herself in the mirror. Oh my god, that it's just so, it also plays its reveals. Coralie Farge plays her reveals so well. She knows what's coming and she lets the audience wait a little bit for it, and she
Yeah.
builds to it. She doesn't just show you it. She just kind of like lets you like really ease into it in a way that just makes your skin curl, and it's so good. I love it. Ugh.
Yeah, and then you got that like crazy brilliant like fight where you get to see just
Yeah.
how villainous Sue actually is,
Mhm.
like where
Yeah.
Sue just like straight up murders the shit out of her.
Yeah. Have you seen the behind the scenes
Um,
of that where like they use the dummy? So when she's like slamming her head
no,
in the
but I
wall, it's an
want
actual
to.
dummy. I didn't know because I was like, a movie like this, the visual effects probably aren't very digital. It's all probably very practical. But how are they
Yeah,
happening? And I think the behind the scenes, it's so cool to see how some of the shots are pulled off. It ruins a little
yeah,
bit of the magic, but I'm also like, I appreciate other elements more now. It's like
yeah, yeah,
yeah, it's not as convincing, but it's also now I can be like, holy shit, they're like doing this with that now. Like I love that about it. I love that it's able
Yeah.
to kind of surprise me in new ways now that I have kind of peeked behind the curtain, if you will. That's my segue for the next
Fascinating.
movie. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
I've got you. Yeah,
But
I'm not segueing now. I will let you finish, but I was just saying that would have been a great segue for the next movie.
well, we haven't touched on like probably maybe the most divisive. I mean, you mentioned it.
Yeah,
We haven't really talked about why the third act or the last part with Monster Elisa Sue
mm,
is fucking crazy, but also extremely
yeah,
important, and the only reason the way this movie could have ended. And
yeah.
yet, a lot of people disagree with that.
I have a question because I never really understood the controversy in the theater. That whole scene where she's spewing blood on everyone feels like it goes on for 10 minutes in a good way, where I was salivating and the spit was going all over my popcorn. That's kind of gross image, but I was like, "Oh my god, this is great! This is delicious." But watching it on video again with like a time ticker to see how long it is, it's like 2 minutes. Like
Yeah.
what exactly did people not like about the ending? And I'm not saying people shouldn't, like people are feel free to dislike whatever, but like is it the whole sequence from when she like I need to get a younger version of myself and then Eliza Sue forms, or is it like just the spewing of the blood? Is it what happens after that? Like what is the controversial part? Cuz rewatching it I'm like how can you not love this? I don't know.
So it might vary from person to person,
Yeah, what have
and
you
like
heard?
it's one of those things to where I haven't really had too many deep conversations about it. Maybe I should, but because like I feel like most people I talk to are like down for it,
Right. Well,
and
because
then
we also
there's
live in
some,
circles where it is very loved too,
yeah.
so that's tough.
But I think that's the point is that when you have a movie like this that is then elevated to like an Oscar status where people are like watching it for like, oh,
Prestige.
this one's different. It's prestige. And so
Mm,
now I'm watching it and they're like, I thought this movie was like perfect right up until I guess the Monster Elisa Sue part, where
the
then it's
entire
so grotesque and like they were down for her crawling out of the back and all that, but
okay.
like the face going like on the
On the
back or
back.
whatever, and
Oh, I
just
think
like all
that's
that
so good.
crazy
Yeah,
shit. It's so
yeah.
cool. But then like
And then her going through the hallway too, where everyone she like envisions people still like cheering for her, and then you cut and she
yes,
find out she's in
putting
the
the
hallway by
face,
herself,
the
and she
pit photo on
staples
her face,
Demi Moore's face on top, and she's going
and
through and
it's
they're like,
like
"Come
I
on, you're
love.
on in 5." I think that's so funny. That's the
Come
comedy.
on, guys, it's me.
Yeah. Oh
And
my gosh. And it's sad.
it's tragedy
Yeah.
and it's comedy at the same
Yeah.
exact time. And it's just like it fucking goes hard. It's like if you've ever seen Coralie Farjay's Revenge, it's another amazing movie.
I have not. I'm
Um,
going to soon. I'm gonna do it for
oh my
October for 31
god, you're
days.
gonna love it.
Yeah.
And it I mean, it's nowhere near as, like, crazy as this one is with the
Yeah.
body horror and stuff, but, for, like, a revenge, like, one of those, like, rape revenge movies,
Mm.
it, like, really goes there,
Gotcha.
and
Wonder
stuff,
who's in it.
but, uh, what I'm thinking is, like, if you're not like a just a genuine, like, horror person who really loves when movies go there, I'm just also like why the fuck would you want like the tame version of the substance? Like you're
Right.
already in for this part.
Mhm.
So when it builds to this
Right.
like crazy shit,
Right.
like
Her crawling out the back in the very beginning, that's a lot. Like,
yeah.
you were fine then. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And then
The
it's
chicken
like
wing, that was a lot, you know? Or the
yep,
leg.
yeah.
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 It's not
That
like
was
it was
gross.
subtle earlier,
So
right? Like,
gross.
yeah.
And then spewing the blood, like that's just like an epic, what, like crescendo? Is that the right? An epic, like, bah, there you go. That's it. That's the moment you've been waiting for. It's like that crazy shit that's happening right now. And it's like literally like you kind of yelling at the Hollywood system and like throwing up blood at the Hollywood system and the audiences and stuff. I don't know. It's just like I think it's brilliant. I think it had to go there. It's like, why would you want the tame version
Yeah.
when she gave you the version that is amazing?
Yeah. Yeah, I
What are
feel
you
like the
doing?
tame version where it would end, I guess, is after is it after she kills Sue and Sue's lying there before she resurrects her? Or no, because she resurrects her, then they fight. Then she kills Elizabeth. And then I think, I guess, is that where it would end, I guess? But
And
that's the thing is
Sue's
like,
teeth are falling out, and then she goes back, and then they go, you're done or something like
yeah,
that. And
but
then
that's
she
the thing is
goes,
like,
and then she
where do
just
you end it then?
dies.
Yeah, like how do you end it then? Like I feel like it has to end either where everyone just explodes in a chaotic fury of blood, which it does, or it would have to just like have almost like a cliffhanger kind of just halted ending where it just ends and you're like, whoa, that's it. And I feel like this is such
Yeah.
a better way, especially with the bookends too. We didn't really talk about it, but like the whole opening sequence of the Hollywood star being built
Yeah.
and framed and then having cracks on it, then the very end of the film being like, this blood splatter, she dies on that star. It's like, oh, it's
Yeah.
so poetic, so on the nose, but it's one of those moments that's another mwah, chef's kiss. Like I love that bookend framing device. So
Yeah, it's like
those two.
it is kind of like, I think, what Conan said? But it's like the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, our Hall of Fame is on a sidewalk where people can walk and they
Yeah,
spill shit on your
yeah.
star.
Hmm.
And, so yeah, I think it's a lot of like, commentary on that as well. So yeah, it's just such a beautiful movie.
Yeah,
It's it's like a
unconventionally
beautiful
beautiful. Yeah,
movie, but like a really ugly movie in a lot of ways too.
yeah.
But like also kind of, I don't know, like making something beautiful out of ugliness. Maybe there's something there.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
I will tell you before I tell you what it was nominated for. I'm gonna rattle off what it was not nominated for. Didn't get a cinematography nomination. Did not get a film editing nomination. Did not get Margaret Qualley a nomination. Did not get Dennis Quaid a nomination. Did not get a nomination in costumes. That yellow jacket's iconic. That Elisa Sue blue dress is iconic. Didn't get a sound nomination. Just saying. Production design, not a production design nomination. That's all bullshit. That's all I'll say. But it does get 5. It gets 5 nominations and it wins one very well deserved makeup and hairstyling win. It is also nominated for picture, director for Coralie Farge, actress for Demi Moore, and original screenplay. Well, we've gone through it. All these colorful films. We've done the whole rainbow of beautiful, amazing films. Now let's go over the rainbow for one final go. We've hit the 4-hour 15 mark. We still have one film left, and it is, based on the lighting in Chad's room, the one we've all been waiting for, it is Wicked. Chad, tell us about Wicked. I didn't sing that too loud because I think my
Um,
whole family's sleeping. But okay.
Wicked, directed by John M. Chu, written by Winnie Holtzman and Dana Fox, cinematography by Alice Brooks, music by John Powell and Stephen Schwartz, starring Cynthia Erivo, Ariana Grande Butera, Jonathan Bailey, Ethan Slater, Bowen Yang, Peter Dinklage, Michelle Yeoh, Jeff Goldblum, Marissa Bode, Bronwyn James, Andy Nyman, Courtney May Briggs, Kayla Settle, Sharon D. Clark, Stephen Schwartz, Idina Menzel, and Kristen Chenoweth. Synopsis: a young woman finds her power from within after constantly being othered and ostracized for the color of her skin, while also developing a beautiful friendship with an unlikely popular schoolmate. Based on the stage musical Wicked by Stephen Schwartz and Winnie Holtzman. Also based on the novel, the crazy ass novel Wicked by Gregory Maguire.
Crazy ass novel.
Dude,
Wow.
it
Chad
is.
Chad really just said, keep my gay kissing out of Wicked. I'm kidding. I'm joking. No,
I haven't gotten to that part.
okay. Oh,
I'm
sorry.
just talking about like just how it opens,
Yeah.
where it's like
Where
so
Dulcie Bear
adult.
births a human out of her back. Is that did I read the right one? I'm kidding. This is a joke. It was
Is
a
that what
substance
happened?
joke. It was a
Well,
substance joke.
well, she
Dulcie Bear does not birth anyone out of her back.
no, but Elphaba does come out in the book and starts biting everyone when they
Hey,
start
listen.
bleeding, and I'm like, what the is going on in this book?
Kids these days with teeth. Who knows? I will let you start because I know you are. I mean, I hate to do this, but like, we all know you love this movie so much that like I feel bad tipping your ranking, but we know this is gonna be very high on your list. So it's always one of those things where I know if like a panelist or a guest is like so passionate about a movie, we always let them talk first. It does kind of tip the rankings
Sure.
a little bit, unless for some reason you rewatch this and you hate this movie. I think you love this a lot, so I want to give you the floor first, even if it spoils how you feel about it. But Chad, how do you feel about Wicked?
Yeah, I mean, this one was just like an event. It was like a kind of like everyone's so excited about it. It was one of the it's kind of like Barbie in a way
It's
where
this
it's
year's
like,
Barbie for sure.
yeah, where it's like, you're going into it. If you've seen the stage musical before, which I have, and I have a really cutesy story, I guess I could tell real quick, about bringing my wife to see Wicked.
Oh yeah, tell
Is
the story. It's
that
great. Hmm.
yeah, we always wanted to uh, to go see it, and there's a long time where I had never been to New York City, and it was always just one thing that I wanted to do. And it's like a kid through parents who didn't want to take me anywhere. Um, I I just had to say I really want to go. I finally got to go, and then ever since I had always wanted to keep going back, and then finally um, started going on our own. The first musical I saw there was The Addams Family with Nathan Lane. Um, it was, I think, a very short-lived one, but I saw it regardless with Carrie. One of the first times we went, and then the second was either the second or third time I went with her. Um, I was like, all right, I'm gonna get Wicked tickets. I'm gonna surprise her. So then it was like I had to make sure that we're in the city and we're around the area of the Gershwin Theater, and we did like a rooftop bar, dinner kind of thing.
Hmm.
And then I was like, all right, so but we were staying in New Jersey, I believe. We had to take the train out and drive to the hotel. Apparently, it was a dangerous area of New Jersey that I didn't realize.
Tip.
But
Well, you're
but
here.
we were doing all that, and I was like, all right, so let's go over to these shops over here. And it was like it was from the restaurant past the Gershwin Theater, and we ended up at the place. We weren't really like seeing anything we wanted or anything. And then she just wanted to go back to the hotel, and she was like, why are we going this way? The subway or whatever's over that way. And I just had to keep like directing her towards the Gershwin Theater. We finally got there, and then I was just like, oh, this is where Wicked is. And then I was like, do you want to go see Wicked? She's like, what? No. And then I'm like, what am I going to do with these tickets then? And then, surprised, loved it, excited.
So she was
And
excited
then,
after that, right? She actually would have. She was happy about it
yeah, of course.
because you
I
said
think she
no, and
was
you
like,
want to see it.
she was
She
like
was
doing
probably just
like
like, I
this.
don't want to spend money on it. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
she was like doing this ironic, like, this is crazy. We're not just gonna go up randomly go see a musical
right.
without planning it first,
Gotcha.
which
So,
happens, but
yeah, yeah,
um,
that's great though. I
yes,
love that story. Yeah.
saw it, and then we, just the grand spectacle of, flying in the air to defying gravity is just amazing. And I just love, everything that they did with this movie, like, because it was like the big question of, you know, it's going to be a part one of a two-part series, but the part one is the same length as the musical. That's interesting. How are you going to make
Mm.
that work? And I feel like, in my opinion, I think they did, because they just ended up like expanding on a lot of the stuff, just building on certain things, maybe trying to bring out like some more tension in certain parts and emotion. Like, I think Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande Butera are perfect in these roles. It's almost like, and not to say that the original Kristen Chenoweth and Idina Menzel weren't perfect. They founded it. They were the originators. They were perfect. And I think this is just kind of like the next generation, the second coming. And I feel like, it's just brilliant in that way. I love all of the practical stuff they were able to do with the sets and like really, making these musical numbers come alive. like Dancing Through Life and whatnot. I love the production design that it won. That they were able to really make this thing real. Yeah, I mean, I just love the story. Like we really got goosebumps
Mhm.
and started tearing up. Not towards the end. Well, towards the end, but not just towards the end, but also when she's singing "The Wizard and I," and she's like singing in that field, and she
Mhm.
belts it. I'm like, oh my
Yeah.
god, how did she not get an Oscar?
They're saving it for next year. No, but
Yeah, there
I
you go.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss some people off. And I
Okay,
knew I was gonna say this.
is it the
And
color?
oh no, I'm gonna say something that's gonna
Oh,
piss something
okay.
off because it's something that you are actually. I I think you were like, no disrespect to the originals, like Adina Menzel, Kristen Chenoweth, they're perfect. They originated the roles. It's their roles. I think these two are far better. I think they are so
Oh,
much better. I think
wow.
I think this movie sold why Elphaba should be a black woman forever.
Yes,
And I know there's that
I said
idea
that
of like,
too. Yep.
you don't need a gay character to be played by a gay actor because you'd be outing them or whatever. You don't need authentic representation like Hamilton. Why are they all not white? Because that they were white and whatever. This movie, because it's so rooted in acceptance of someone's skin color, and we've been having white women play it for years and years and years. Listen, I love this role on Broadway. I think there are some actresses that give some of the best performances of all time. Idina Menzel, not even in my top 20 Elphabas, only to show how
Wow.
great Elphaba is as a role and how many great actresses have played it. This role, though, Cynthia brought to it something new I've never seen. And I love that role. I love those actresses. I worked with one for a long time on a show, and she's a near and dear friend, and I'm so proud of her, and I love her in that role. But like Cynthia has now redefined this role, and I think that is what's so cool about this
Wow.
movie is that Cynthia and Ariana have made these roles their own. They've made them unique. They've brought life to them. Every time everyone sees Wicked, they usually say, Elphaba blew me away. And like Glinda's fun, she's fine. She has a great number, popular, whatever. It's usually the number on the album that people skip if they've heard it a bunch of times because it's like, I've heard popular, I'm going to skip it. Ariana, can't get enough of her in this movie. She's addicting to watch because she brings so much good humor and so much personality and
Mhm.
quirk that like
So
we
funny.
we truthers who have been here since the 13 days and since the victorious days, we've known she's had these comedic stylings, but a lot of the people who are maybe in your generation think of her
Yeah.
as a pop star. They don't know she has background in
Mhm.
Broadway and on Nickelodeon.
Well,
So you
I
don't know.
did when she's on SNL.
Right,
I knew.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, that came after. That was where you realized she was a real actress. But like,
Yeah. Yeah.
before that, people just thought she was like a pop star, and I think that's the thing is like, I'm so excited to see her get this moment. I have to be careful talking about the movie only because I've worked with Steven, so first name basis. I worked closely with Steven on Children of Eden Jr.
Impressive.
So that's something that I also cherish so much. So I will never say an ill thing about him. I think his score nomination, I'm so excited that he got nominated, even though I think it's bullshit to not let Dune participate. I also
Yeah.
am friends with Ariana's cousin, so I don't want to like say anything. I won't
Ooh.
say anything negative about her performance as well because I don't have a
can't.
negative to say. I don't have, I can't, and I can't because I can't find one. But also, I'm a friend. But also,
Right.
I want to be nice on the movie because of those things as well. Even though, like you even said, color or whatever. When thinking when this got nominated, my biggest fear was that I have criticisms for this movie and I'm going to come across worse than I actually feel on the movie. Then I saw the movie a second time, and a lot of the problems I had were always there, but I was able to find so many new things I did enjoy that made it more
Mm.
worthwhile. And that's the thing. After a first viewing, I went with Zach and his wife Rachel, and I remember just afterwards they looked at me and I was like, I didn't love that. And I kind of looked at it. I was like, I don't know. Because
Mm.
I also think Defying Gravity, I still stand by it. I don't think it's well done in the movie. That's just my hot take. But I think the color, maybe it was the theater I saw it in. I didn't see it in Dolby. Just something about the color, the washed out, almost like sunlight. If you were to shine light behind, it just washed out a lot of the visuals. Dancing
Mhm.
Through Life, I love the production design, the spinning library and stuff. Whoa, I just threw my
Oh.
pen. I'm so sorry. I threw a pen in the air. I was emphasizing whatever. It's beautiful, but then they have that light kind of just washing everything out to where like when Fierro and Glinda are singing together, you could barely see their faces because the light. For some reason, the lighting just so took me out of it, especially because the behind the scenes photos, those colorful sets are so rich in color that when you put them side by side with the actual stills from the movie, greens look brown in comparison. But rewatching it when I was like, okay, I already am not a fan of the color. This isn't going to sell me on it. let me try to find what does make it special for so many people. And I was able to see it because also knowing Ari's whole trajectory to get here, growing up as a fan of Wicked, being a kid, growing up, going to Kristen Chenoweth's dressing room and like hearing advice from her and growing up saying, I want to play you. And then everyone's saying, she's this big Beltress. She's going to play Elphaba someday. And she's like, no, I want to be Glinda. And they're like, no, but you've got a big voice. You're going to be Elphaba. And she's like, I want to be Glinda. And then she gets cast in this role and she embodies it and she loves it. For me, it was like watching kids graduate school. It like made me weep. It made me cry. The second time I saw this, I was sitting between my mom and my dad. And maybe it was because they are the ones who took me to see the show when I was younger. But like, I just got so overwhelmed with emotion. Wizard and I is a point. I started welling up. I was sobbing tears during Dancing Through Life. Not the actual sequence that's washed out with color that I can't see anything, but the next scene where they're in the cave where like they're dancing together and there's no words and they're just dancing and she's crying and she's holding her face and they're doing the whole like dance. I can't even do the dance. You know what I'm talking about, right? No? During Dancing Through Life, when they're in the Ozdas ballroom and she comes in with the hat and everyone's laughing at her, and then they start dancing together.
Yes.
I'm bawling.
Yeah.
Then another scene happens, and like it's I'm not that girl, and she hits a riff, and I'm crying. I think it's because I'm so invested in these performances that when I watched it the second time, I was not like, I wish the color was richer there, or ooh, this scene is feeling a little long, or ooh, do they need to elongate this? I was just thinking, wow, they are embodying these roles to a degree I've never seen these two roles elevated before. They bring so much richness to these performances and these roles. Their dynamic together is beautiful. There's a reason this movie was such a fan favorite. That press tour, it was all based on their relationship as actresses, and that is infused in the work. You can see how close they are, and I don't think they met before this very often. I think they became friends through this experience. So to see them have this close bond, it's just so beautiful to see. And then to see them open the Oscars and sing together. And like, it's just something where like, at this point, I'm not even thinking of Wicked as like the cinematic thing to judge artistically. I'm just looking at it as this beautiful ode to performers who grew up with this musical that mean a lot to them. People who grew up with Wizard of Oz who are now able to pass down another like kind of great darling blockbuster to their kids for a new generation. I'm thinking of Steven and all the work he's done to get acclaim as a composer. I'm looking at Cynthia and her journey as a Black woman in this field, giving, in my opinion, the best performance I've ever seen on Broadway in The Color Purple, finding her spotlight amongst film fans, not just Broadway fans, Ariana Grande being taken seriously as an actress. All of those things make it something to celebrate, to where I could get on here and talk about all things I don't like about it. But at the end of the day, it's passion embodied in work and art. And at a time like these, if you had asked me in October, I could have ripped some pieces of it. But November on, after that election, I want to focus on the beauty. I want to focus on the positivity. And this is a film I think we all need to just cheer up and smile and be happy. And that's what's bringing it's brought so many people. And even though I still love the musical, I think I like the musical a little bit more than the movie. Doesn't matter. I think it's a beautiful thing that brought us all together. And I'm so grateful it exists. And I can't wait for part 2. I really can't. Like, and I am talking as someone who has some big flaws with it, but just it's not worth it. It's not worth it because it's really just such a beautiful story of friendship, and it just exudes that passion. Everyone there, even Peter Dinklage, who's just doing a voice, you can tell is committed and wants to be there and cares so much about this material. Can Jeff Goldblum sing? No. Can Michelle Yeoh? No. Does it matter? Not at all. Why? They sing one line too. I don't care. I love it. I love them. I think they're great. People who are shitting on their performances, no, stop. They're great. Sorry, I talked for so long because I know you thought I was gonna be harsh on this movie, and I love so many other elements of this movie so much that I want to prop up the good, because that is what this is. It's because I knew you. I've been changed for good. Yeah, exactly. I feel like we need to focus on what makes things great and not nitpick the things that don't. Even though when you put it in a ranking or put it up against other films that I do think succeed better in certain elements, maybe it'll reflect that way. But like on its own merits, it's great. It's wicked. Yeah. I don't know.
I just, my problem is like I can understand when people like might have a certain issue with a certain like technical aspect of it, and that's fine. Like I don't think that everyone has to agree with that. Like it's all like about perception and how you see color, how you think color should be used, or lighting or whatever. You know, you can whittle it down to a
Right.
science. But
And it is opinion,
if
like you just said. Like
yeah,
I think it looks distasteful, but you don't think that, other people don't think that, and that's fine.
yeah, and that's just one of those things too. Is like I don't know. I'm also just like wondering about because I don't even normally think about this because I don't always hear like the criticisms of it. But like people just like trashing on like Michelle Yeoh or something for not being able to sing, and I'm just like what do you want? Like what? Like
Yeah.
why does everyone have to be this pitch perfect like like
Es
operatic singer that can come in and
right.
it's like I
Especially because
listen
the
to
2 leads are already doing it for you, and they sing so much in the movie. It's okay if the supporting
I
the
listen to the soundtrack
right,
and I love Michelle Yeoh's part in
Wizard and I.
Wizard and I.
Yeah.
And I'm just like it's just sweet. It's not a part. If she was trying to sing Cynthia
Defying
Erivo's
Gravity.
part,
Right, exactly.
then maybe I'd be like, I don't know if Michelle Yeoh's the right choice for this. But like her part, sure. Yeah, definitely. Um and I don't know. I think the reason why I just get very aggravated, not that I don't think people have 0 points when they talk about like the color and the lighting and stuff like that. I think it's one like where, John M. Chu made a choice, or the cinematographer and lighting people made a choice to, well, we want this to look a little bit darker because
Desaturate. Yeah.
it's a darker, like, yeah, like it's a darker, tone. And we want it to match like this or make it more realism rather than a Barbie where it's actually like everything is bright pink and bright colors because it's like it's supposed to look fake. And that's why they're
Mm.
like, well, we don't want it to look fake. We want it to look real. And whether they did a good job, I think that is up for debate. A
But then
lot
you
of
look at
people,
like Nickel Boys, for example, which like that color is so sharp and so prominent, but that's not fake. I mean, it still feels real and lived in. So I
yeah.
think there is a way to do a best of both worlds where
But
it's
it's a
like you have something
fantastical world too. So it just,
right. No, that's a good point. I mean, you're valid in that. Like, I think that's the thing is like it's not worth going back and forth because it's also such a
yeah.
subjective thing, and it's that's the choice he wanted to make. And do I think that the Land of Oz needs to feel realistic? Probably not. But like, if that's his choice and that's what he wants to go
Yeah,
for,
yeah, exactly.
because it
Yeah.
is also Glinda telling a sad story about how she lost her friend essentially. Because we know how this all ends. So it's like there's a
And
in that.
maybe I'm wondering if maybe they'll make different choices in for good because they've heard the criticism. So I don't
That's
I don't
another
know.
point too. Yeah.
But what it boils down to, and just kind of what pisses me off, like I'm totally fine with people having their own opinions, and this has nothing to do with you. But
Right.
it's
I
like
know.
one of those like other people when they act like Wicked is not even deserving of a Best Picture nominee because it's not this high art thing that they put up here, and they're like it's the fucking like the Godfather. I'm like, what do you like? What do you want? Like, why can't Wicked be something that's high art? Like, why is it not that? Because they're wearing silly hats.
Right.
Like they decide which one is there. Like, it's the same fantasy bullshit that Lord of the Rings is, but you
Mhm.
go like Lord of the Rings is actually art, though. It's actually cinema. And it's like, well, who decides what cinema is? Why are you being like this to Wicked, but not to Lord of the Rings? And you're
Yeah.
like, these are
Yeah.
perfect movies, and Wicked is some fantastical bullshit that doesn't even deserve the time of day.
Right. Yeah. Well, and also
Rant
it's like,
over.
and then and there's some people that argue also come from it in the prequel part of it. Because honestly, things to criticize in Wicked, some things are not to do with the film. It's just the source material. Like, do I think the
Mm,
turn from like, you know, Elphaba Elphaba and Glinda's turn actually is works a little bit better in the film in terms of enemies to friends because I always feel like it's way too fast in the musical. But like the
wow.
the turn then from Elphaba to like Defying Gravity, where she's like evil and stuff, not evil, but like kind of turning on the wizard and the wizard. Oh wait, the wizard's a fraud. We know that because of Wizard of Oz that he's a fraud. But I feel like that's a little rushed in the movie still. But that's not a problem with the movie. That's
Okay.
a problem with the musical. The fact that like we meet Jeff
The
Goldblum and then
writing.
5 minutes later wait, you're a liar, you're a treacherous traitor, whatever. And it's like, whoa, wait, what? Like, oh, we're already here. Okay, oh, it's already Defying Gravity. Like, I feel like that's the thing is like that's all stuff to criticize the musical for, not the
Mm,
movie. And the fact that like, oh, really, is this realistic? That like this is really going to be the Tin Man, this is really going to be the Scarecrow and stuff. I'm like, that's the prequel of it
mm,
all. That's the book. Like, listen, I am critical of that too, but I'm not going to hold the movie against it. It's adapting what it is. They're not going to change who
Yeah,
the Tin
yeah,
Man and Scarecrow are. Do I think some things in the plot feel a little convenient to Wizard of Oz to make it fit? It's the same prequel shit, maybe, but like that's not this movie's fault. It's the fault of the book that was adapted into a musical that was adapted into a movie. So
right,
like
right, right.
that's the stuff where I could see people approaching it that way, where they're like just another like kind of Hollywood prequel that's just a cash grab because they don't understand it's also a source material. It's stemming from something. If this was all an original
Yeah.
concept, that's how I feel like Mufasa is a little bit. It almost feels like it was an unnecessary story that they forced to try to like just bank a little bit more money from the Mufasa name to like give a reason why Mufasa and Scar became enemies even though they're brothers. Like, did we need it? I don't think so. But like this is a
Mhm.
piece of art that's been existing for decades now. So like I don't know why now all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't like this choice to do this and that. Where I'm like, that's not
Yeah.
John M2's choice. That's he just visualized it. And that's why, like, for me, I'm looking at the visual stuff as like my biggest detriment, not the prequelitis stuff, because that's stuff that's already I've had those problems with the musical. And that's why a lot of people have problems with the musical. They feel it's too rushed. So I think to elongate it, I've actually sold myself over time on why I think breaking up into two parts helps, because it does give a little bit more room to breathe to where those turns really, like, especially the friendship turn, because in the musical it's a little fast where they're enemies and then all of a sudden they're friends and she's trying to make her over and it's like, oh, they're all buddy buddy, and then they have this big embrace and at the end of act one it's like, wait, we went from enemies to friends really quick. Here it feels natural because you have a little more time to breathe. So I do think, honestly, splitting up into two parts, I'm a little bit more on board with it now. The only thing is, I do think part two has a lot less to work with. So I hope they find a way to make it work without part one. That's my only thing, is not
Mhm.
this. I think part one works perfectly fine. I'm a little worried for part two, but honestly, I think they're going to make it work. They made it work
Oh
here.
yeah.
So I'm not worried about it. But I do think,
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say. I mean, they I believe they shot both at the same time,
Right.
so I'm sure that they had a full story, and they just like got to
Right.
cut it right after Defying Gravity, which I knew was going to be the end
Yeah.
of part one.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah. I will say the third time I watched it, because I've watched it three times now, once at home.
Ooh.
At home, the pacing did drag a little bit more, only because I have seen it now two times. And I do think when you're sitting not as immersed in the theater experience, sometimes like that third act, once they finally get to Oz, you're like, oh, wow, they're just getting to Oz and there's still an hour left. Like, I think that's where I'm kind of still in the pacing of it. But I don't think it's enough for me to be like, this should have all been one movie. Like, I'm past that. I think that was old Dylan's brain originally when I first saw it. I was like, did it need to be that long? But now I'm like, I think it didn't need to be 2 hours and 40 minutes long, but I don't think it needed to be a 2 hour and 30 minute whole film. I think it could have been, part one could have been maybe 2 hours. Maybe that's where
Yeah, I could see
I'll meet
that.
in the middle or something, yeah, like talk more about Wicked. Like, what else do you love?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know what I would personally cut. I think it's just
Right.
because like everything is really great. I mean, you even look at like just like they, I even like when you're like the cinematographer video, they were sitting there talking about you didn't need to do this. You didn't need to go this hard and make everything
Oh, the
look so
tulips.
not just the tulips, but the cities they built,
Yeah,
like the Munchkin village, the Shiz,
yeah. It's a
and then
really
also
impressive
building the
build. Yeah.
train and building the head of the wizard. Just doing all that. Like that head thing didn't exist in the Wizard of Oz,
No.
but they
Yeah.
created it for
It is cool.
this.
Yeah, they do it in the musical too, and it's really cool. I
Yeah,
love that because it also, I don't know, it gives a tangibility and a practicality to it that I really, really enjoy
rather than
just
like
seeing physically.
Smokehead or whatever.
Yeah, with a
Yeah,
projected face. It's like I get
yeah.
it, but that's also the old. And I think another thing too is like it's trying to play in a little bit into the iconography of Wizard of Oz. So I think when you look at it side by side with that, which is such a stark color film, but also that was 39 where they were trying to really go for the Technicolor pow as she steps out of that house.
Yeah.
I do still think there's a way to be in the middle, and I think honestly Sam Raimi did it really well with Oz the Great and Powerful in terms of the visuals. I think the
Mhm.
actual color contrast, while also still giving a darker tone, is worked really well. I honestly wish if you had taken that artistic like cinematography with the sets and the actual buildings of this film with the performances in this film, it would have been like the most perfect marriage probably.
Mhm.
But again, like
I can
that's
see
living
that.
in what ifs. But again, if one element detracts from the rest, that's fine. It's not like I have a problem with the production design and cinematography, or I do have a
Yeah,
problem with
yeah,
like the costumes. Like I gave those Pickle Awards because they are genuinely perfect costumes and perfect production design. It's fantastic. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those like what kind of do you say? I mean, it touches on othering, like I said in the synopsis, touches on, like you said, like, a black woman embodying this character is just like the perfect like poetry of like, oppression and just like othering based on nothing but like color of skin. And seeing someone like that find their inner power and just be like, fuck it, I'm not even going to pay attention to like what you guys are saying. I'm going to just like go my own way and just like be my own thing. And then like people can perceive that as becoming wicked or whatever. But really it is, you don't know the whole story. And I think that's like the kind of like framing of it. It's like, you see the melting at the beginning. It's like, you don't know the whole story. And everyone's like,
and then she says, "I'll tell you the whole story." And then she tells you half of it. And that's a funny meme.
Right.
You got to give it that. That is funny. That's a funny. I forget who said that. Maybe David Ehrlich. But like that is a very funny thing that she's like, "I'll tell you the whole story," and then you only get half. But it does say to be continued, so it at least
you
tells
will get the other half.
Yeah.
And then whatchamacallit, but not just that, but you also get the like persecution of the animals and stuff, which I think just really plays into, even like a lot of today's stuff where it's just like persecution of different people like Gaza or, like freaking like trans people nowadays are getting so many laws placed against them, being who they want to be or just whatever. And just like kind of forcing people, not saying people are being forced in cages right now, but like, the idea of like
immigration.
Yeah. But it's just one of those things like, kind of being like getting your voice taken away is what the animals have too. And it's just like, even like just when Galinda, who's a fucking asshole at the beginning, and she comes in and she's like, say my name correctly. And then she's like,
oh my God, I hate
that. Right?
And then Bowen Yang is oh my gosh, they play great mean girls. Like, Bowen Yang's a great mean girl in this.
And then the Oscar bit when he showed up.
Oh my gosh, when he showed up in the costume. I gotta ask you, Chad, what are? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's the Oscar bit. Yeah.
What are your favorite musical numbers? Because we didn't really touch on this, and I think this is why I did say like Better Man is like hands down my favorite, only because I think
I can't wait to see it. I'm excited to see Better Man.
Only because like when I think of musicals, I also think of the song and dance. Wicked is much more song than dance, and I realized that when I looked, because like Dancing Through Life is really the only dance number, and there's like a portion of what is this feeling, to where like I'm really looking, I'm like most of these are like actors, like them singing their thoughts in the moment together. Like there's not a lot of like dance in it, to where like, and not every musical needs dance, but I also think like Better Man for me has a really great acknowledgement of the dancing and like trying to like really showcase it and show it off in a really interesting way that like sometimes other movies they do too many cuts or they're distracting, sometimes the lighting, whatever. But I want to know, like, what are your favorite numbers, not just dance but like musical numbers? You said Wizard and I was one that got you, but is there another highlight or two?
Definitely Wizard and I blew me away. Just Cynthia Erivo just belting it out. I love Popular so much, just like showing them coming together and just like, but also What Is This Feeling?
That's my favorite.
The loathing, and they're just like, going at each other. And like you're saying, like it's not always a lot of dancing, it's a lot of like montages of showing them building the relationship and interacting with each other in school and in their room, and how they figure that out. And then you do have some great dancing, like the kind of second part of Popular, when and then I think you can't deny
the
this color.
And the pink,
all the pink.
I will give it that.
And it's like that part is just incredible, and she's dancing and stuff.
I will say that moment, and then the moment in the Oz Dust Ballroom, and a lot of the stuff inside the castle in Oz. I've honestly realized I think it's mostly when they're indoors, it's good, because for some reason you don't have that sun shining through. It's whenever it's an exterior shot, that's
like
when
a window.
It kind of creeps in. Like Dancing Through Life, the sun coming in, and then especially Defying Gravity, like those clouds, and because that one is the one where it's most obvious green screen, and that just took me out of it. But I also think like anything inside, like when they're in the wizard song, when he's like showing off the little model and stuff, I think the color grading and the shadows in that scene are perfect. And I think the popular lighting in that scene is perfect. And I think the Ozdust scene where they're dancing together in silence when she's crying after she wears the hat, that is perfect. So I think there is great cinematography in it. It's just some scenes have that washed out kind of studio look, but I do think like there are moments that are just so like the color striking. And especially for a character that's green, you really want that green to pop, and it really does, especially in that dance duet. But that is my favorite dance moment is the two of them dancing together, because it's also done without words. And we talked about, what movie did we talk about where they say, Fernando Torres saying so much without words. I love that.
And A Complete Unknown was another one.
Yes. With Elle Fanning. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I laughed because I was like, also like No One Wants the Wicked. The very beginning like is pretty awesome. And I love the part where the little girl comes up and is like, "Weren't you guys friends?" And it's funny because I watched the talk show where Lin-Manuel Miranda was on there, and he was like, they were like, why weren't you in Wicked?
Oh yeah, he wanted to be that guy. Yeah,
he wanted to be that little girl, like pop up, like, "Hey, weren't you guys?"
Yeah. Well, it's not a little girl on Broadway, so he probably thought at the time he could have a shot, and then they were like, "Oh, make it a little kid."
Like, I want to see Lin-Manuel do that. I wanted someone to superimpose him on there doing that.
Right.
That'd be really funny.
I will say also with John M. Chu, I mean, we haven't, we're not covering any of his other filmography yet, at least. But he started making music videos and like step up movies, like very much dance heavy movies. And those movies in The Heights, they're very based on like the streets, where like the desaturation works because it's like kind of getting the rawness and the realness of the streets, to where like the leap to fantasy, I think people can have qualms with the lighting and all that stuff, like I do, but like you got to understand that is a huge leap from like a corner on the street in Washington Heights to Oz. It's a pretty big jump, and I think he honestly, for being such a big jump, for someone who's kind of kept everything very contained and grounded and real to life, to taking such a big fantasy swing. I mean, you're not getting a lot of practice jumping to fantasy, so I think a lot of filmmakers, it takes time to really find that marriage. And I think he's still finding it, but he's doing a great job so far. Like I think that's the thing, is like you got to give him credit for being able to at least take the risk of putting on this project, because inherently this is a very tough project that's been tried to be made all these years. There was a point where it was going to be Anne Hathaway, I think, and then there was a point where it was going to be Lady Gaga, and like all these people who were in the cycles for it. Amanda Seyfried as Glinda, they just kept trying to make it happen, and it never happened, and they finally made it work. Like this is a movie they've been trying to pull off, and it's because it's difficult to. So I think there's got to be a little kudos that he was able to at least get something to the screen that resonated with people. Like even if everyone hated it, he still made it, and that's something that no one else could do in the last like 20 30 years since they've been trying. No one was able to figure out how to do it, and I got to give Mark Platt credit too, the producer, but like produced a very talented son as well, Ben Platt, but really great at like figuring out how to make it work, regardless of whether everyone loves it or not. They got it on the big screen, and that's like a feat in and of itself. Even before the title card Wicked Part 1 pops up,
God!
You've made it to the screen. That is a feat, and I've got to give them credit for that.
And when they start the movie out with like the old timey like logos,
Universal logo,
and then Wicked and like the Wizard of Oz style font. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, it is a beautiful movie, and I do think qualms and all, like it is still like when we look back at this year, I think this is, like you said, the Barbie. I mean, it only gets 2 wins, but because of the musical performance and because of the Bo and Yang bit, it does still feel like the Oscars had such a big Wicked presence, which cannot be said about like what didn't get any wins. Like Nickel Boys barely was a thought last night or 2 nights ago, but whereas I think this one, like you felt like Wicked was ingrained in the DNA of this year of cinema, even though it only won 2 awards. Yeah.
And that's the thing too, like just like the comparison to Barbie is like, I feel like that's just the other big thing is like you saw Barbie come out and like it was like the event thing like Wicked was. Everyone has to go see Barbie and dress up and go see Barbie. Even the men, you're going to like Wicked too. Even the people who don't like musicals, you're going to like Wicked. There's a lot of people that don't like musicals still did get into Wicked apparently.
Yeah.
But it still feels like the same kind of thing every year is you get like a populist film like this that is like, well, the audience loves it, but the critics hate it. It's like, well, this one's like kind of both, But then you have like certain like cinephile critics who are like, no. And it's like the same with Barbie. And it's like, dude, if you're not seeing the deep writing that's in like Barbie and like some of the deep stuff that's in Wicked, it's like maybe you're not looking close enough. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just hard to compare too. Like, how do you compare Nickel Boys to Wicked? They're so different. I mean, honestly, those two films actually have a lot of thematic stuff that's very similar. But you know what I mean.
True.
But like, how do you compare it? Like, and I think that's the toughest thing with any Best Picture ranking when we get to it is like, how are you going to compare a big blockbuster Dune that came in March and then the same guy playing Bob Dylan in a standard biopic that's still really good in a complete unknown in December? Like, opinions change, thoughts change. If we did this a year from now, it'd probably be different. So it's going to be a difficult ranking. But I'm glad. We got to finally talk about it because I know how much you love it. It's gonna be tough. But I will say we might be talking about it next year as well. We'll see how part 2 is. I'm not gonna hold my breath just because we saw how Joker went, but also we saw how Avatar went and we saw how Dune went. So there's a very good chance we'll be here very same time next year. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I was gonna say one other thing, but I forget what it is. I know we've talked so much about
such
every
a
movie,
funny movie. Like it's such a good time because
comedy.
it's so funny.
Yeah, I'm trying
so
to think.
good.
Barbie. We're on the Barbie train. I don't know. If it comes to me later, I'll think. Oh, Cynthia Erivo. Have to ask. I know a lot of people were like, "How dare people sing in the theater?" What is your opinion on singing in the theater?
Oh,
Because I know
that
Cynthia
one's
was like, "Everyone should be singing opening night. Sing, sing. Don't be ashamed." I want to
that
know.
one's tough
There's no right or wrong
because
answer. It's fine. You can still love her.
there's a wrong answer because I agree that people should want that, but I don't think that people should go into the theater, especially when the movie first comes out, expecting to sing and then going like, look, I'm a Wicked fan, I'm going to sing. And then it's like, look, not everyone's on that wavelength that you are. Some people are just trying to go see a movie. They paid the same amount as you. You don't get to disrupt their experience. But they don't want you singing. They want Cynthia Erivo singing, not some asshole next to them. And
Okay.
speaking of which, we did have like someone next to her. She wasn't that bad, but it was like one of those things where she wanted everybody to know that she knew the words to Wicked.
Yeah,
And
it's a
it's
very
like,
interesting debate. Yeah, because
it's like
then
you don't have to do that.
yeah,
It's like
'cause
you can go to
honestly,
the sing along thing that they did later.
it was so funny because everyone was on the same page in our circle, like the Discord and stuff. We are like, why are people singing? Why are people singing? And then the day after Wicked premiere, or I guess it was the weekend after, because Wicked came out right before Thanksgiving. Then the Thanksgiving Day parade happened, and Cynthia Erivo, they were like, "How do you feel about people singing along?" She goes, "I hope they do. If they don't, what's wrong with them?" And I'm like, "Oh, we're about to have a fun discussion on Picture This." So I just wanted to pick your brain.
It through.
I just was curious. Yeah, it's fine.
Like where she's coming from. She's like, oh yeah, people should totally sing. It's a joyous thing.
Right.
But it's like, okay, but think about it. Think about that.
No, I know. I'm just messing. I just wanted to hear the take officially.
Yeah.
So Chad does not agree with Cynthia Erivo. He hates Cynthia Erivo. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm just messing. It's literally like, listen, we're pushing on the longest episode we've ever had, but it's worth it because Wicked is nominated for 10 awards, wins 2. Production design and costume design, well deserved. Nominated for picture, actress for Cynthia Erivo, supporting actress for Ariana Grande Botera, adapted screenplay, film editing, sound, makeup and hairstyling, and original score. Now we get to rank them, which is tough. I will say right now, my bottom 3 were set, my top 3 were set. Then I set my 4 and my 7, and now my 5 and 6. I've been interchanging them all night. And after talking about both those films, I still have no idea what to do. So, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
Doesn't matter. I can start.
I mean, I think we both know our number ones. Maybe we work our way down. No, we'll go down the bottom to top. Yeah. All right. What's your number 10?
Yeah. Do it the way we always do it.
I know, but we know our number 1. So anyway, continue.
Number 10. I didn't even know if this was going to be my number 10, but even though I really like the movie, I do think maybe not Best Picture movie, Emilia Pérez.
All right. Emilia Pérez is my number 10 as well. What is your number 9? This is where it gets tough, right?
It is really tough. And in this,
we're going to have such a different ranking.
This is definitely going to change at some point, probably the next time I watch it. But this was 10, and then I switched it to 9. And I feel like it should be higher, but I like all of these movies.
I know.
Really.
Yeah.
So
there's only one 9, I don't like, and it's my number 10. So like everything else, yeah. Now we're in like territory. Yeah.
So my number 9 is Nickel Boys.
Okay. My number 9, again, I like the movie. I don't love the lead performance, so I'm going to put A Complete Unknown at number 9.
Okay.
What's your number 8?
I'm switching. I'm gonna put for number 8. Oh,
Got to commit. Once I put pen to paper, that's it. Be strong.
all
Go
right.
with
For
what you
number
have.
8, for number 8, I'll put Conclave.
Okay. So at number 8, I love it. I love what it does. I love what it stands for, but I just think it's a strong slate. I am putting Wicked at 8.
Okay.
What is your number 7?
Number 7, I'm Still Here.
Okay. Number 7 is where I have Conclave.
Okay.
So what is your number 6?
A Complete Unknown.
Okay. And at number 6 is where I will stick Nickel Boys. All right.
Okay.
So what is your? It is my zone of interest of the year, the one that jumped the most, but it's still not in that top 5. I love it so much. What is your number 5?
I'm like, this should be higher, but there's so many good ones. I'm gonna put The Substance at 5.
Okay. I just, not that I'm disappointed. I just did not realize. Okay. Wow. Okay. There's one up here I didn't realize you liked so much. Okay. My number 5 is I'm Still Here. All right. So now our top 4, 3 of them are the same. So what is your number 4?
The Brutalist.
All right. And my number 4 is The Brutalist. Oh, that's the same one. Sorry. The Brutalist.
Yeah.
What is your number 3?
Dune Part 2.
That is my number 3 as well. We might have the same top 4, 3, and 2. What's your number 2?
So which one should it be?
Oh, I thought this was an easy one for you. Okay.
No.
Well, one's winning either way.
I know. No, I know. But I just want to. I'll have to go with like pure emotion on first watch, and I'll put Anora at 2.
All right. That's what I figured you were doing. Anora is my number 2 as well. So your number 1 is...
Wicked.
And my number 1 is The Substance, which means by commonality, our common number 1, which is both our number 2, but very worthy, is the one that won the Best Picture. This is the first time we've done this since Coda. So in terms of chronologically, because the last few years we've divided with the Academy, but we are going to put Anora as our Best Picture of 2024. We also, our second favorite was Dune between the two of us. I couldn't believe that. I thought you were gonna have Dune way lower because I know you had the first one a little bit lower, but great slate. Wow. Anything to say about your ranking? I think the biggest shock for me is that The Substance is as low as it is, just because I know you're such a horror guy.
Yeah.
But maybe you did that just because I put Wicked low. I wasn't sure. But I don't think you would do that.
No, it's one of those where it's like it's so freaking tough because I watched A Complete Unknown and I'm like, I'm gonna rank that really high. I like that a lot. And then I just like kind of thinking about the slate, and then I got like what I think should be in my top 5. And then even like talking here, I bumped Dune Part 2 up a couple. And then I moved I think The Substance was at 3, and then I bumped it down twice because I was like, should I have had the Brutalist lower? And then I'm like, the Brutalist just like had me like, jaw drop like so many times, just like so beautiful.
Yeah,
it's so tough because
It's a
there's
tough
so
year.
many great movies.
Yeah. For
and
me, it was
this
5 and
stuff-
6. Yeah, I'm Still Here and Nickel Boys were battling back and forth, and ultimately I went for emotion over like technical. If that makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
which is
no,
what you kind of did
gotcha.
with Anora and Wicked. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm.
Even with the
Wow.
Nora, it's so much more, but it's my number 2, so it's
And it's our number
like a
one, so-
1A 1B kind of thing. 'Cause that is kind of like my thing where it's like Wicked is like the pure emotion. Maybe it's not the most artsy thing ever made, but and then Honora is my like independent, like artsy. I'm going to the
prestige
art
pick,
theater
Mhm.
to see
Yeah.
it kind of thing. Yeah,
Nice.
prestige pick. So
Nice. All right. Well, that's it. Best Picture. We still have to do acting prizes. We've officially broken our record for the longest episode we've ever done. Congrats, Chad. We will go to bed soon. I promise. This will be over by 3 a.m. when we're recording this. Okay. I'm up first for actor because I believe you. I snagged Kate Winslet before you snagged Emma Thompson, so now you get actress first this time. Okay, cool. I'm standing by this has been my favorite male performance this year. I think it is the most accomplished. Even though the speech was long for some people, I'll keep it short. Adrian Brody is my pick. I just think it's the most performance. He's doing the most. He has the accent, but he's also committing emotionally. There's times where you hate him, times where you feel for him. He is that movie. He's in so much of it too, to where like he is pretty much on screen every scene except for that last one with Felicity Jones and Guy Pearce. So he really has to be on his A game, and he is. I love him in this role, and I don't think we gave it to him for the pianist. So this is kind of just making up for the fact that he's never won here, and I think he's very well deserving. So Adrian Brody, my number one.
Yeah, I mean, you don't love that movie nearly as much if he's not doing such great work in it.
Oh wait, you gave Adrian Brody the prize for the pianist, so
and he
is
deserved
now,
it.
Yeah, and he's joining the Hall of Fame. I picked Daniel Day-Lewis for Gangs in New York that year, but yeah, you have Adrian Brody, so he is a Hall of Famer. I didn't realize.
There you go.
I didn't realize. Yeah, you did rep him. I forgot
just
you
didn't
liked that movie
remember.
so much. Yeah, I didn't remember either because I just assumed you picked someone from Chicago that year. Wow, great, awesome.
Did I for an actress pick a?
Yeah, you definitely picked Renee Zellweger that year.
Yeah, there you go.
Mhm.
Which apparently is controversial. Anyways,
and I picked Catherine Zeta-Jones. So
there you go. Yep, perfect.
All right, who's your actor?
Okay, sorry. I was pivoting from Brody. My actor should be no surprise because I've like lauded him the whole time. Should have won an Oscar and didn't. It was the only miss for Anora, Mr. Yora Borisov. Easily the best performance, I think, of 2024. There's so many of them. Like you can, yeah. It's like that's what we're talking about. Like he's so surprising.
More than Mikey, though?
Like,
okay, never mind. I don't make you choose that. No, it's fine because it's different. It's very different. They serve different functions.
It's just a great that should have won ensemble, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Because you already said that too, and it's like one of those things where it's like it's such an unlikely character to be an actual character. Normally, they're just kind of like throwaway characters, just like side whatever. And this one was like just a true supporting, where he's supporting the Anora the whole time to where she's calling herself Annie, and it's like the whole thing where it's like where we're talking about like where she's putting on this persona where she's using sex as a tool or sex as a means of making money, which the movie is saying like that's not an issue, that's not a problem, and we're not saying that it is, but it is one of those things to where it can lead, if you're not careful, to thinking that that's all people want from you, and that people don't view you as an end in itself, but a means to an end. And when someone actually does view you like that, and they go, I actually like Anora. Like I think that's just a beautiful name because I value you for you, kind of a deal. I don't like
the Lady Bird thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. I just think like all the scenes that he has with her, where he's just kind of staring at her, not in a creepy way, but in like I really want to see this person. I care about this person kind of way.
Nice. And
just like the way he uses his eyes to act. It's just, I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, it's great. I know. It was not on my radar only because I was thinking, I just assumed you were going to go a different route with that because of, I know I don't love it, but I know you love Timothée Chalamet in both the movies he's in. I just figured we're going that way, but I really love that you picked Yora also because, he's the one win that didn't get it for Anora, which means like, he's kind of the one that will not be forgotten about, but he's the one that is the one that broke the perfect streak or whatever. But I really think he should have. I mean, like of the nominees, he was my favorite as well. I liked him better than Kieran Culkin. I liked him better than Guy Pearce. So I'm really glad you picked him because I think this is giving him due where the Academy didn't. All right, you have the tough task now picking an actress first for this slate. I do not envy you. This is a very difficult job you have to do. I don't know how you're going to do it. Maybe your decision is easy, but I would not have an easy decision if I were you. But
I was gonna go one way initially, but no, I'm not gonna. Mikey Madison.
Oh, you are going Mikey.
Yeah.
You're making me have a tough decision. I thought you were gonna. Okay, no, that's great. Talk about Mikey Madison.
Yeah, you thought I was gonna pick someone from Wicked, right?
No, I thought. Well, now seeing your
Right.
ranking, yeah, I thought you were higher on the substance originally. I thought you were picking her,
Oh,
but no. Okay,
gotcha.
yeah,
No, honestly, that's the thing is that there's so many. I mean, there's
so
so
many.
many male and female great performances in this slate. Like that's it's just it's tough, but it's not tough when then you have a movie like Anora. Then
Mm.
you could just like I'm gonna pick movie performances from that. Um, yeah, you know what? I even before like I thought it was great, and then like you also even sold me even more on Mikey Madison, just talking about how she nailed the accent and how she like plays like both of those parts. Like it is kind of like it's definitely like the performance of the year. Like she won Best Actress, and I think she deserved it. Like so did Demi Moore. Sure, yes, but Mikey also did, and I'm glad that she won. And I'm just like, just keep thinking about it. I'm just like, she just nailed it. Going from not saying that she wasn't great and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and Scream, but you know, it wasn't the same thing. And
Hmm.
here we just show her going from that to this, and it's just like, such a brilliant performance, nuanced portrayal of a sex worker, and just like I don't know, it's just like so much to talk about. It's very late.
Yeah. No, I know, and I could say so many things as well, but I already said it earlier. She was definitely my number one. I thought you would take either a Wicked Girl or Demi Moore, to where I would be like, all right, I'll just take Mikey Madison. But now I have the tough task because you got both Substance Girls, you have both Wicked Girls. You also have Monica Barbaro. But if I'm looking at all the performances left on the board, if I'm just going based on my favorite, not thinking about like, oh well, I can pick that one because she's from a movie I like or this, I got to pick Fernanda Torres. She is the one who is just like, for me, next to Mikey Madison, just the most, because she's doing the total opposite of Mikey Madison. Mikey Madison, it's a lot of big acting in a good way. Like it's the Emma Stone thing of like, you can see the acting. Whereas Fernanda Torres, it's all subtle. And I think there's something beautiful about subtle as well. I think it's funny because you have Mikey Madison, I have Adrian Brody, these big, broad performances. And then you have Yora Borzov and I have Fernanda Torres, who are these very quiet performances. And I think
Yeah.
it balances it out really well. To where when I think about all their movies, The Substance is a two-hander. They both do a lot of the great work, but also I think Coralie Farge is the star of that movie. Whereas Wicked, they're both so good, I can't decide. And I also think we'll probably talk about them next year. And even if we don't, I'm sure we'll have a future chance to nominate Cynthia Erivo for something, and even Ariana Grande Botera. I just think like the win is Wicked. Like the fact that she got this role is such a win, and like I love her so much. But also there is a political thing. I know a family member of hers, so maybe it's best that I don't. But also like Felicity Jones in The Brutalist is fantastic too. And then yeah, Fernanda Torres though is my favorite. I'm definitely sold with that. I'm just like looking at all. It was such a good year for actresses. That's all. I'll
Oh,
keep
yeah.
it short. Fantastic. But yeah,
Tough.
Fernanda Torres great, and also I did kind of tease for the Brazilians that we'd probably talk about her later. But I thought I'd bring her up as an honorable mention, so it's cool that I got my number two. Because I thought I was gonna get Mikey, but I'm happy you got Mikey because I'm glad you love that performance. Even though I just kind of went, wait, you like Yora better? I'm glad you like them both. No matter who you like better, I think they're
That's
both
what
great.
I thought was funny when you were like, and I'm like, not trying to tip my next pick.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. Like Yora could be the standout as well, but it's that thing where like a lot of people's favorite bull was not Michael Jordan, but like Michael Jordan is still Michael Jordan. So it's like
They
no, like
complement each other so well in
yeah,
that movie.
exactly. It's Pippen and Jordan right there. All right, here we go. Our best of 2024. My best actor is Adrian Brody for The Brutalist. Chad's best actor is Yor Borzov for Anora. My best actress is Fernanda Torres for I'm Still Here. Chad's best actress is Mikey Madison for Anora. And our best picture of 2024 is Anora. Anora coming away with 3 wins today. The Brutalist won. I'm Still Here won. But give it up for Wicked, his number 1. Substance, my number 1. Dune, our collective number 3. Brutalist, our collective number 4. Great year. Terrific. I can't say more. It's so good. Any last thoughts on this slate, Chad?
I mean, I'm just they say that the Oscar season or the award season isn't over until the Oscars is over. but it's not really over until Picture This is over.
That's right.
Picture This is now over, and so now we can move on to 2025. And I'm very, very excited for that, but then also for the rest of the year of Picture This, the year of the upset. So
Any bold predictions for what we could be talking about as our best picture next year?
oh shit. I gotta even sit in here and think about like what is even coming out, to be
No,
honest. Like I
it's
don't
okay.
have anything on my
I'm gonna
radar.
say I'm gonna say we might be talking about Paul Thomas Anderson winning his first Oscar for one battle after another next year. That's my prediction. Early, we called it here. We'll see how that pans
The
out.
Odyssey's not coming out this year, right?
I don't
That's
think so. I think that's
next year.
26. Yeah, yeah.
Um oh, maybe Life of Chuck.
There you go. I knew you were gonna say it. I was looking at my list. I'm like, I know it's Life of Chuck. I just wanted you to come up with that yourself.
Maybe no. I'm gonna say maybe if it's prestige enough, Running Man.
Maybe we'll see. We also got
Maybe The
Wicked,
Bride.
Avatar, The Bride. We got Frankenstein from Guillermo del Toro, Hamnet, the new Chloe Zhao, After the Hunt, Luca Guadagnino's new film with Julia Roberts and Io Debris and Andrew Garfield, Marty Supreme, the new Safdie brothers film
Oh,
with
yeah.
Timothée Chalamet. So we also got a Bruce Springsteen and a Michael Jackson biopic next year. So, and lastly, to tease, I'm just teasing it as if there are nominees, but The Way of the Wind, Terrence Malick, he's back. We'll see.
I didn't even know about that.
I know that could be our slate. Who knows? Watch that be our slate next year. I just rattled off all the titles. I mean, because I rattled off 10 titles. That'd be wild. Anyway, we have to talk about next month. Sorry, we're not done. We have to talk about next month. We are actually going to be joined by another guest. Next month starts the weird location changes for me, where I will be working my new job, but we are still going to do Picture This. We're going to bank some episodes while I'm rehearsing before I get on the boat. Because if you don't know, I'm going on a cruise. I said that in the Pickle Awards, but. We're going to have Carly on to talk about another year that had a Vincente Minnelli film win Best Picture, Vincente Minnelli musical win Best Picture. Also, another Tennessee Williams play was nominated that year. So Carly just has a thing for that combo. So we're going to be talking about the year 1951. We're going back to our year of the upsets. This is the year where American Paris won the upset, beat some big films like A Place in the Sun and Streetcar Named Desire to become the Best Picture. And then the very next year, they snubbed my favorite film of all time because they said, can't do two Gene Kelly musicals in a row, and forever I was sad. So we'll see if I forgive American in Paris come next month. We will talk about it. But that slate is An American in Paris, Decision by Dawn, A Place in the Sun, Quo Vadis, and A Streetcar Named Desire. Thank you guys for watching this episode. Chad, any last things to say? Any last things to plug? I finally started getting tired, so this is probably a good time to end it. I've been staying strong with my caffeine pills, but now
I'm already dead at this point.
I feel like Chad kind of crashed out around I'm Still Here, and then kind of found a second wind by the substance, and then was really able to push it for Wicked. But I appreciate you, Chad, as always, for doing this and hanging
For sure.
It is
good and for sure. Cinema Chad, welcome to Prime Time. Always have a blast doing this. These ones are so long, but they're so fun because it feels like the culmination of an entire year. And I can't wait for next year. It's going to be 8 hours the next time. And then we're like I think Dylan said at some point, it's going to end up being a subathon.
Yeah, well, but, I do want to say I think our first end of the year best of whatever was 2 hours and 40 minutes. Then our next one was 3 hours. Then it went to 5 hours last year. Now it's 5:15. So we've been up in it. I don't think we'll go longer than 5:30 ever on these.
Probably not. But it was fun when we first hit the 3 hours because it was like the drive my car year.
Yes. Yeah, but, 21. Little did we know. Yeah. But hey, when you have Emilia Pérez and The Brutalist and Anora, these big topic heavy Wicked substance with a lot of controversies as well. You gotta make them get what they paid for.
And we were wondering, is this one gonna be a part of the year of the upset? Nope. No, it's not.
Nope, it's not. Listen, there were some upsets, but not at all. But we will be back next month for the year of the upset, so stay tuned. Yes, Chad, anything else?
I was gonna say Elphaba had her broom, and so did Anora when she swept.
Yeah. Something I know all too well, being a Yankees fan. Except I'm usually on the receiving end. But hopefully no more sweeps this year, unless the Yankees or Red Sox sweep, because I support my friend. As long as the Red Sox don't sweep us, then I'm fine. But if you sweep, I'll be proud of you. Whatever. Anyway, we gotta go to bed. Thank you.
The Oscar goes to.
And the Oscar goes to? Are they playing us off?
No. Anora.